to me in a dream, like a subconscious impulse. I can see it right in front of me.
Hello everyone, welcome to the MGA Dragon Cup Summer 2022. It's a Valorant tournament, It's online of course, but it's hosted by some of the best. It's to be hosted by MSI Canada. We are proud to have Intel and Academy join us as our official partners for the event, but we also welcome our resale partners of Memory Express, Canada Computers, and Newegg as well, who are sponsoring the tournament with great prizes and promotions. Also, special thanks to the schools and teams for helping us reach out and spread the word for the MGA Dragon Cup and bring in some of their teams to play as well. So shout out to Durham College, the University of Alberta, Seneca College, University of Montreal, Keanu College, Georgian College, and of course, Northwest College for all of their support. And now, it's almost time for the first match of the day, but I think there's something we forgot to do, Kappa, and that's introduce ourselves. My name is Kag, I'm joined by the amazing Kappa here, and we're about to see some great gameplay hosted by MSI.
Fist bump guy through. We are ready for some fiery. There it is. Excellent. Double fist bump. Wow, that's a lot of energy. I'm getting there. I've had the one fist bump, maybe the two will come a little bit later. This is a special. What's
it going to take to get 3 fist bumps?
Sorry, wait.
What's it going to take to get 3 fist bumps?
We'll talk about that later in the day. Maybe tomorrow.
Okay, something to look forward to.
With the teams that we've got coming up, we are going to have Pwned Esports taking on Deep Fried in a little bit. But before we do, just say a little bit about this event itself. It really is a special event because I've seen it grow over the past couple of years. And to see it get to here with this much for a prize pool, sheesh, it's going to be really sick. It is going to be really, really sick. So hopefully you're ready to get involved. Opportunities for you as well to pick up some laptops and some fancy stuff, so keep your ears and eyes peeled. We're going to keep ourselves attached to this game though. Going through the agents, Keg, what are we seeing?
Ooh, what are we seeing? It's going to be Split as our first map, and now we were told that Split's going to be still in. Pearl will not be in the official queue until next week, so for the MGA Dragon Cup, we're not going to be seeing Pearl just yet, but this could very well be the last time you and I cast Split, and for the viewers at home, watching Split as well for who knows how long, maybe even forever.
Why did you do that to me? I might get upset on stream. I love Split.
Right in the feels.
Oh, that hurts. That really does.
All right, let's see what we have, though. We have a variety of different agents, though, but we did see a lot of initiator presence outside of Split, especially for the defending side. We did see a Raze, we saw a Fade as well. So there's going to be a lot more investigative firepower early on, especially for the defensive side. That allows so much for, I believe, Deep Fried to kind of hunt through, maybe go a little aggressive in the early rounds. And I think that's going to be the #1 focus you and I need to look for, is going to be this early round presence and how either team on the attacking side, what they can do to just push through that midsection and just find their way to a site. That's normally how Valorant goes, right? But Split is unique. It's going to be dividing a lot of different parts of the mid with all that smoking presence. So something like Chisel's Astra or even G-Yo's Omen, those are going to be paramount for deflecting away the mid-side presence. And we might just see single funnel attacks as well.
Something that's going to be a bit of an issue for those single funnels, the Cypher. And I thought I saw a Cypher, where to confirm that I did see a Cypher. For old time's sake, perhaps an agent that Deep Fried are going to be picking up before this map does bite the dust. And things are on. Pissed around. It's underway. What Raze could do here from Akumi at mid.
Grenade!
Okay, there we go. Good push up. Good opening contact. Ooh. There we go. Kumi's good for one couple. Well, look at this. They continue forwards, but they die almost to the fault line itself.
You've got to do. We're talking sort of breach utility, how to use it, and that's exactly it. Do manage a trade, but it is a 4 versus 3, so massive advantage here to Pwned Esports. Question is how they're going to use it.
I do like what Pwned is doing, though. They're slowly crawling their way up of mid. It's going to be Max, though, to hide away.
Oh, Max. It back once more to the 3 versus 2. Chamber that headhunter poised already. Taken out by Taj. Brings it back once more to the 2 versus 2. This pistol round has become so spicy. That barrier orb gets permission, gains entrance to site 2. 30 seconds here.
All down to this.
30 seconds
a
left.
2v2. Taj has the right idea. The ball line attacking Patricia. Really nice to see. Where did the shrouded stuff go?
Somewhere absolutely should have come. You can see him trying to come through, and oh my goodness, so close. The moves, the plays, that is what you'd like to see on the first game of the day. Deep Fried take that pistol round right down to the bitter end. Was it fought by Pwned Esports? Good round to start things off, wasn't it?
It was a really interesting beginning round for Pwned Esports because oftentimes on pistols for attacking teams, we see them go down a single lane, whether that be mid or B or A site, but we saw a default early on from Pwned, and it was very different because they were playing around the tempo really well against Deep Fried, but Deep Fried, they were expecting to have more aggression early on, and all they had to do was just hold corners and play very defensively. On the defensive side for Split, you don't really have to do a lot to push up. You mostly just wait for an attacking team like Pwned to push into your site, and that's exactly what Deep Fried did. They won the 2v2 very effectively, and again, Pwned Esports going for another default now. We're going to find some early presence inside of mid. They do connect one with the suppressing knife, but doesn't quite connect a whole bunch afterwards. It means the info not as good as it used to be.
No, that is not going to Kumi. Get spicy with the sheriff over at Mail in Heaven. Not at all. Shut down. Rejected for picking up the mail. Not today. First class in my sense on the envelope, but not on the frag.
Ooh, return the sender.
So coordinated here from Deep Fried. They're continuing on their tear path down mid.
You fought well.
And this is a rough round 2 for Pwned Esports. They have very little weaponry here. It's a judge in small corners, no less, too. Patricia was nearly good for 1, but Devlin a triple kill with the Fade, no less. Playing off their utility so well. They led in with the Prowlers, they led in with, say, the Seas as well, and they just pushed forward and really caught Pwned off guard. But again, that was not a round designed for Pwned to win. They were at a big economic disadvantage with their weaponry. And now, this is the bonus buy for Deep Fried. They don't have the better weapons anymore. Full rifles across the board for Pwned Esports. But if they continue to challenge mid as early as they have been, Kappa, they haven't been able to win those engagements at all.
No, they really haven't. These weapons should be a little bit of a crutch here for Pwned Esports. Giving that leg up, a leg into the game. I was going to say too, we spoke of initiators from pre-game. We'll come back to that though, because Chamber getting the first blood. Pwned Esports putting the Vandal right to the face of Deep Fried.
Alright, Nims looking to find that trademark utility, denying the rotate. But if Nims goes down, that rotate will be worthless for Pwned's side. So he's going to dial himself back and allow the Raze to push up here.
For the judge.
Flash.
Alright, good flash. Takes care of Hell side. But now, look at this. There's very little resistance now from Pwned. They've lost so many, Deep Fried have lost so many bodies. They're forced to allow Pwned to push into the site. Devlin's going to hide away, though, waiting for the entry from the top of heaven. We're going to play off those Prowlers.
Missed me.
Nice, effective use of that Prowler. Gets one.
Spike planted.
Back to the 3-on-3 once more. Stephen, the leg up coming in, 3 versus 1. Everything's turned around and Deep Fried back in the control position after the abysmal start to this round.
It's up to Geo.
1.
One enemy remaining.
We find a position, the stick's coming through, the Vandal's coming through even bigger. It's going to be from a different player though, it's going to be from the Ishtator, giving that spike a tap and fades. Is going to be nothing but shining strong in this early game. And to the point that I didn't get to make because of the early pick from Pwned Esports. What an impressive showing from initiators. We're just talking, Keg, what do you like to use in the meta right now? You're like, I like initiators, Cuppa. You are damn right, Keg. 6-1.
I mean, initiators are just so strong right now, and that could lead to a whole rant about kind of the relative uselessness of duelists, right? But now that I say that duelists are useless, notice the only duelist that we see in game here. It's Raze. She and Yoru are the only duelists in the game with initiative capabilities, that being the Boombot for Raze each. So, you know, a little bit of initiator presence too, even with those so-called useless duelists, have a lot of information gaining capabilities. But look at Devlin again, another challenge of Pwned to push up the site. Immediately, Max goes for the wide swing and takes down Akumi.
There's the trade. We've seen that sort of the 1-2 move over at Malroom. It's not working for Pwned Esports, but still, they keep going back for more. Not using the FedEx, not using the UPS, keep going back for that regular postal service, and it's just not getting to their destination.
It's getting so tough, too, for Pwned. They keep trying to challenge this information from the top of heaven, but it doesn't work. Max had gone down, but there's still Devlin on top of heaven. They're aware of Devlin's presence, too, because utility has already gone down, but Geo and company on an eco, no less, too. Not in the best situation to push into A, but they might have a choice. But with Audi falling, though, Kappa, it's a 3v3. Things are looking good to maybe push the site.
Headhunter, round changer, that weapon. Complete round changer. Some ultimates on table as well here for Esports. Perhaps something to
30 seconds
be
left.
a little bit of a boost. I'm going to see phase ult rolling through.
Bring them down.
Prowler.
They're just wasting time now.
Given, yeah, they are. Just burn the clock. That's all they need to do.
And Pwned, they have to reroute themselves back over to B site, but that's exactly the belly of the beast. That's where Cypher's lying.
10 seconds
So many
left.
traps around, 10 seconds left. You hit a tripwire, you lose the round. But they don't.
One enemy remaining.
Getting thrown in, and it's Punch Masters in these late rounds, predicting the plays. And yeah, it was an eco, and decent for Pwned Esports to walk away with that spike down. But it just seems
It is reads, but it's also like Pwned Esports show their hand a few seconds into the beginning of the round. We see a lot of that challenging inside of mid, and I keep harping on this over and over again because it's the same exact opening engagement that we've seen every single round so far. But the big difference right now for Deep Fried is that they play a strong defensive game. We don't see the team over-rotate even in a 3v3. They always have those dedicated anchors on both A and B site. So while we're going to see what Pwned Esports can do again on their second rifle round now. Looks like, though, there is a strong mid presence again, but there is a little bit of a double pinch maneuver inside a B funnel as well. This means, though, you have to rely on those smokes. The initiation to the site's going to be difficult, especially Devlin down below on B. Cypher swaps sites onto A site. Less Sentinel capabilities to worry about, but all things considered here, this is going to be rough, though. Devlin's utility can be more than enough to spot anybody inside that B garage.
yes, it can. Slow, methodical rounds here. Get grand. I'm going to see the 1-2 trade. Furthermore,
Spike
brings down
down
to 3 on
B.
2 and Deep Fried.
Teleport's ready.
Holding the strong anchor position. Have that sort of plan stuck in mind, and they just keep executing so disciplined in the way they are.
All set up.
This is where the discipline gets really tested, though. They have the body advantage. They have a 2v1 even, too, against Cypher.
One enemy remaining.
Kumi goes. Last alive now is Nims.
One left.
One enemy remaining.
Nims. Taj
Really good
just
pinch.
right, yeah, right place, right time. Absolute right place, right time. The perfect thing you need from your rat. Like a Cypher.
No, that doesn't say rat. That says Taj.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Wrong letter, silly.
Silly me.
Actually, it's pretty close. You just swap out the
It's-
R
If you
and J.
if you squint your eyes, maybe.
Yeah, you just break them a little bit. All good. But you can't mess with Pwned in those endgame rounds. It's one of the first times we've seen the spike go into the ground, or at least come very close. And Nims won that 2v1 engagement, but it was up to Taj at the very end to come by and go for that immediate trade. It's not looking good so far for Pwned, but we can't count them out just yet. Again, this is an eco round. We see the Tour de Force coming through. There's also the res from Sage. So, say Tour de Force makes opening contact, goes down. We could see the res come back and go for a second life. But it's up to Patricia, though, to not be overly aggressive either. Pushing through the Nebulas, it seems. Akumi, quick as some action.
So brave, fearless. Just running blind into the site through the Nebula.
I'm enjoying this.
Great shot
Nice.
coming in from Nims. So a little bit of advantage. Can Pwned Esports hang on to that? Because we've seen this time and time again. We just haven't seen the convert kick.
We have, but this body advantage, usually when we see Pwned Esports just run it through and just overwhelm the few defensive positions, they oftentimes win those engagements. Shizzle, though, is going to be back behind Taj as well. They're going to be the back lines, the main anchors of the site itself. Patricio trying to find the counter rotates there. The aftershock creates so much space.
Chipping away at the armor. Chipping away
down
at
A.
the player presence. Great Pete.
30
Scordy with
seconds
the
left.
sheriff. Trying to muster up the courage to get something done.
This point's just eco damage.
Oh! We like those.
Honestly, that in of itself was a great eco round again for Pwned. Mechanically, they're looking fantastic right now, but Deep Fried, they have the seemingly, at least have the reads. But what is throwing Deep Fried up a little bit is that we do see these mid-round rotations. Those are pretty normal, but the way Pwned have been executing them have been different every round. And while they may end up sometimes in the same locations, it's the timing of it that's a little bit different and throws Deep Fried off. But we're seeing Pwned develop that strategy. They're playing more aggressive now, especially on the A side, and even when Cypher's contesting on A, as large as it is, overwhelming the Sentinel capabilities and just pushing into a site and barely even dealing with mid anymore except for the mid round. Pwned might be onto something here when it comes to B, but really just comes down to Taj, Devlin. Right now it'll really hold the line. All the same, Max holding in the mid as well. No Command's going to reveal the hand early on as they push through, but Taj is nowhere to be seen. There's nobody on B site.
Raviol just holding them back, but we're seeing it off straight. I think that's the mid play that you were talking of. Just being dominated by Chamber, by Nims, taking names. Takes 2 before they hit the grave, makes it a 4 versus 3. But you're right, the confidence seems to be there right now for Pwned Esports. Testing the water, dip their toe, and jumping in with 2 feet. Is that going to meet them with a win? Over on B site.
Good for one from Patricio. Taj goes for the drop and doesn't find the connect. 1v2 now. It's up to Audi. Full util. Rolling Thunder in hand as well. Does identify one. Good wide swing there.
There you go. Off the starting block. And I was about to say, they didn't get a chance. Great insights from you there, because very much so. They have been getting very close to those end games. They've got the spike down the majority of the rounds, while we haven't seen too many saves forced on here for Pwned Esports. And that is going to get them off the starting block to make it the first for that 6-1. Give you an insight. If you want to clutch like these players and get yourselves back into these games, reminder, the MSI Summer Sale is now live. Use !Summer Sale in the chat to check out the exclusive deals and save big on selected products. Back to the game, and I see a bit of a stressed buy here for Deep Fried.
This is interesting because Deep Fried understand they have a significant round advantage. They can go for an eco round here, especially because when they win their rounds, they don't have a lot of bodies left alive, so they haven't been able to save up a lot of money. They have to buy up almost every single round despite winning. That means an eco round here might be the best choice economically. One body already did fall in mid, but Audi's playing a dangerous game.
Oh!
Spike down A.
Coming in from Audi. You gotta love that. That's the one and done for a game. The one and done is all you need on an eco. 2-on-2. They get a 3 versus 2. The resurrection comes through, picks up a player, and makes it again to this 2-on-1. Numbers galore. I feel like Rain Man spitting out all these numbers right now.
And here we go. That brute force onto the site seems to be the winning factor for Pwned now. Taj last alive in a 1v2.
Off he goes. Dispatched. Sent back to the alley. Cypher will be Taj. And double up. 2 in a row for Pwned Esports. Things looking much, much better.
It's looking better, but that was a calculated move from Deep Fried again. They purposely went for an eco round. They wanted to see what the move would be from Pwned Esports next. And now look at the ultimate economy now from Deep Fried. This is what gets me scared for Pwned into this next round. Not only have we seen Audi hold on to that Rolling Thunder for at least 3 rounds now, there's still Max with that Showstopper and the Nightfall too. Kappa. Fade is so strong when it comes to split, especially on the B-side defense. We've seen those Twitter clips before about the little C's kind of swing pull. Now imagine adding the Nightfall on top of that. You can't do anything attacking that site.
It's a buffet, and
That's a good spot.
the other team's not going to say when it comes to that. What a quick Audi reaction. Someone's been practicing in the labs.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, Chisel. Good backline support. Good anchor from Chisel. And not a single one of those ults were used.
Nope, don't need to be. When you're hitting your shots, when you're clicking heads. We did actually mention this, and it's been a slow creeper getting to the top and removing Dev from the initiator top frag. Is the way that we've had Astra at the server. Is Astra making a comeback? What's your opinion on Astra in the current meta right now? I know that obviously I think it's an obvious statement, not a prominent or prevalent agent, but I'd love to see some controllers switched up again, and it goes to show still viable with the right team play.
This is going to be a weird answer. I think it comes down to what the next agent in the game is going to be. Now, there have been rumors, maybe it's a controller next. They go help balance out Astra even more. Maybe she's a little underplayed right now, but on a map where you can defensively play anywhere on a small map too and rotates are heavy, having Astra be on the off-area pick is a really smart move. That means you don't have to worry about Astra, but she can still find some fielding in battle. But enough about her. She's on the other side of the map, still smoking everything out. It's going to be this push towards B that was slow at first. They faked the rotate, and now there could be an initiation back in, but Taj spotted them out with the spy cam. And still that tripwire's open. Nims have to choose, destroying the tripwire or destroy Taj. Can't do both.
No luck. The fun police are there. That's Cypher. Feeling at home in the alleys of B. Hide in the shadows. Nice little trip set up with that cam set up too. The cam's gone now. Mid-control. We've seen persistence here before. It's just going to be the round. Oh, nice shot.
Get him.
There we go. Full push onto the site. Nightfall comes through. A wealth of info for Deep Fried to work with into the post plan. But there is Into the Shadows, though, from Omen. Keep an eye on that. He could easily use that for counter information as well. Devlin, though, with the Nightfall, does find that info, like we said, but no one's really playing off of it.
Pressure here. Deep Fried. Good patient coming in from PE. Limited weaponry. They are to see here, though. Using that constant defiance so well. Almost gets lucky. Don't worry, though. Backline Takumi. Vandalin. Spraying. Getting all the frags. And Austin Devlin just actually saved this Vandal. Smart move. Akon pretty battered and bruised. And that's a massive cheer in the team cons of Pwned Esports.
Very nice to see. I mean, Pwned, all things considered, that should not have been their round to win. No. Everything we've talked about so far about Pwned and kind of the reason why their executes haven't been working well or their post plans have been a little barren was because their entries have been a little weird in the beginning of each round. Either too slow and they lose out, or they go too fast and oftentimes they have to engage in those 1v1s or go up against Chisel like we had seen the round previous and lose out in a 1v3. The big difference, though, this time was that Pwned, they faked out the rotate. Wasn't much of a fake, but they changed the tempo again and threw Deep Fried off guard. They're gaining that mechanical confidence coming through. And Pwned, if they can keep this going, maybe they're good to contest mid now. But Max and Devlin have been the gatekeepers at mid side to B. It's been incredibly strong.
So disgusting what that even does. So much of him is still going to be removed by Nims. The crossfire set up for them, Audi.
Wall race. I have this fight.
Reached util to keep him at bay and play for the numbers game. Saying that, though, not when you're getting pushed by Initiator. Initiator actually happening. KO. All need to prevail. Gets the heal as well. So the forces are balanced. 2 versus 2. 50 seconds.
This is going to be tough. Keep in mind who's left alive for Deep Fried. They have Cypher, full util global usage on B, and there's Astra, global util usage on A as well. Both going to hide away and just reveal their hand once Pwned drops through, and Chisel doing exactly just that. We've seen them get not 1, but 3 different kills in a row in a 1v3 here in the same exact spot. Patricia's going to go on an alternate route, though.
30
Try to trip
left.
Chisel off guard. Chisel's not watching for this angle.
1 enemy remaining.
Patricio taking the rounds by the helm, just going to things here. I'm not just a healer, Sage said. Taj got to prove to be more just that backline Cypher, more than just a one trick with the cam. Such little util to get this done with as well. 1 trip wire to be precise. Not sure if that counts. Timing. The timing just not there. Tricio, timing all that. Nice letting you onto site. Nice
Last
work.
round in the half.
Defense and gets it done in style. 4 rounds here for Pwned Esports. Can they make it 5 before the shutters close in this first half?
We'll do the tech plug.
A low buy as well for the likes of Deep Fried.
It was really cool to see Pwned go in, find this fight of the last quarter of the game, have so much success because they've been able to find that confidence back. They've been able to push forwards. They're able to win these opening gunfights. And even in the end round, when things go to a crawl, they're able to win out in these 2v2s, which oftentimes in the beginning of the game, they weren't able to do so themselves. Now directly challenging Chisel, who hasn't moved from A in a few rounds. Might be beneficial here, removing the smoker off the cable. Try to see what the showstopper can bring. A little bit of a twirly twirl. Finds Chisel. Takes the now and before trade. And already the set pieces are there for the post plan.
Hey, shield's coming through. Akumi just locking down the lights and screen. And the showstopper. WC 2 for 2. With the classic boom here.
Out of charges.
Oh, gonna do a little bit of damage. Oh, fragment does come through. Still not able to yield anything. It's a 5 versus 3. They get a 5 versus 2. It's over and out here for Esports, making a definitive stamp on the end of that first half. 7-5.
Changing it up, changing it up, changing it up. That was the name of the game, and Pwned Esports, again, took the second half of the first half and did it really, really well. But now, they have to go to their own defensive side. They don't have Cypher to work with. They don't have Astro for that near global utility. They have Omen instead, who, sure, on a small map like Split can find a lot of that global usage as well, but it's not nearly as versatile as what Astro could have brought to the table. I gotta say, I'm a little deep worried. I'm a little worried for Pwned here, because I feel like Deep Fried may have the more aggressive comp here too.
Yeah, and that's something I think we're early concerned that maybe we didn't explain or express enough for Pwned Esports in that first half. It was important for them to get a good start to that attacking side, because yes, definitely, things are going to be a tad difficult with the util. Look, you've got Breach, you've got Raze, the paint shells. You've got so much damage util, high damage util. It's going to be hard to push that back.
Be hard to push it back here, but Nims is not going to be one to give up just yet. He's next to his rendezvous. Here's the Prowler come by. There's at least a little bit of a presence outside of A.
Frenchman, just up close and personal with the headhunter here. The rendezvous. There to get them out. Bludgeon bullet on 2. Oh, that's going to be great work from the Nebula to come in across. And the Heaven push. There's a storm at Heaven.
Squirmy's forced to push back here. Suppressing knife inbound. That's going to be the C's that misses. 4 detected, though, by the suppressing knife. No one can use their utilities at all.
Crossfire and Defender as well, okay.
Leave that back.
A lot going on all at once. The suppression's gone down. A lot of util could be used here. Squirmy's going to look up to push up. Oh, for the crossfire. It's no longer crossing anymore. Devil can take advantage of this. Split them up in the 1v1s.
What is going on?
Squirmy's able to survive. He's good for 1, but Nims, the cyber cage goes down. More bodies flying everywhere.
They're in Defender. What is this kick?
Nims is holding on, though. Look at how lit everybody now, except for Max is. Audi and company, the last 2 alive, heavily lit. It's Akumi, not Max, I apologize. Boombot goes down. That initiative utility. Like I said, it spots and discovers, but Chisel finds the bullet.
Chisel with the Astra coming at you. 3k in this pistol. Don't just call me a controller. I can do much, much more. Can we see much, much more from Nims? Had some nifty shots. 44 HP, 3 bullets in the headhunter.
Oh, they're both there.
They're both lit though.
1 enemy remaining.
He would have to get a collat on the Chisel in order to kill both. The reading,
Unlucky.
yeah, the read there would have just been a little too complex for humans, I think, to be able to do that. But I gotta say, though, you know, we're about halfway into our first map here, and you know, it's been good so far. I've loved Deep Fried playing. I love Pwned playing so far. But we have something for you guys in the chat as well. So MSI's GF63 Thin Gaming Notebook is primed to transport you to a world of pure imagination. It's equipped, and I'll say this before the round starts, with the latest 11th gen Intel Core i5 11400H processor and NVIDIA GeForce 1650 graphics card. It's optimized for the unbeatable game performance. And if you want unbeatable game performance, you're seeing the results here right now with all these amazing players in the game. That being said, early util came down on A, but it didn't spot a lot. At least a little bit of haunt from A, but the trip has been made over back towards sewers in the mid site. Now Patricia does fall. But look at this. You don't have the Sage anymore, but you still have slowdown capabilities with the trademark from Chamber. But he's on the other side of the map. That means there's no stopping power at all for Pwned Esports to work off of on B site, but the call's been made again. Much earlier than what Pwned did on their own attacking half. Deep Fried, only a few rounds in, they're already looking to make the fake back over to A site. And everyone's already rotated except for Scormy.
So we know what the short you can do.
It's only going to be good for one, though.
I think to be clear, so this actually might be good for info. Here's the footsteps, gets the comms, and there's another shorty coming in. Didn't see it on the feed, or you're going to see it. Fruition though. 4 assists for. Can Scormy recover a weapon maybe with that shorty?
Teleport's ready.
Removing Breach off the table was such a powerful move from Scormy. No post-playing utilities, no blinding, no stopping power now against Pwned.
Last player standing.
Do what it needs to do. Spraying down, hosing down the players with the Spectre too. And Deep Fried, as predicted really from what you said there, Keg, just such a fiery, furious playstyle they have within their composition right now with the Breach util, the flashes, the stuns, the damage, the Raise util, the Astra setups, like the Fade util. How much util do you need to get into sight? I'm going to say half of what they have, and the fact they've got double that, it's devastating.
I mean, I wouldn't even say it's half. I would say you just need one initiative piece of utility to push into Pwned's site. They only have Chamber. Define information to stop Deep Fried. Yes, there is the boom bot. Yes, there is the suppressing knife. There is some stopping.
I was gonna say the KO util, a little bit of defense with that, but still, I don't think it's enough, is it?
It finds info, but it's not nearly the same as, say, Cypher or even to an extent a well-playing Astra like we're seeing from Chisel here. Both of those agents can completely lock down A and B site respectively, and Pwned, they were forced to be put in that chokehold in the first half of the first quarter of the game, where their only comfortable option was to push in the mid. And who was there on mid? Well, it wasn't Taj on Cypher hunkering down B. Wasn't Chisel on A side, no. It was Devlin and it was Max holding on, playing the aggressive side of the team in order to be the true first contact and the real stopping power for the side. Pwned, they don't really have as much of that defensive structure that we've seen just yet. Granted, it's only been 2 rounds so far, and this is the first full rifle round that we see, but so far, Deep Fried, they can just kind of waltz onto the site once they discover where Chamber's playing.
Yeah, what was this right? They just look really comfortable. They've not looked like they've been struggling at all. The big buy round coming through, looking good. Takes out one greedy Deep Fried player. There goes the Raise. No more paint shells. No more Roomba. It's just a bonus here for Deep Fried. So nothing to get too excited about just yet, but still a glimmer of hope for Pwned Esports.
Yeah, we can see Pwned. They're playing a little aggressive outside of B main. They're looking to make sure this anti-eco stays into an anti-eco. Really just putting that pressure down on Deep Fried. But they don't know where everyone on Deep Fried is. Nims may have an inkling of an idea about Taj's location on the other side of that wall, but Gio and Patricio playing off each other here. Strong opener there for Deep Fried. Even on the bonus, they're finding so much impact. But as I say that, the numbers sway back to Pwned's favor.
Just a swarm, flurry of players going through mids, and the run and gun power of the Spectre being utilized, being capitalized on so well. Bit concerned though, so much damage on that fade for Deep Fried. Taj is a great position though, Keg. And Frag's been picked up from sight.
Okay, Devlin. Okay, Taj.
Oh, no.
Taj has such good spray control. It's not even funny. And Gio. Oh, he just revealed everything about himself. He doesn't have a paranoia anymore either. Devlin could just run around. Good smoke for the defuse. Fakes it out. But look at this.
Oh,
They fall directly into Taj's trap.
That's oh, I've got no words. I've got no words for how much that's going to hurt for Pwned Esports. That's a double figure one there for Deep Fried too. So the bonus looked like it had been shut down. Mid control looked like it had been asserted. But the reverse sweep coming in from Deep Fried. Great push with the Spectres. Great push with those bonus weapons. And you've seen it here, folks. That's how you use your bonus and recover.
Yeah, Deep Fried, they knew it was a bonus round. They wanted to make sure they could remove the guns off of Pwned's side. And Pwned, they played aggressive, directly into the script. Let's see now what can happen outside of B main. Notice how Pwned, even on Eco, they're not playing nearly as aggressive as before, but they do remove Taj at the very least from mid. Rotate's been called back over to mid too, off of the smoke. There's a lot of options here because of that smoke. We could see Deep-Fried rotate all the way through sewers into A, and that's where the aggression comes out. Pwned, they have a little caravan outside of A waiting for that rotate to happen, but the Prowler says otherwise. Everyone from Pwned on all lanes are pushing up except for mid.
Raj, the usual. The mid presence, as you know, if you played Split just the once, so important to get that mid control.
And there's nothing to stop that mid-wide rotate. From Vents all the way to A Heaven. Nims has been spotted out too. No more worry about the trademark. Fresh, easy entry onto the site. It's all Max's territory now. Deep-Fried, what do you do?
Got to go for the fight. You've got to try and even the numbers while you've got the opportunity.
Spike down, B.
Those numbers dwindling slowly but surely.
30 seconds left.
Let's get shut down though. Not to worry. Numbers advantage. Site control.
Spike planted.
Ooh, good C's. Wow, a great shutdown for Deep-Fried. Pwned Esports again, like they pushed up aggressively. They're looking and they're hunting for these kills. They're playing their own anti-eco game, but they haven't really found the same amount of impact. And the big difference, defensively speaking, if we put a magnifying glass to both teams, is that early on for Deep-Fried, for their defensive side themselves, they started off all their fights using utility. And one player I want to highlight specifically doing that was Devlin, Prowler, Seas, Haunt. Almost all of their utility outside of B Heaven before even seeing an enemy. And I found a wealth of info and allowed Max to go for the wide swing. That doesn't really seem to be the case here for Pwned's defense though. They are playing as a team, which is good. They have that chemistry. But again, not very much utility, but they're good to catch some people off guard. Max falls to the hands of an up. But now look at this, all those smokes in the way. That could be good, bad for Nims to find another shot.
Oh, does get another one and does get the run to V out to 5 HP. Trade off, mind you, and another frag.
Okay, Nims.
Potential no scopes coming in from Nims. This one going to be punished up close and personal from Vents. It might be enough to swing the round though. 3 versus 2. Advantageous situation for Esports to be in. We have seen
One enemy remains.
Pride do some disgusting things. Not on this one. Not on Akubi's watch. 11-6. Quick fix coming in.
And you know what's wild? Everything I just talked about before that round just started, kind of criticizing Pwned Esports, mostly just highlighting their losing conditions, right? Completely fixed up that last round. They played off each other. They played around not only their own utility, but the enemy's utility to make it their own advantage. And that was all Nims with the op right there. But that firepower off of the utility is the prime winning condition Pwned need for their defensive side. And now with a potential tour de force back in the pockets of Nims for an eco round, that could be a free round as long as he keeps that op in hand.
Oh, what a swing. What an absolute phenomenal swing from Sage. Patricio.
That works.
Making the Phantom look like a Spectre.
Mint's been shut down completely. There is Chisel on a solo journey. The smokes did come down from Omen.
See ya.
Wasn't read into though by Chisel. And look what's left. Yeah.
Class dismissed.
Last alive is only 2. This is a tough call. What do you do here if you're Deep-Fried? You're still ahead by 5 rounds. This is a very up-and-coming comeback, though, from Pwned Esports. They have that ball. They have it rolling. All that momentum's in their core right now. We saw that wide flick immediately from Patricio as the round started. Nims, even before it felt like the round started, he got an op kill in mid. And you know what the big common factor is, Kappa?
Go on.
A lot of this early fragging power inside of mid is because neither one of these teams has a Viper. And it goes to show how strong her controller capabilities is. You asked at the beginning of this game about Astra and about different controllers on a map like Split. And while we won't be seeing Split for much longer, it goes to show how strong and oppressive that diagonal wall can be, of just being a deterrent of whether you should push or not push through that small wall. And we haven't seen any smokes really inside of mid except for rotates. So many challenges have happened inside of mid, and it's always been utility versus non-utility. And so these attackers, they might be on an uphill battle if they keep pushing mid.
I love this as well, the save. And you asked the question, what do you do in that scenario? You do save because you want to kind of bolster up what you have of that economy, and that does enable the full buy. So Deep Fried, not taking too many risks, having respect for Pwned Esports and saying, all right, you're right. I got wrecked over at mid, got taken out from top wall. Let's take a step back and let's try and figure it out. And to your point with regards to controllers, definitely, it's been some odd smokes that we've seen at mid. I'd love to see a lot more smoke deployment and pushing off of those smokes. Maybe some use of those gravity wells. Like, we haven't really seen too much of the full expenditure and the full potential of Astra. It's just been your basic nebulas, and it hasn't really been too impactful here for Deep Fried. So if they're able to step up a notch, maybe, just maybe, might have a little bit more mid dominance for DF.
Look at Okumi here, looking for the sprays through the dark cover. Not going to find much immediately, but the presence is known now. Taj and company, they're going to wait to see maybe where that unknown tracers come through again. Phantom won't identify anything, but audio-wise might be good for the shot. Haunt goes by to clear out backside spy cam to clear out yet another good initiation from Max too, but Patricio's still there. They don't check heaven.
Demon, absolute demon. Battle Sage rather than C1. Not to get the second. Look at Akubi's there. Never fear, Akubi's here. 3 players for DF. So of all that save, this is not looking too good at all. Off the conversion, 4 ultimates at the table for Pwned, but it doesn't matter. Dev able to get
One enemy remaining.
Good to get one.
30 seconds left.
Geo grab a second. The presence is enough. Just keep him in garage and just lock him up.
Think about the mental aspect too. Devlin doesn't know where Omen is anymore. Omen, they heard the shrouded step come by. They don't know where that teleport goes. Realistically speaking, Omen could be anywhere, but he's actually back on top of B Heaven. Devlin's just stalling out themselves. They have to go for the save again.
So right, look at that. Look at the paranoia. Look at the paranoia, Devlin.
The literal paranoia. We had seen that come through, and then the teleport. And Devlin can't just do anything there. And you know what? We've been alluding to this the last 2 rounds, right? The big win condition for that round for Pwned Esports, just like some of the other rounds we've been seeing, has been the uptick of controller capabilities. We had seen the Nebula come down for Deep Fried, not allowing, I believe it was Okumi to find those opening sprays, sure, but there were also smokes afterwards from Geo, just preventing Deep Fried from having an easy way onto the site. And while we did see that initiation, it was met with kind of barrenness. Once all that utility went down, it was just gunfights, and Patricio was good for that opening pick. Let's see what happens here, because we've been seeing a lot of predominance for Deep Fried to push B the last few rounds. A hasn't really been touched as much, but there's a lot larger of a presence from Pwned Esports on that defensive side, and Patricio keeps going for the same swing and keeps taking down Taj. Now there's no flank watch capabilities at all for Deep Fried.
That's criminal. That's absolutely criminal. I'm on top of the wall. I'm swinging down below the wall. I'm on top of the wall. It's like whack-a-mole, but except that they just are on hyper speed and keep peeking these crazy, crazy angles. Little flick action. Oh, a dink coming in actually for Nims.
There is a showstopper though from Deep Fried. Keep a mind on that. The spike is not anywhere near A. This looks like it could be a gigantic fake. Maybe the rotate's been called now. 50 seconds left. Still plenty of time to go for a mid-side rotate, choosing to be. Oh, but look at the journey right now from Max. This is really important to see. Journeying over to B, and notice how nobody on Pwned are rotating. They have a deep anchor on everywhere because they haven't lost any bodies yet. They don't need to push up and be aggressive.
30 seconds
but Max does. 30 seconds left. Suppressing knife shot out. There's a presence B main. It's already been known.
It's keeping 2 players there. It's keeping at least 2 players there. And have a look at the radar. No one's really biting the bait fully. Oh my goodness. What a plan!
10 seconds left. Last player standing. Spike down B.
It's too late to go for the plant. Unless he can get all 3 at once, but Nim stays behind just in case. Patricio good for 3.
I like the idea I like the setup of the idea. It just wasn't in a timely enough fashion. The rotation was fantastic. The showstopper was available, but I think there was a bit of hesitancy when they arrived at site at what the actual plan was. This tactical timeout, maybe a bit of time to figure out what went wrong there. What do we need to do to counter strat the team we're up against right now? Keg, the coach corner question.
Oh no, Coach Keg.
Right Coach Keg, talk to me, Coach Keg. What's the banter? What's the words on the bench?
I mean,
to say
I feel like
forwards?
I feel like Coach Keg has been coming out a lot more today than normal, right? And you know, I apologize for the non-analyst lovers in chat, but it's like Patricio keeps swinging off that mid-side wall and finds the opening pick. Yeah, exactly. The first blood. I would say 3. I would say for the last 3 rounds it's happened. At the very least 2. And Taj, he's so important as a Cypher to stay alive here, because not only can you control your own rotates by having the counterflank on your own tripwires, that means no one on Pwned can over-aggress and catch you off on these wide rotates that Split is known for. Now, luckily for Deep Fried, we haven't seen Pwned overextend and go for any flanks just yet, but it could be a possibility soon. Keep an eye on that Into the Shadows coming out possibly from Geo. I guarantee you if we see a spike go down, we will see a flank play come out from that Omen. But I would honestly say Pwned, for Deep Fried right now, they just need to do the same exact strat that Pwned Esports themselves had done towards the very end of their own attacking half. Barrel in the B site. Very little defensive capabilities there, except for the showstopper. Not even potentially this round, more so against them. But Patricio's playing this game again.
This
game of do or die.
This is so risky, and it gets punished. You're right. That was the discussion. How can we take out that mid player? How do we take out the first bloods? Quick trade comes in though. Balanced. Just for a second more. Akumi knows they're coming close, but all the util's been expended. There's only like a satchel left, and that's a singular satchel.
Look at all that utility too. It forces Max to play off site now. I'm sorry, Akumi to play off site. No way to push forwards to hide for themselves. And Geo again looking for the rewrap. 2 left alive.
3 on 2.
1 enemy remaining.
Geo play. Geo coming in so hot.
destroyed.
I guess the swing too. So even after that showstopper came through, a phenomenal pick. Takes out Patricio, who's been an absolute just devilish person and devilish agent over at mid. I want to say it wasn't a quick enough trade-off of that though, right, Kick? Like, great to have the showstopper, great to remove that problem, but there just wasn't the trade right behind.
I hate to say it, Cuppa, but Chisel won that round for Pwned. Had that Cosmic Divide not been there, we wouldn't have seen Geo successfully rewrap himself around B Heaven and drop down from rafters. Taj at least would have heard the audio cue, and yes, he did have that tripwire being destroyed as one, but there just wasn't enough time. Now Patricio again, doing Patricio things, looking to find some early damage, and most certainly he does. So much against Max, though, on the attack, already going down a little bit. The slow orb is there to allow more time to reset up. Patricio's gone in deep. It's do or die again.
Oh!
And death is for 1. It's Max to go down.
God. Just tally him up. Knock him down.
Oh, Chisel! Made up for everything that last round.
That's a big response. The dog does have some bite. And so does this dog. Trying to be the top dog, the top upper in the server. Haven't really seen too much crazy chamber action. It's actually been sort of a spread, and a Stinger takes out a Vandal. If you're Chisel, nice little 1D, and combines it with a Stinger plate. Anything's doable here for DF.
This is good. It's a 2v2. They have plenty of util to work with too, as well as the Into the Shadows, possibly from Omen. That ultimate could be so strong here. Find a wealth of info. That connected!
Maybe it connected with some cloth of a clothing, but I don't think actually it's going to do too much damage. The swing, Nim's there. Crucial, fundamental for this to get back into the game. Geo, standing strong, standing true at bottom frag, but looking to climb a little closer to the top of that scoreboard. Here they are.
It's 11-11. This is a close game for round of 16. I mean, so far we've seen both teams go through, I know this has been a statement we've said so many different times, but the trials and tribulations of like trying to find out what works and what doesn't work for each of their teams. And both teams have gone for a tack timeout at least once this game. But I have to say, I think when Pwned went for their own tack timeout on this half, they made a wealth of adjustments. They're playing off their utility more. They're not playing overly aggressive. They're waiting for Deep Fried to make their move outside of Patricio in the opening pick. And we've seen those glimpses of brilliance. Deep Fried, when they take down Patricio, they find a lot of slots getting onto the site. But Max has already gone down. You've lost your entry.
There goes your duelist. And for a roster that only has the one duelist, initiating the only other option. They tries to go with the horn, but a little whip coming in here from Nims. That could be really bad, and it's going to look even worse. Taken out inside, it's down to 3-on-3. There's a Rolling Thunder too.
There's the res available, maybe into the shadows as well. Patricio falls, no more res to use. It's going to stay as a permanent disadvantage until one more goes down for Deep Fried's side. Hakumi has the boombot, has blastbacks, chooses to dry peek and gets punished for it. Audi instead, one left alive. No spray transfer, it's up to Gio. Same with the utility, into the shadows, the ultimate as well. Off the Nebula, needs to clear everything out. Smoke for a smoke, a soul for a soul, it seems. Chisel takes him down, and suddenly, Deep Fried, after a litany of losses, now they're on match point for the victor side of themselves. They just need one more round, Cuppa.
Just one, they said.
Just one.
Just one round, it's fine, it's easy, right?
And that was a challenging round. You would think that would be another Pwned Esports round, right? Because Deep Fried, they pushed into where everybody on the defense was. They had to play into the trademark utility from Chamber. They had to play against a whole bunch of utility. But I've said this word so many times it barely has meaning now. They're using their utility more. No more dry swings except for the post-plant.
I'm going to be real, and I'm not trying to be a savage. I hope so, man. It's your job. Is just Nims just missed a couple of shots there. Great entry, like starts things off perfectly, just not able to follow up with the shots because that would have shut down that push completely. All those things are hindsight being 2020 though. Patricio, 2020 vision with these picks. Nims, bit of redemption. Wants it to go to OT.
This is tough. Asher's going to telegraph exactly where the play is going to go. Cyber cages are up for when the Nebulas go down. Trademark now gone. There's Nims holding a tight angle around from pillar side. He can't move because of the tripwire. He's good for one at the very least. Can this go to overtime? It does.
The timing!
That's 3 for 4 for Nims. Okay. He just needs one more. Devlin.
Ace to OT.
They can allow him to get the ace? No, it's Patricio. Now you see him. Now you don't.
Out the way. Taken, removed. Message deleted. And I was just saying, Nims, you messed up after the first blood for that round just gone. And Nims said, you know what? Have this 4K cuppa. Put this in your pipe and smoke it. And that is going to send us through to OT for the first game of the day. And you said it yourself. This is not a day 2 game. This is the beginning of the tournament for what we're streaming here. And so entertaining. So many good plays already. This is going to be a great 2 days.
And both these teams have gone so well on their defensive sides. This overtime is really going to be seeing who wins their first attacking round. I guarantee this could go for a while if both teams just keep perform exactly as they expect to perform on their defensive side. But if one team can really step it up here, go for their defense, and really find a lot of impact here, their own attack, and find that impact, that's going to be the game changer here. Early teleport for the elevated advantage comes out from Gio, but it's a slow game. We've seen that duo mix up inside of mid. It's Nims to take down Max and Devlin falls.
Oh, Patricio!
Pwned Esports, they're looking fantastic. They'd shut down all of mid. That was their kryptonite in regulation.
I was about to say, this is a different team. They've been saving this for the OT portion. So speedy, so fast, so confident. Staying dominance just off the rip.
Last player standing.
And puts Chisel in a really tough spot. We saw Chisel pop off in that first half from backside, but not in OT. Taj once more caught in the rotation, and surely this is pre-orchestrated. They know he's coming. Bit of a choke, but it doesn't matter because of the players to clean up the mess. Pwned Esports
Switching sides.
a really massive
Match point.
backhand to the likes of DF. Deep Fried. They're looking all but fried for Mat 1 here.
And Deep Fried, they looked incredible in the first half when they were on their own defensive side, but that round, like you said, Cuppa, wasn't really quite in their favor. But now they're forced on not even just the back heel, but the back mountain. They have to climb all the way up in order to just go to the second game. Now, they are, of course, guaranteed the second game in a best of 3, but they want to go on the winning foot. And so far, this is looking a little rough for themselves. Again, way back when we started this attacking half, I said that they had more aggressive firepower on their side, and they had the utility to do it. But oftentimes, up until the mid-round, we barely saw any of that util actually come into play. But there's a lot of lineup potential here. Gio does spot at least one, but he takes damage in the process. Another smoke goes down on top of the Prowler. Tries to make a one-way happen, but he can't quite. At least there's a slowdown for the Paranoia. This doesn't really do too much, though. Everyone else pushes heaven. The rest might be history.
Prowl up. Trying to get something done. Actually going to give away the position. Akumi does the pre-fire. Able to get a player out the mix. And yeah, it's continuing. Patricio going back to their devilish ways. Second half where they really just blew it out the water here.
Ooh, good shooting at the knife.
Last
Still
player
info.
standing.
One player. Already 1 versus 4. Literally has a
30
flashpoint.
seconds left.
Mother replenish util, but no util's going to be used. A headshot is going to be issued, and 14-12. Pwned Esports coming back for, I want to say, the jaws of defeat in Mat number 1. What a comeback it was.
It was a powered defense for both sides. I mean, you could make some commentary about that's maybe why Split's getting removed, because it's such a defensive-heavy map at times, but I think both teams played incredibly well, especially when they started warming up mechanically against each other, and on top of that, you sandwich it with more utility presence in that second half. I think that was a really close game, and I think it's a good way of indicating what we could expect to see for the rest of the series.
Yeah, it's a good icebreaker for your first map here, going into OTs, getting a taste of things, and just so many great rotations, like from both teams. Very creative way to start Split, and if this isn't a salute to the greatness of what Split brought to Valorant, I don't know what will be. This mid push too, so important for what Pwned did there.
Absolutely. Just such a nice presence there. There's a lot we could talk about for some of these rounds. I'm curious to see how map 2 is going to go as well. I think, again, defensively speaking, there's a lot of chemistry between a lot of the teams. Attacking-wise, I felt like we just didn't see as much utility really come into play until, say, like OT here. Cyber Cage comes down. We had seen a lot more presence for the initiation from off of Cypher, too. One big change that I noticed was that when Taj wasn't going down as the first blood and those string of like 4 rounds towards the middle of the second half, things really turned around for Pwned. They were able to find a lot more impact with the Cypher utility, and while there were no flanks like we mentioned there could be, we saw a lot more initiation and smoke capabilities off those Cyber Cages.
Of the smoke capabilities and the notion of that, as well as the Omen, the Jojo sort of flanks there, really was sort of struggling in that early game, able to get it done. And yeah, we've got to mention the entries. The first bus go for Patricio, so fundamental. And I want to say that was kind of their pillar of support and that Sentinel style support in that entirety of the defensive half as well.
Yeah, I mean, Chisel found a lot of impact as well, not even necessarily using Sentinel capabilities, but acting kind of like a diet Sentinel almost, right? You have those nebulas that go down, the enemy's close, and you have guaranteed info, Gravity Well, and the Nova Pulse, all really helpful in those clutch situations. I was really impressed with Chisel as well, and you brought it up yourself, Cuppa, whether Astro could find more impact on Split. I want to say yes.
Yeah,
I was
going to say that's yes.
Split's also leaving soon, but I'm a little surprised on top of that. We actually didn't see Viper at all in this first match, or at least on Split.
Yeah, there's so many things you can do with that toxic screen. Like, if it's to be a fake, if it's to damage players in the rotation, to go for your straight entry, the post plan, the options are endless. But one thing's for sure, we saw a flex of talent from both teams in this first match, and there's plenty more coming where that came from. One of a best of 3, and next map for you to see is looking like it's going to be Ascent, and that is going to be a deep fried pickup. So we are going to take a short little break. Any final words of wisdom before we head to a little timeout for us?
I mean, I could give you a little bit of wisdom, I suppose. I could say it's wisdom from me, but I think it might be from the higher-ups, though. If you want to win a brand new Katana GF66 gaming laptop, you most certainly could. We are giving one away exclusively for the viewers of the MGA Dragon Cup through Gleam. You can find the link to enter for typing exclamation mark giveaway in chat, and we'll be announcing the winner on July 10th. That's tomorrow. So make sure you enter now and see how well it goes. I hope you're the one that wins. But enough about us. Let's go see Ascent in a little bit. But before we get things set up, we gotta take a small break. Well, you don't get this every day. We have a telestrator segment for you all from the last game. So if you don't know what a telestrator it is, pretty much I'll be standing in front of a screen of the map of Split, and we'll be talking about some of the interesting aspects that we saw in one particular round. Now, one round that really stuck out to me was round number 10 on Split. Now, you might be wondering, what the heck is this? What am I looking at? No, those are not hieroglyphics that you see on the screen. That's my handwriting. But the small dots are going to represent Deep Fried on their defensive side at round 10. Pwned themselves are on, well, the attacking side, and you might be wondering, well, where's Pwned? Those dots obviously, of course, represent the placements of the defenders on that round, but where are the attackers? We're actually not going to focus on the attackers at all this round, or at least not necessarily their specific placements. I want to talk about the ebb and flow of the round. I want to talk about the macro play in the show, why it's important to control the tempo of yourself on the attacking side. Now, this is going to be a little abstract, not something that you see in your normal telestrations, but when have we ever been normal, or when have I ever been normal, right?
It's okay, man.
So let's go through and look at this. I'm going to be drawing here on the small screen, and it's a little, it's a little flip, so just bear with us. This is going to be inside a B main or B garage, usually the entry point for a lot of attacking teams that fast push into B site. Now, oftentimes on B, what we had here was Taj or Chisel putting down their new utility on the back of, or at least the front part of B lane. And so what would happen here is these attackers would wait out the smokes, go for some pop fires, maybe through the smokes with their phantoms, but they wouldn't really find a lot of connectivity with it. The big, strong factor here was pushing in, realizing, hey, this might not be a good idea, faking out the rotate, right? All the way through spawn, where all these placements inside of B heaven would not be able to be in the range to hear the audio of those rotates. But here's the thing that makes things a little bit different. You probably see the same exact play in your ranked games a lot, or even in other pro matches, but what was interesting from Pwned here was that they left this fake rotate really early, and they decided to double back towards B main to take the site again. It's a little basic, something that we've seen before, but for me it was the timing about how quick it was for the turnaround, about going back towards the attacker spawn, rerouting themselves back towards B main, and really catching the majority of these defenders mid-rotate off guard. And again, you're probably thinking, okay, sure, K, whatever, I see that all the time in my ranked games, and I'm sorry that you do. But Split will be removed soon, so you won't be seeing it as much. But what's important, though, is that usually by the time those fake rotates are, well, faked and rotated back over to B, most of the defensive placements are already back on site. But instead, catching them out mid-rotate here, it's like this big logistical, confusing mess for the defensive side, where they have to kind of scramble themselves back together off their own placements, and then go back to B site in of itself. It was a wild round. It was one of the most unique rounds we had seen so far in that first game, but I guarantee you, now that we have the telestrator underway, I have a feeling, Kappa, we're probably going to see many more amazing rounds that we'll have to kind of break down for you guys here. And that was our small little telestrator segment. We're going to be going into Ascent very soon, and I got to say, Kappa, especially after doing that telestrator, I'm very excited.
I love me some Ascent. It's the most similar, I think, to D2 from CSGO, and that comparison, I just mean it's going to be a frag fest. It is going to be an absolute Puggers delight, and that's what these players want. Get out there, get off the cobwebs, and get nice and warmed up for the rest of their day of games. Chamber, obviously, I want to say a default pickup for a lot of aggressive teams when it comes to Ascent. You've got your smokes, obviously, you've got your Omen. I was interested about this for having a KO on Ascent. How do you feel having a KO? I think it's actually something that the meta hasn't seen enough of really right now.
I agree and disagree with that. I think there have been glimpses of KO in the past, and, I could be a nerd and just refer to, random games in the past, but that's kind of the important factor with KO's history in of itself. I mean, with Ascent in particular, we had seen, I believe it was Steel in Masters 3, run KO at a time when he had virtually no pick rate at all in this game, and did fantastic with it. Now, 100 Thieves didn't really do well in Masters 3, but it was a cool little glimpse of brilliance to see what 2022 would look like for KO play, and I'm going to be saying this a lot today, because it's becoming the meta, and I want it to become the meta. I think initiators are the most important role in this game right now, and having Akumi and both Taj playing KO here, this could be really good for just completely stifling a lot of these attacking plays, and just finding a lot of rogue information at other times that no other utility or even agent at all would you be able to find? I think KO is a paramount pick here. And you said that Chamber was a staple pick too, Kappa. I think having KO, having the potential at the very least in 2 different ways to shut down Chamber and his utility is going to be so strong. And probably the leading factor for most of the plays we see this map.
Yeah, it's a GG got him kind of moment, isn't it, when you have a KO versus Chamber? And I don't even think that's a conversation that many teams, players, coaches, analysts even spoke about from T1 to T3 is the impact of a KO when it comes to removing Chamber's rendezvous, removing the slows, removing a tour de force or a headhunter. There's a lot of times you're going to see a Chamber going in there bare bones naked with just that headhunter on an eco. Hey, take this suppression and off you go. Just before we do get into this game, if you're wondering where you are, welcome to the MGA Dragon Cup. This is the second of the first map of the day, or match of the day, I should say, for this best of 3. Pwned Esports, massive comeback, decent game number 1, and Deep Fried looking to stay in this best of 3 and take this big for map number 2.
One thing I want to note before we get into this is that there's a litany of role changes between both teams. Taj and, I believe, Devlin have swapped roles away from Initiators and Sentinels and vice versa now. Same can be said for for Pwned as well, but we'll have to wait and see what the impact of that can be. A lot of a slow early round here, and we saw this from Pwned on Split on their own pistol round, where they defaulted away heavily in the first half. That being said, though, a lot of teams now like to take ascent and take over mid-site before pushing and executing. Whether that be from Marketplace in the B, Marketplace to A, essentially, or even just taking catwalk control, to be Pwned to do something a little bit more archaic. They're pushing the B main almost single file, looking to see what that opening flash could possibly find.
Coming in. 0 point doing its job to the max, and Sight, they've got access for now. So much damage off the rip though for Pwned Esports. Look at that. No heals either.
No heals. Dims, again, another person who's changed roles, now away from Chamber onto a more aggressive Jet. Looking for that opening pick. Patricio, the same, no longer Sage, now an Initiator. Sova, still looking for that secondary contact off of Nims, finding one in Marketplace. And there we go, the games have started. Good for all throughout. Not a single person could even get onto the site. Deep Fried, they go down. Pwned Esports, a really solid take on the B. Oftentimes, really difficult to do, too, on attack for pistol round, no less.
Sheriff shots all over the place, and no frags at all for the likes of the defenders there. And this is a defender-sided map. Gonna say as it is. Deep Fried picked this map up as well. Losing that pistol after losing your map for taking the number 1 is it's not looking good. It's not looking good so far, but plenty of time for recovery. Ascent known for its bounce backs, and Deep Fried looking to jump out of the frying pan into the frags very shortly.
Oh, you gotta feel bad for Devlin though. The Killjoy, limited range on all of their util. That's going to be so rough, having to rotate over so many different times. Nims has a great opening chance here for finding a pick. Or Takumi, why not?
Spray and pray it. And now spray it out. Headhunter. Does Scrap Ruffle score me too?
So Patricio can... I can't say his name. Patricio, the magician-sounding guy. Look at that! He pulls a rabbit out of his hat. He gets a triple kill, no less.
And for my next trick, I'll get a 4K, said Patricio.
Ooh. We could see it happen.
Hey, Initiator move doesn't make a difference, Patricio. Battle Sage, Initiator, doesn't matter at all. And see it one more time. I think it was a Kolak kill with a Bulldog, if I'm not mistaken, for the first 2. Yeah,
they definitely lined up. Oh, Patricio. I will keep wanting to say appreciate, like I'm appreciating his Patricio work.
I appreciate Patricio, is that what you said?
Right?
I heard you say
look, that would be a banger kind of slogan, like in like pro play, right?
Take it right now, Patricio, if you're listening or if you listen back. We appreciate Patricio. Sounds like you're like a voting for someone for mayor.
Right? We like Ike? Nah, we appreciate Patricio.
Say that 10 times fast.
Oh god, I don't think I could. My tongue would fall off.
We need that keg. We've got plenty more games yet, my friends. Tailwind initiated. Actually, use a little fake action.
That was fake.
At mid.
holding the line here. Max going for the sprays. Doesn't find a lot immediately, but the Cloudburst is down. It does remove a line of sight. Plant goes underway. 4 left alive now for Deep Fried. This might be incredibly tough. They line up together, the flash comes by. Good to mow down everybody inside of trees. The Amazon's now gone. Hits up to Audi. And he goes down too. Taj, one Cypher, now dead. It's Akumi again on a tear. Another 3K.
Oh, I'm laughing at it. It's to laugh just because the way that started. Great flash drive coming in from Akumi. The sickest flash drive that we've seen so far. Full blinds everyone over at Tree coming down from defenders, and that's all you need. Teamwork makes the dream work, initiating and fragging coming in from Akumi. And this Pwned Esports side, they look revitalized. They look so awake and ready to take this 2-0.
But I'm going to flip that around, Kappa. Coach K coming out for a moment. Deep Fried, they need to win these defensive rounds because of the Killjoy presence. Yes, Killjoy can find impact on the attack, but Killjoy can lock down just as well as Cypher did on Split. Oh, jeez. This is a rough one. This is an anti-eco for sure for Deep Fried. Really looking to find some impact here. Just remove the guns away from Pwned's side.
And 2 weapons removed. 2 weapons acquired. Actually, they could be stuck in attacker spawn right now. The worst place to be, especially if you're a defender trying to go for the retake.
Good fragment grenade. Stifling out any sort of contact potential there, cross contact. Oh, Patricio still does a magical things, finds at least one. Shock Dart will find another 3K. Not quite an upgrade to the 4K like we hoped to see, but a Shock Dart kill I think is good enough to be a rabbit out of the hat again.
Do you know what I'm going to say?
Uh-oh.
We appreciate Patricio still owning.
I knew it.
I knew it. 8-0. Hasn't been fragged yet. Hasn't been fragged yet. Nice little Shock Dart to finish things up and dominating the server right now. When's the last time you saw a Sova at top frag on Ascent? It's been a while.
You know, it reminds me of like really early when we first started casting, like Dubbin, Leviathan, Larry Banks,
classic, yeah,
Killer Miller, dude. Odin wielding Sovas all over.
Classic Sova action. Maybe we'll get the Odin wallbang when things are flipped over there. Maybe, hey, maybe Aldi will step up to that challenge a little bit. Be engaged. Lovely little pick coming in from Nims. Quickly traded out. Oh.
Nowhere to run!
Looking good so far. Devlin, gotta feel bad that they go down so many different times over because of Killjoy. But the alarm bot didn't find any presence at all. It was completely bypassed by the smokes. This means Killjoy is becoming more and more not useless as an agent, but just it's hard to hold a sight. 2 left alive on each team now, Kappa. Look at the rotate potential for half the teams, though. It's up to Max and Omen now in this 1v1, whether they know it or not. Hidden away from each other, Geo pushes up, contesting directly against the op.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, that's such a risky play. The risk is going to pay off. High risk, high reward. Can Aldi try and steal the ball here? Steal the momentum. So important. It's such a big round as well. Tough as Sova in this 2 versus 1. Does get eyes on 1. The ping is going to be a little ring too late. And 2 players muster up the courage to get it done once more. Ultimates just pocketed for the next round. 5-0 here for Pwned Esports.
And this should be around the time when attack timeout should be coming out for Deep Fried.
I wanted to say Coach K. Coach K and Coach Cupper are aligned, synergized in the thoughts there because you've got to talk about what's going wrong. It's defender-sided. You are not looking like it's defender-sided at all right now. Sure, we've had some individual performance from a lot of the players. I want to say the top 3, specifically your Chamber, your KO, and Sova presence. You've got to talk about this. You've got to break it down before it's too late.
Well, that's the thing. It's becoming more and more too late, and completely bypassing Devlin away. There's no Sentinel presence at all for Deep Fried. They swapped out Chamber, brought in Killjoy, and there hasn't been any impact off of it at all. Taj is good to hold the side. Gio finds the trade, but even then, 2 left alive on each side. Scormy, he can push up. Both defenders are separated out, and Audi still finds the strafe.
Oh, the TP. There it is.
Oh, but look at this. There's a single nano swarm. Not even anywhere near the spike. It goes to show Killjoy's utility here. But there is one strong benefit. I can't say it can be used this round. Might not be the best option, but there is a lockdown in the arsenal of Devlin.
Yeah, I don't think this is the time to use it. If they do, desperate times, desperate measures. The time is going to be everything here for Gio. Gonna able to get the swing. Bit of overconfidence Gio might have been suffering from there, but that is going to be the first on the scoreboard for Deep Fried.
And a lot of this comes down again that Pwned Esports are able to read into the fact of where they at least expect, or maybe it's just a lucky guess, about where they think Killjoy could be and goes the opposite site. And that just places more bodies, more 1v1s, more util potential to deny line of sights that Deep Fried have to then overcome to find those swings against Pwned Esports. It just makes things more and more difficult, especially because it seems like the alarm bot's not finding a lot of impact in mid-presence. And that means, again, look where the alarm bot's going. Directly on the entryway of A, setting up a microwave death trap for anyone to entry in. The big issue is that's not really much of a meta play as much anymore.
No.
There needs to be some sort of presence inside of mid instead of just having a body. There is Marketplace to do that too, but if it's a split push, it's useless. There is some sort of presence outside of Catwalk that could be good to stifle mid, but we don't know how that's going to go just yet, as there's a gigantic mid push.
No, come on, trying to do something here. Akumi trying to take matters into their own hands. Grabs one, grabs two, and that's side control with the 1-2 punch.
And if Akumi goes down, it could be a 2v2. Lockdown could be an option again here. Oh, but in a 1v3, it might not be. Could be easily overwhelmed, overridden. Alarm bot and turret in hand, no utility brought out just yet. Last alive though, Devlin. Slowly but surely inching their way in. That fragment grenade slowing things down though. Stairs not available for at least a few seconds. That Sova's rerouted himself. B main, more cover. Sure, giving some land away to Devlin, but the op more important.
The op.
And off that op. Yeah. Off that op into a save. Maybe good for exits here for at least one. No, not even taking the risk. But picking this up, going for the save, taking so long to not even go for a fight. You know what that tells me, Kappa?
Go on.
The team's talking. They're talking to each other, figuring out what the heck is going on. How can they win the next round? And if they want to keep talking, that would be a good time to go for attack timeout this round as well.
Yeah, you've saved the op. You've got it recycled. Your economy's looking a bit worse for wear. I say a bit worse for it is looking worse for wear. So you've got to have a conversation about it, but still, no sign of a timeout.
This needs to be the attack timeout.
If it isn't, I think that's GG. I'm calling it right now. And I think we both kind of on that same vein, that same wavelength of cute talking's good. Obviously, it's save the op. But if that's all the communication is, it needs to go deeper than that. It needs to go a level into the onion a bit further.
This is good, though. This is a good setup for Deep Fried. They have Killjoy on the back helm of A, but Max overextends, they overheat, and Devlin also falls.
No.
They try to go for a trade, and now Killjoy's utility's worthless.
There goes your op. There go two players.
And now look at that.
But
you see all that utility on site, Kappa. It doesn't do anything now.
it's irrelevant. It's gone. Oh. Okay, 2 on the retake. Looking like a really healthy retake here from Deep Fried. The wall bank. Excuse me. There's wall swing happening.
Enemy suppressed. Flashbang.
Over and out. You saw it as it happened. Just coming through tree, coming through heaven. G-Wook has a nice little flank there. Swings to get 2. And yeah, it's over and out for that retake. Yeah, there's the timeout. And I get it, because they do have the full by now, and they did kind of save slightly last round. But if they'd had that last round, maybe that over-aggression could have been reeled in a little bit, and that round would not have been thrown away. But let bygones be bygones. It's been and gone. Now's the present talk. They've got to switch things up, and I think it starts with that KJ util, maybe moving the KJ to a different site, switching up where the util's going to be, a bit more for the default plants. I'm not too sure. I'm just spitballing here. What do you want to see
what it is?
from Deep Fried?
Deep Fried are playing their defense like they played defense on Split. They think the same map pressure and not like strategy is going to work over on Ascent. This is a far larger map. There's a lot more rotatability that's visible for the attackers. So they don't have to reroute themselves all the way from spawn and back. I mean, they could if they wanted to, but mid is going to be where the tight rotations are going to come in from. But the thing is, Deep Fried, they're fighting fire with fire. They can't do that here, especially with their economy. They just simply can't. And with Killjoy guessing wrong about where the attack could be and overextending, they lose those fire-on-fire battles. Each time we've complimented Deep Fried on their plays, this map specifically has always been on their retakes. The slow members who weren't there for the initial gunfight were there to help clean up the miss, but it was just too much for the janitors to mop up. If they just play slower and don't fish for that opening first blood like Max is doing here, they may have a chance to get these retakes really well, even off the initial 2 picks.
You talk retakes, they talk entries. Trying to pretend that the attackers get a bit of practice for the next half. Deep Fried. One and done. But Wine Silla, though. I think that's the only risk of that. How many times can you repeat
Max.
that? But Max, some nifty shots here. Loving
One
this.
enemy remaining.
Confidence is key. The KJ bot gets Devlin off the 0 frags to see as well. You love that. You've absolutely got to love that. Turret kill. A bot kill for your first.
Oh, okay. I mean, there's so much eco on the side of Pwned. He can throw away the op. And there it is. Rest in peace, little one.
Naked and alone.
Me too.
Same, actually. That's the benefit of working from home and for the webcam being waist up.
True. I mean, I'm wearing pajama pants. I don't know about you.
Boxers, obviously.
Oh, of course. Duh.
30 seconds
What
left.
are you thinking?
Yo? I mean, Scormy can't do a lot here. He could be good to at least remove some of the eco. That's why he threw away the op. Keep in mind, too, he does have the Tour de Force for the next round, so losing the op, even rebuying the op and not using the Tour de Force, there's a lot of options that Scormy in of himself can use. One big benefit, I'm going to go on this little spiel while we have some time. One big benefit Scormy as Chamber has over the Killjoy, even outside the game itself. I'm not talking physical placements, utility placement, or anything. One big strong factor that very little people talk about is that Chamber is so good for eco management. That Tour de Force, you don't have to buy an op some rounds. You can buy out for the rest of your team. You want an eco? Yeah, I'll buy you a sheriff. I'll use my own little mini cheaper sheriff. And look at that. Even after losing that round, sure, 5 rounds ahead, the eco is looking fantastic for Pwned Esports. They might not go for another eco round again, even if it ties up 7-7.
They're rich in econ. They are rich in rounds. The wealth just pouring out the pockets here of Pwned Esports. On the defender side of Matt once more. I underline that a couple of times a game just to really reiterate the impact of a team. Drone trying to get spicy, trying to fish out for some frags. Hunter's Fury being chucked to the mix here from Pwned Esports to see if they could get lucky. Spot any enemies.
Sabrosa?
Oh my god.
That's only one.
The Rosa spot.
Enemy killed.
Oh, wasn't expecting everybody else to be around. Still important, though, to remove Chamber. And Chisel could be the next opening contact here. Wide swing denied. Another wide swing denied from Chisel. Sculpting away the deaths of others. A 2v2. Look at Patricio, though. Now you see him. Now you don't, Kappa. Hiding behind everybody else.
And for my next trick, I'll make a defender disappear, said Patricio.
Oh, but that turret could give it all away.
30 seconds left.
Still shocked up. We've seen a few spicy ones. Turret's gone.
Standing ahead.
Issue removed, just for now.
Last player standing.
Patricio to perish. Nano Swarm just at the heels of Akumi. It's a crossfire. It's going to be so difficult to take out. He gets the spike, he gets the frag. It's down to the 1-on-1. Time.
He barely has enough time. He has milliseconds.
Spike
Yeah.
planted.
Milliseconds. 9 HP versus what I can only assume is 1.
Oh, the one-tap race here. No command available. So risky to use it. Gives you position away, but the position given away just from the head glitch. Head glitch at a wall bang. Devlin coming in clutch. Gets the 3rd round here for Deep Fried. Goes to show you. Not having your best game, no problem. Just got to believe in yourself, and Devlin does exactly that. Pulls himself off the bottom of the scoreboard and climbing slowly but surely trying to make something of this troublesome half here for DF.
Deep Fried, they've adjusted their strategies in a way I didn't even think of before the tag timeout. Rather than focusing on pure defensive, almost fully retake plays, and rather than just playing fully aggressive, what Deep Fried are doing is that they're just playing off angles. Max especially, the #1 at it. He went for the wide strafe in the beginning of 2 rounds ago, then played Sabrosa the last one. What's he going to do this time? Notice how Nims and company, they're waiting for anything. Whether it be Wine or Sabrosa again, they're on the prowl now. And look how much slowed down Pwned Esports have to be to respect Max's plays.
Nims.
Now it gets fast.
Has a little bit of a read. We've seen this aggressive play before from Max. Let's punish it. Punished it will be. There goes your duelist. Down to plethora of util, but make it difficult for that retake there. Hunter's Fury trying to get spicy. Trying to initiate something. And Aldi grabs a frag at mid.
And there we go. Dark covers come by. Allows Nims to hide away. Not to worry about much for much longer. Taj. Good flash.
Double ping there as well.
Doesn't have the fragment grenade, but he's good to take down one. Omen hiding behind Jenny. Needs to use that as cover here against Taj. He's aware. He knows. Geo is surrounded quite literally by the enemy and goes down. Last alive now. It's Akumi. Good for one. The top of heaven. He still has his nade, though. He could be good to stifle the plant. He's got to get close, though. And they held it.
If they're lined up, small glimpse of
before the
opportunity to turn that into a round. But no, it will be a nice stick there for Deep Fried and looking much, much better to close out the beginning of this first half of the second of this best of 3. Reminder, this is must win for Deep Fried if they want to stay in this and send us to our third.
Absolutely. And so far, Deep Fried, they've been making a lot of strong adjustments at the end of this first half. Like I said, they're playing stronger retakes. They're playing weird off angles in the early game. They're doing beat for beat everything they could to upgrade themselves from the first half of the first quarter of the game. That being said, though, Nims has the Blade Storm in hand. Could go above with a double updraft, but they've already used one. Max goes down. Even with Max going down, we saw Deep Fried win the last round off of a retake. It's not impossible for them to be out just yet. It's up to Nims now to really find this impact to secure this half for themselves.
The swing. Aldi punishes that hyper aggression. Nims trying to make something happen, aside from wait for the action to come to them. Dangerous and going to be sat down because of that.
Oh, Taj?
Hello?
Oh. Okay. No, they're all defenders. That scared me for a second.
Got spooked.
My primal brain was like, that's an enemy!
Fragment trying to block off Main. A Kalak coming through. 3k here for Scorby. Scorby!
Last player standing.
Scorby did enough there. The 3k is enough to delay the play, and Audi just gets a consolation on the way out, but 8-4, the final score for that first half here for the MGA Dragon Cup. Second half of map number 2 is upon you, and the pressure is all upon Deep Fried here. This pistol round.
You might remember that this was the same exact half score line that we had seen on Split.
Yes, sir, it was. Yes, sir, it was.
All right. And you know what else is awesome too? We talked about at the end of the first half. Let's talk about something a little bit different, right? No more Coach Kang, no more Coach Kappa. Let's talk about the MSI Katana GF66 and how its gaming notebook can bring you closer to victory with its awesome 17.3-inch full HD display. Now, it is powered by Intel's Core i7-11800H processor, and of course, there's the 3050 graphics card in there from NVIDIA RTX. This laptop gives you the enjoy high game settings without a hitch. And let me tell you, if you want a computer like that, you'll be able to play like Pwned right now. They're doing so well, but Taj finding the opening pick. He must also be rocking MSI.
Must be.
Must be.
100 OP. Insight they go. Are the likes of Deep Fried, as you know. Poor Esports.
Oh, look at Devlin's lurk. Do you see this outside catwalk? Yeah, there's a lot of action happening inside of heaven, but Devlin could be the matchmaker here. Oh, but a 1v3 gets caught out immediately.
Deep Fried. Big plays we
One
need to
enemy
see.
remaining.
The Ghost, good for 2. 3K coming in from Max. Made that a 4K. Precision is key. And the Ghost, lovely to see in the hands of Max. We have seen some really, really lovely shots from Max earlier on, and that's a kind of start you need to get that adrenaline pumping in your veins and get yourself back into the game.
So what to do if you're deep fried? They won that first round, but the adjustments from Pwned, at least if we can take map 1 into consideration, was a greater bell curve for themselves going into the next half. That being said, I want to see what the adjustment can be here, because Pwned Esports have a lot to do with their own information gathering skills, that being the KO and the Sova. Deep Fried have the same thing, but I'm wondering how they can play off each other well, because Pwned are using their info a lot earlier than we had seen Deep Fried on their own defense. And there's also that lurk capabilities from Devlin as well. Notice that big, gigantic flank coming out now from Sova. That could be unbelievably huge. Max, not good for 1, though. Keep an eye on that flank. It's going to be so important. And there we go, it's Patricio. Spotted out by the turret, though, the anti-flank. Devlin's aware of this, though. Someone from behind. All chaos everywhere, all over the site. It's Devlin, the last alive now, pushing up. Sandwiched in completely by 3 different people. It's the flank again. Patricio disappears in the midst of arrowness. And there he goes, he disappears into the night. Allows more to push up here.
Devlin. Can the Spectre Spray save the day here? So many lit players too. This is so doable. This is so damn doable.
33 seconds. That spike lost away to Devlin, though. That's going to be the hardest part. Everyone else is 1 hit, though. 1 by 1, they all need to fall. There can't be any tradability for Pwned Esports in order for Devlin to win this round.
Look how nervous they are. They're all poison ready.
The turret could kill all 3. Oh,
Unlucky.
pushed in immediately.
Rolling on we will. Deep Fried. Saving. Inevitable, really. Inevitability if they're to bounce back into this game. And the bonus coming in here for Pwned. Is it Pwned or Pwned? Because my English accent, Pwned?
I mean, growing up, it was Pwned.
Pwned?
Now, when I was a little kid, it was like Pwned, but I don't think that's the way it's supposed to be said. I think I was just kind of a moron growing up.
Same, man. It's okay.
Yeah.
We would have got along
Pwned.
right as rain.
Oh,
in our youth
score me!
Lovely. Quickly gone, though. Quickly deleted. Big play here from Max. Oh, Max got it for the double zoom. Not actually going to get that frag, but Dev is there. Never fear. Dev's hit.
Good revenge, too, from the last round. Kumi's playing a dangerous game. Pushed up so far. No tradability at all between anybody on Pwned Esports. They all can't play for themselves, and because of that, Chisel
Vandal
just able to
recovers.
lurk past everything on A. In fact, there was nothing on A. And right from behind, A side now suddenly in the clear. Nim's good for 1 to take down Max, but there's still a body advantage for Deep Fried. As long as they can make their way into A, it's up to Chisel here to give things away and make sure there's the all clear.
One to the clear. Check, says Aldi.
Scanning ahead.
Spike.
30 seconds
Still
left.
in the greasy mitts here. Has the shock darts as well. So potential maybe for a lineup. If they can escape sight, but I don't think escape sight's on the cards.
You don't have a choice anymore. You're in the lion's
Player
pit.
standing.
Ooh!
You mess with the bull, you get the horns. It's up to G.O. Last alive through the smoke
turn.
against Chisel. Once an omen, always an omen.
Cover going out.
Such good use of util here. The controller you want and need on your team. The Vandal in the 2 versus 1. Let's get rid of the util. Time's are ticking though. Time's are ticking. The util is going to be clicking as well. I don't think that's going to be enough. Great effort though. Surely not. Surely not.
There's no time. A valiant attempt, though, from G.O. Holy. Nearly brought it back right there. One thing we haven't seen yet is any usage of the Into the Shadows. And that even translates over from Split. I was expecting, with the maps that we have so far in this series, to see more information-based utility off of Omen's ultimate, and we've yet to see that so far. Now, there have been case uses like, say, the retake where maybe the Into the Shadows wouldn't have been the best option there for GO, but in general, too, it could be good for the macro play to see where these attacks are going to come in from. But we haven't seen that just yet. Bladestorm out versus the Tour de Force. Battle of Two Titans. It's like Godzilla versus King Kong now outside A main. Let's see who makes first contact here.
King Kong guy.
I'm a Godzilla, dude.
You're a Godzilla guy? Okay.
Oh, absolutely. You kidding me?
No. You got it wrong.
Rodan?
Clearly, you've not heard the stories of what King Kong can do.
Ghidorah? Mothra?
Throwing names in the mix now. I see you.
Scormy? Oh,
Max.
Nims falls.
For another pick, the Bladestorm grabs 1. Dev grabs 2. Makes it the 5 versus 3. Dev really starting to get revved up here. And later games where it's needed, where it's super, super important to happen.
Keep in mind, too, that Chamber's still alive. KO can play off of the trademark inside of Tree still because Chamber is still alive. So Akumi can just wait for someone to push up Catwalk and go for the swing and still hold the angle on A main with no worries at all. That being said, it's also a 1v4 against A, so Akumi might need a little bit of reinforcements off that smoke, but initiation, entry comes in. Akumi has the option here to just push and fight or just wait for the door. It looks like the door may be damaged or closed. Nope, there it is. Flash goes through. No door to be seen at all. Good for
Max.
one, but Max takes him down.
Down A.
Max seeing through the cracks in the armor.
10 seconds left.
Might have 9 rounds, but we're going to grab 7 right here, right now. Gio. Controlling the retakes, done some devastating plays. Nice little tap coming through. Yet again, a Vandal 1 versus 2.
Stealing sight.
One enemy remaining.
Yo, down to the 1-on-1 now. Hunter's Fury is there, he knows. Gives the tap. 10 HP. Has to push to try and get this victory. And just toying, playing with their food right now. And this swing comes through from Aldi. Cleans things up. Great use of the post plant. And that's how you use your initiator abilities. Sova, you win my heart over, baby.
This is a close second half, though. Both teams seem to be on their preferred sides, and Deep Fried, now they're only 2 rounds away from tying it up. They've won the majority of the rounds so far for their attacking half, and it's definitely a far cry from what we had seen in the first half and even all of Split, where the attacking side was kind of left a little ways away. Now the attacking side's looking good. Lockdown, present for Devlin, could be good for the initiation on B site, and we do see Devlin over towards B, so could be good as a fake as well. A lot of options here for Deep Fried, especially on the half-force buy it seems that Pwned are in. We have the Patricio to see what the opening pick will look like, but Nims again falls, and the same exact play we had seen and commented on in the previous half, now swapped around, gets punished again.
Chisel gets the buy one, get one free. Gets right out of there before they change their minds. Before they demand they come back and re-exchange things. Taj, spike down as well. Default plant for Gen. Good opportunity for post plant. You've got 5 players up to. Shocked up potential. Well, Max says, don't worry about the post plant. I'm just going to get everything done as we plant.
He just does Max things.
That one's dead.
Scormy's so lit, though. Off of that engagement, he can't even see the enemy that takes him down. Good for Chisel. Now 1 round away. And if I'm Pwned Esports, I'm going for that attack timeout now.
There it is. I was about to say, we have seen some hesitation on them pulling out the timeouts, but this one, I think, is of timely fashion. Before things get out of hand, and I'm talking, there's a 1 round difference. Just 1 round between these 2 teams. 8-4 at the half, just like map number 1. You said map number 2 had kind of an echo of that kind of mention too. It definitely did. I hope we can see a comeback in that second half. 3 ultimates available here for Deep Fried as well. You've got your lockdown. You've got your no commands. And you've got that ratty opening to the backlines kind of play from the shadows. What do you say if you're a Deep Fried coach right now?
This is a tough call. Pwned have the timeout here. They only have Bladestorm to work with. I felt like we just see Bladestorm a few rounds ago, but it was on Deep Fried side. Pwned here, I mean, honestly, you could probably take the same advice Coach Keg and Kuppa would have given on the other half when Deep Fried went for their own defensive timeout. Play slower. Wait for the retake. But oftentimes we have seen those retakes, and they have had some serviceable results from Pwned's side. The issue is, though, is that oftentimes those almost near Herculean plays, it feels like, have to come out in a 1v3 or a 1v2, and it's just simply too much in a situation like that. Pwned Esports, for their defense, have not had a body advantage in the post plant one time this half. And if they can do that going to the post plant, yes, they sacrifice more money going to Deep Fried, but they also win the round. But no command comes by for the initiation to B. This fast take with the ults that you mentioned, Kuppa, work really well here. But Taj already falls.
No commands wasted, really. The res might get popped off it if you're lucky, and it does. The bot survives. Just for now. Only one ultimate on the table to hit Pwned Esports. Say that. Spoke too soon. That's gone. Courtesy of Dev. Warmed up. Fired all cylinders at this point. Patricio trying to get something done with the shot dart for backside. Gonna get recon down and get a fright for the flank of main, though. It's down to the 3-on-2.
Last player standing.
Yo, Devlin. Just hiding those back lines. Hides in main. Really starting to have a presence and forcing Swarby to go for the save. Trying to keep this up in play if they are so lucky, but chisels away at the drywall, punches a hole through it, and potentially going to take that up and make it their own. In fact, actually won't grab the op, so stops in for the Vandals. And hey, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I actually love the idea of Deep Fried using all their ultimate potential off of a round that ended with a tactical timeout. And because of that, whatever plan Pwned Esports had in mind doesn't work at all that round. And now they're completely, well, they could be discombobulated because of that. They're forced to go for an eco. So that's 2 rounds now wasted away from that tac timeout that whatever strategy Pwned had, they can't use until this round is over. Now, they do have a no command at their side. Should they use it on a full Sheriff Chico round? No, but they could. But the bodies are already falling outside of mid. It's been a hard place for them to contest so far their half.
But it has. Pwned Esports. Gotta make magic happen. We talked to Patricio's magic with the one taps of the Sheriff. Not a one tap, but gets the job done. Patricio picks up a frag, trying to even things just a little bit. Caught in no man's land right now. It's going to be Nims, though. So much pressure to get one frag. The Tailwind timer, it's on. Not for long, though. It's been and gone now. All down to the 4 versus 2. What a big round. Just imagine Pwned Esports able to do something with this. Even a couple more frags would be huge to the econ. Kick a dent in it. For the likes
This
of
is what we
DF.
talked about, though. These post plans, not having the body advantage at all for Pwned. No command, though, could be a difference maker, but Akumi needs to survive. Or at least contact against the spike wielder. But even then, seeing the barrel of at least one, seems like both KOs might be aware. Does take down Taj, which is strong, but Chisel's still alive.
There's
Whoa,
2
he
frags.
does take down the spike wielder.
There's another as well.
No command. No command. No command.
Don't need it when you got aim, baby.
Akumi! Unbelievable.
Don't need it when you've got aim like that. Don't worry about abilities. Let's just talk about the aim, the gunfights.
I mean, you know, when I mentioned Herculean play, I wasn't expecting to see a 1v4. But look at these, in the replay, it's especially apparent. No tradability at all from anyone on Deep Fried's side. And that's another important aspect about maybe dialing it back and waiting for that spike to go down for the post plan. The positions aren't set up yet for Deep Fried, and so Akumi pushed in at the perfect time as the gears are turning, but it wasn't finalized yet about where the position should be. Everyone's still hunting and prowling on the last 2 alive for Pwned, but Akumi stuck by. He solid snaked his way through and he was able to find those 1v4s. And now, because there wasn't any tradability, Deep Fried, they're forced to go for their timeout now. I honestly don't know. I hope the timeout isn't about that last round, because that's not something that was necessarily in Deep Fried's favor or in their control. They were just simply caught off guard by the positioning and the robust aggression that Akumi had brought out. Honestly speaking, it could just be to play a little bit more methodical, play closer together, bound themselves more, and play off their utility and play off each other more. Just back to those fundamentals.
Yes, sir. Back to the fundamentals. Pwned took map 1, looking to sweep through on map number 2. Even if a little comeback from that 8-4 half. 8-4 like the 9-3 curse to them. Just get some invigored. Do something else. Triple ults.
Yeah, look at this. The tempo slowed down a lot for Deep Fried. Just waiting for the next move to see the cross contact outside A main strong. Akumi also not pushing up either. It's a cold war. I think a lot of casters say battle of attrition coming out for both teams. No one wants to give, no one wants to take. But now hiding away from the Blade Storm, Nims is looking at the wrong angle, but has the right idea. Max is going to back away. Still with the Blade Storm in tow. This could be a slow but sure aggression onto A site. Only Devlin's missing. And that turret could be good for the cross contact in the mid to make sure no one can flank. It all comes down to this entry though. Off the suppressing knife into the dash potentially from Jet. She does have a dash to work with. She has to just walk on in, waltz in.
30 seconds left.
Waltzing in. Blade Storm, the speed boost. Here for Max.
Spike planted.
Fury does get one from Patricio. 2 coming in. 1 from Squee, 1 from Gio. The defensive lines of the attackers, they are crumbled. They're gone.
One enemy remaining.
Could be over and done here. And it's looking like it's going to be a flawless to see. A double for Akumi to finish things up. Great positioning. A great ultimate. And I love seeing a different use of an ultimate.
Flawless.
Traditionally, you think Sova, you think post-plant. But using it to gain ground. Using it to knock players off the territory you're going towards. It's like a game of Risk. It's just so well calculated, so well thought out. And that's another on the scoreboard for Pwned.
So much good removal of spacing there. And Pwned Esports, they did exactly what was needed for that timeout. They played slow, they had plenty of bodies for the post plan, and look how easily they retook the site. Yes, the Hunter's Fury helped out a lot to clear out the spacing from Wine's side. That was so strong. In fact, that's probably a round we could talk about for the Telestrator too. But now they have to do it potentially only 2 more times. No ultimates at all for Deep Fried to work with. They have to keep an eye on their eco as well. If they lose their eco for this round, they might be in a forced buy unmatched for them, series point.
The flick!
Blocking sight.
You've got teammates there hitting all their shots. Courage to top mid gets a 4K. Like, nonsensical push, but it pays off.
Match point.
I think Pwned, or at least Squirmy, he was playing off the fact that Deep Fried had to play cautiously now. Sure, they can band together, but if they're not able to land their trades, doesn't matter how fast or slow you play. And that's something we've been seeing consistently for their attacking side. Deep Fried, they're struggling to play off each other. I mean, we had seen Akumi do the same thing in his own 1v4. Swarmy did the same as well, no tradability. It's a bit of a haphazard buy here too. We saw one Guardian. Patricio does find early info off of the Owl drone. Could be good to contest this single-handedly, but again, there's no tradability outside the off behind from Nims. And now with Patricio jumping off, that's first contact. They both have to leave. It's too condensed of a site for them to find any sort of impact off their weapons.
Lockdown. So important when it's used well. And yeah, it's going to flush them all out of sight. It's going to get a couple of people locked down to the ground as well. Just have to hide in the shadows for now. Great little flank coming in as well. There's been so many flanks from GO this game, this entire series.
Last one's Nims.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
That's one. 22 HP though.
22 for the one-on-one Nims. Can Nims close it out? Fake TP coming through as well. Fake shrouded step. To hopefully force Nims into a misstep here. Another shrouded step. Where is he?
He never really left. The slow push up from Chisel here.
30 seconds.
Has the spike in his possession.
Oh!
A simple wide swing. may have just saved the day for Deep Fried. That round in of itself could be the factor that Deep Fried needs to bring this to map 3.
That could be the win condition.
A miracle.
And Op is going to be back in the hands of the Jet player in Nims' hands. I'd love to see some more Vandal play from Nims, to be honest. I love the Op plays. Op's fantastic and everything, but get up close and personal. And with a team like Deep Fried, the closer plays have been overwhelming them more so. Let's see, though. The Op is in play.
Good TP. Max is going to wait for the fragment grenade to go down, then dash in. Oh, Tour de Force out of nowhere gets shut down. That's a big misplay.
Yeah,
that can't be resurrected again.
That might cost him. That might cost the entire game and get us through to OT. Tour de Force could have knocked back so much there. Grabbing one. Vex sprays for days coming in from Taj.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, Max. Another 4K. That's what, 3 4Ks we've seen so far on Ascent. We still need the ace. You know, we're going to sound like Sesame Street soon. 1 4K. 2 4K.
It has been a minute.
3 4Ks.
All of the multi-frags. Every single one. One more round for Deep Fried to get it done, though. Just one.
Oh no, this is a fast and bloody one. Null Command, Hunter's Fury. Have fun, Kappa. Good luck with the play-by-play.
Straight into the mix. Null Command, Hunter's Fury, frags galore. Can we see a couple more? It's a 3 versus 3. Make it a 3.5. Make it a 4 versus 3. KO back up. Open Chisel, getting the res.
Flashbang.
Plenty of time.
No, the flash!
Anything to happen, that flash drive, that can't have been calculated.
That was a really good nade. Look at all that spacing created now and denied. Taj can't push up. It allows Nims to get better positioning themselves. But everyone's going down all at once, a 1v1. Either we go to the next series, or we go to OT.
Fake tail wins, and that's going to get it done. Great finish up. Another multi-frag. A 3K, as you said, Keg. And that is going to be 2-0. A clean sweep, just about there, coming in from Pwned Esports.
Really, really nice to see there. And again, it was a battle of just adjusting around your teammates. We had said that teams need to play a little bit slower, and we had seen some of that. But I think most of the rounds that we're going to see on the replays have been this fast octane action that have been happening in the mid to late rounds. Patricio, a great example early on, the triple kill at the end. Max also finding a lot of impact as well. Akumi, I would say the MVP player of this second map. And I mean, it was just such beautiful play work to go and find the lack of tradability at times as well. But I mean, there was just so many highlights there. We talked about how many 4Ks we had seen, and even the round, the final one, like you said, Kappa, ended on a 3K as well. There was just a lot of, not hero plays, that's not the right word, but a lot of individual powers that came through to highlight why some of these players could soon be some of the best in the world.
Yeah, the individual plays were sensational this game. And yeah, there's one. Max not paying off. Good brain, good game sense to make it happen. But you talk to good Sovas, you see some good chamber plays. You saw so many outside of the box individual performances with kind of off agents, I want to say, that are the strongest in meta right now, which goes to show you there is anything that can be done with any agent in this game. It just is about your team plays and about how you're going to be using that util. Talking to util, Taj, good util to re-entry, and over again, KO has proved to be a really important agent this best of 3.
Oh, absolutely. KO is just one of the strongest agents right now, and I'm sure you can make arguments for or against that, right? But just being able to shut down so much utility all at once and find info off of it, unbelievably strong. And you know what? Allegedly speaking, KO might get buffed too on top of what we're already seeing.
So many things in the rumor mill. so many potentials of what could happen for this meta. But right now, I can tell you straight up, that best of 3 is going to be taken in 2. And for Pwned Esports, feeling pretty happy after that, especially how things went for map number 1. Things were close. Went to the OT and got it done just in nick of time. Map number 2 almost went to OT as well. So some close games for the first ones here.
It was really, really close. And it was really cool to see both teams show the best of their best, but we will be moving on to the next set of games soon. But we have something special for you guys. This is really cool, and I'm super excited to show it off. Prior to the tournament that you're watching right now, I had a chance to sit down with Intel Tech I can't say this word. Tech guru, let's say, Marcus Yam and MSI representative Vincent to introduce the new Intel HX series and talk about the all-new MSI HX Titan GT. So listen to what they have to say. Hey everyone, welcome back to the Tech Showcase with Intel and MSI featuring our friends Marcus Yam and Vincent Shred. How are you guys?
I'm great. Thanks for having us on, Keg.
The pleasure's all mine. We have some of the leading tech specialists with not only Intel, but also MSI as well. And we have a special little thing to showcase as well. Now, Vince, you have something hiding off screen there, and we need to see it. And, oh, he's getting it out. There it is, the bad boy itself, the Titan GT 77. And something that I noticed immediately when we first got to see this laptop is that the keys glow. I haven't seen RGB keys on a keyboard that much ever in my life, but there's so much to this laptop, but that's the first thing that draws out to me.
Thank you for pointing that out there, Keg, because on the GT77 Titan, this keyboard is fully mechanical with MX cherries. So front to back, all the keys are fully mechanical. Per RGB lighting, completely customizable and completely controllable through the SteelSeries engine. So this bad boy back here, this is actually controllable through the Mystic Light setting on the SteelSeries engine as well. It's completely customizable. You can actually run it through sound settings. So if you're playing a game and you want it to kind of highlight colors, or if you want to be able to show off music and expression with that as well, or just have it display a different color.
Very nice. It sticks out a little bit towards the back part of the laptop where that light bar is, and there's a lot on the underneath as well. That can't all just be a CPU, right?
The reason why it actually sticks out that far, Keg, is because it's a full graphics card in here. This isn't your normal small notebook graphics card. This isn't a full-size desktop graphics card in here.
Unbelievable. Which graphics card's in that laptop right now?
So currently right now in the GT77 Titan, it is a 3080.
That's a better graphics card than I have in my big chunky PC.
Yeah, all that in a small notebook.
So Marcus, we talked about the GPU, but going over to the CPU and with all the Intel technology inside of it, talk to us about the Titan GT77. What really makes this go? What makes the brain all powered up?
Yeah, really at the heart of this GT77 is our latest addition to the 12th gen core family, codenamed Alder Lake. The latest one is Alder Lake HX. Inside that one that Vincent was showing was the Core i9 12900 HX. And that's new because we had Alder Lake H. HX really brings it up to the next level. I gotta say, I'm wearing something a little crazy right now. This hoodie is actually patterned after the Alder Lake die that you see right here. And this die is obviously shrunken very small on the Intel 7 process, and it's in that laptop. This is actually the same die that's on the Alder Lake desktop part. So the desktop part, just like the Alder Lake HX that's in that laptop, has up to 16 cores. That's a first in notebooks. That's 8 P cores and 8 E cores, performance cores, efficient cores, and really brings all that goodness of a full desktop system into that 55 watt package that's in that Titan GT77, and you have all the desktop capabilities. You have up to 5 gigahertz on those performance cores, 3.6 on the efficient cores, and that's just at stock. They can even go higher if you want to overclock, but it has all those features. It's got all that desktop I/O, so it really is bringing the power of the desktop down to a mobile notebook platform, and it's fantastic. I think it's some of our best silicon yet.
Oh, is Intel at least selling that hoodie?
This is actually a custom-made hoodie. I just love this die print so much that I had it made. But you know what? I'm glad you asked. We're actually doing a limited run for the people in the tech community. So remember to follow Intel Technology on Twitter. Check us out on YouTube. And we're doing like a special limited edition giveaway. But yeah, if there's the demand, we're definitely going to be making more of these.
Since the PC master race still stands unbelievably strong, how does the Titan GT77 change this?
It's all about performance. A lot of gamers the ones who want the most performance, like you, they have a gaming desktop, right? Because they want the most power. And sometimes if you want to get the most performance and power, it's got to come in a desktop. But this is the special thing about us, Intel and MSI working together to use the Alder Lake HX technology from the desktop and to put it in a notebook. And the interesting thing about Alder Lake HX, again, 12th gen Core i9, is it's derived, again, from the desktop part, but it's actually made for workstation. These are really people who are working with large data sets who want to get really important work done and need it done quickly. For them, it's all about performance, no sacrifices, no compromises. But the funny thing is, gamers also want the most performance in the world. No one wants to drop any frames. Everyone wants the most frames, the least latency. They want the best performance. And this is really no better shown off than in the GT77, is because you have all the technology from the desktop. You've got PCIe Gen 5, right? This is something that's exclusive to HX on the notebook. You got like massive storage, you got Gen 5 SSDs, you even have like tons of memory. This platform is unlocked for everything that you want to do on a desktop. Pretty much you can do this on an HX notebook like the GT77.
So you said the Intel chip is unlocked. What does that really mean though?
This is really cool about the HX series, right? We knew that anyone who buys an HX laptop system, they're an enthusiast. They want the most and they want flexibility. So all 12th gen HX series are unlocked out of the box. This means that people who are overclockers, people who want even more performance out of the box, I mentioned up to 5 gigahertz. On the P cores, you can do even more, right? That's just out of the box stock. But if you want to, you can overclock your CPU cores and you can even overclock your memory. And these things are remarkably easy and remarkably safe. Overclocking used to be a very challenging, very sort of difficult thing to do. But through some software that's built by our partners such as MSI, they make it super easy and accessible. And, you know, Vince, I think you're the guy to really tell us about what does MSI offer in the Titan GT77 that just makes overclocking easy for people to do.
I do remember the old days where overclocking was tedious and time consuming and just it was way too much time. You had to keep going back into your BIOS, keep changing settings, reboot, go back in, make sure it's stable. None of that anymore. That's a thing of the past. Currently, right now, MSI offers is what's called the MSI Center. Normally, you would do manual optimizations, but at the same time, that's not going to fly anymore because you spend too much time configuring and not enough time gaming. So what we bring in is the automation of that. So with a few clicks of a button, you can actually fully overclock your laptop without having to worry of, are you going to fry it? Is it going to, stutter? Am I going to wake up one morning and it's not going to turn on? Completely safe. It allows the full optimization of your fans to be able to keep up with cooling and to put it into overdrive to be able to say, hey, I need more power.
When it comes to the Titan GT77, what kind of safety procedures do you have in place when it comes to overclocking?
So there are settings that allow it to be able to be set for optimal, low, or high extreme. So you can't go past those barriers. It allows it to be optimized for what settings you need. So if you need to be able to play a game at a higher performance level, but yet you're just going to browse the internet, you can swap between those two programs to allow the changing of settings without having to touch a single thing. And that means customizing every program you have to set the needs that you want without having to touch a single thing.
I love that feature because, I love maximum performance, but I don't need maximum performance if I'm just watching YouTube or if I'm working on a document or anything like that. For games, I want the most frames, but other times, I'm happy to just let the system chill.
Marcus, Vincent, it was so great having you on, and we learned so much about the Titan GT77 and a lot about the MSI app player as well. I can't wait to see this laptop, and I can't wait to maybe even get that hoodie as well. Marcus, Vincent, thank you so much for coming on for our interview today. We learned so much about the Titan GT77 that I might have to get one myself. But we're going to be going to a small break while we get our way back to the desk, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Well, we just finished the last map and the last series, and you know what that means. Before we get started with the next series, we gotta talk about a few things that we had seen on Ascent. So we're gonna be going over to the telestrator here. We're gonna be drawing on the board again. Now, like I said, I don't have all the pieces on the board here, but we have a very small snippet about what to expect to see when it came to Pwned's attacking side versus the, Deep Fried's attacking side to Pwned's defense. Now, we're going to be talking about Akumi's 1v4 and why it was so prevalent in that last game. I'm going to be zooming in here, and we're going to be talking about the exact positions. Well, I say exact, it's relative positions from everyone here. Now, it was a 1v4. This blue dot here is going to represent Akumi. He's the KO here outside of, let me just draw it real quick, a small little dark cover that was blocking his vision into A site. Now, you might be noticing these other red dots as well. These are the placements of the agents relatively in that 1v4 engagement. Notice how far away everybody is. I'm going to be using green here to show off all the different ranges. And now, this one I believe Sova in the back of Wine. Notice how he would have to strafe around into the middle of A main in order to trade anybody or even see where Akumi is. There was two on Jenny, both separated out by the generator in of itself, and there was one on the top of Heaven. No matter which way you look at it, there's no tradability except for this small little corner here between the tradability of, let's say players 3 and 4 from Wine in the back part of Generator. Now, as Akumi pushes through, I'm going to be using the color yellow to demonstrate his plays. He doesn't really move a lot. All he has to do is find that opening pick right around this corner here and eventually on A main, eventually swing back around using this yellow line and find one inside of Jenny. You've already eliminated half the map positioning that was so powerful for Deep Fried's attack, and as Akumi's able to wipe them away, that 4v1 advantage already turns into a 2v1. You've lost half of your firepower already if you're Deep Fried. Then comes from the Heaven push, having to descend down, working with the animation of not being able to shoot properly, going down Heaven. It's going to rely on Akumi just to pretty much take the fight one-on-one again. And while there was some analysis here, it's mostly to show the relative tradability that existed or did not exist from Deep Fried's side, and this was a consistent issue that we had seen all throughout that last game and frankly the entire series as well. Now we're back into Agent Select though. Kappa, welcome back my friend. We're going to be seeing a whole brand new set of teams coming through for that chance for the grand final slot for tomorrow.
Yes, we are. We are going to see, hopefully, some teams that are more up for the trades. And yeah, just to summarize what you mentioned, trades lacking, and that's why that was going to be a 2-0 for the first, BO3 for this one, as we jump back into Ascent. Omens being teased, KOs being teased, and I see a fade as well. Oh, the one chamber, though, opted in for the defenders, and I believe I saw a KJ to kind of reflect that Sentinel stance. And KJ, many a moon ago, shone strong over on the map of Ascent, but I think Chamber beats, if you flip with the coin for the KJ Chamber, Chamber's just got a lot more to offer by being aggressive, getting out of the rendezvous, and we touched base on this on the previous map of Ascent as well. It's a very strange meta right now. There's so many different metas being utilized. I wouldn't even say there's one that's dominant at this moment in time. And off of what you mentioned a bit earlier too, of what's coming in the future, that'll be the dictation of the future of the agents. For this one though, you've got a bit of everything. You've got your KOs, you've got your Omens, your Sovas, you've got your Fades. It's just everything. You pick and mix of agents.
A pick and mix, I agree. SFU, their composition just screams aggression to me. You have Fade, you have
aggressive.
Yeah, you have Chamber on top of that as well. You have just a lot of aggressive prowess, especially if you want to combine a lot of those utilities together. Fade is great to chain off of other utilities and abilities. So right away, we're going to see Itchy. The turret won't find much. Everyone's pushing aggressive.
I have the spider gates. Boss could guide in for the defenders. Taking one, taking two. Will be Itchy. Itchy the scratch right away. With the irritation. More frags this time coming in from the attackers. Bring it down to the 3-on-3. Make it a 3-on-2. Already the 2-on-2. KO and Omen. Take out the KO and Chamber. Trying to catch him on the cross here. Is going to be Stu. Not much that Stu can do though. The door's closed.
Itchy has a good position here outside of Jenny. Can watch to see if anyone tries to go for a strafe.
Itchy just waiting for someone to peek Jenny. The big plays here from Stu, though, this flank. They're all focused on Heaven. Little one tap coming from Stu. Can he grab one? He can grab two. Stu with a KO. Initiates the comeback off the retake. And the comeback into the round that is pistol round acquired for SFU Esports Black.
The number one thing that impressed me the most with that first round was just the communication between Itchy and Stu. They both coordinated that final play so well, and being able to identify Lucifer hiding below, near Hell, and Dice, getting the instant headshot, then collapsing and getting that trade on the last alive for UTM's side. That was beautiful to see. And while we did see a lot of chemistry in the previous series, it's those very up-close microaggressions that we needed to see from SFU can be a huge winning factor for many rounds to come. So if we can see more of that, that's going to be strong, but we'll also see a lot of aggression early on, too.
Aggression traded out. The false up coming in for UTM. Spectres galore. One friend grab, but try and grab a couple more here. Marshall, so many. Spamming. Juke's out of play through the smoke. And he tried to grab one through the door. Not actually going to muster up that, but doesn't matter. Teammates are there. Never fear. The teammates are here. 4 versus 2. Down to the 3-on-1. Spike down, sneeze. More than a sneeze worth of HP. That Prowler gonna do what it needs to do. Initiates the gunfight, initiates the retake. And 3 players gonna take that. Nice and easy, I'm gonna say.
Nice and easy, nice and easy. Again, just waiting for the initiation, waiting for the execution to combine, just collapsing on the enemy. The bread and butter plays, defensively wise, for a lot of these teams, and SFU are playing it to the book correctly. It's going to leave an interesting spot, though, for UTM. This is typically the round where we see the buy-up. This is supposed to be the bonus now for SFU, but the money for UTM isn't that good at all. They force bought into that last round, and now they're suffering. What do they have, marshals and sheriffs at best? It's not quite the rifles we were expecting to see, Cuppa.
No, that definitely isn't the rifles at all, is it? Interesting. I say interesting because I don't know how this round's going to go, even more so now. Not really following the script of what we'd expect from these players. The Headhunter should have hit its target. Itchy, just a little bit of an overflip to Itchy with the trigger finger. The Prowler, everything being thrown here. Proporsico grabs one. Barely getting out there alive. Number disadvantage here. UTM in charge.
This is looking rough, though. Dark cover's down. Could be incredibly tough for anyone like Poscar to hold on to the site. They have to wait for the wide swing, or at least some sort of flash. They have to play off the pop flash. Teddy does have first contact potential as well. Does put down another dark cover and helps things out, but that suppressing knife is going to be pivotal. Lavish and company opting not to push through the smokes. It's simply too dangerous. They don't have any information on A side either, but if there's 3 left alive and they've seen and identified at least 2, there might only be 1 on A site. It might be more worthwhile to take. Even if they lost the last 2 rounds off retakes, it might be better to push A and just hold on to positions in the post plan.
Shredder's tab used. Omen gains site access, and there's number advantage here for UTM. This is the moment of truth. This is the possibility, the potential to get back into this, and it's looking good. It's looking healthy. Doctor giving the clean bill of health here for UTM in this 4 versus 2. Make it like a 4 versus 1.5. Porsica just lit like a Christmas tree. Not really too much hope, suppressed as well. What do you do?
This is tough. Haunt doesn't find any info either. Until now. Even then, it's far too late.
Teddy runs right into the face, gives the enemy Omen a kiss right on the cheek. The kiss of death being issued instead. I'm going to say, when you've got that null command, or excuse me, null command, we've got the 0 point, it almost makes, as an agent, makes you feel like, what's the point of making the push? And that's exactly what we saw as the aggression happened over on B, got shut down immediately with the 0 point, forced them through the choke to other site, right into the claws as FFU Esports, but just couldn't quite finish things up there. Nice little hold from UTM.
On the bright side, though, UTM hadn't won A site at all yet, so they were able to play a slower early and mid-game, and they were more explosive in the end. They found some more success doing so. We could start seeing this in many more rounds to come. Oh.
Okay.
Okay, Juka. One more for Juka?
One with the
No. Maybe?
Making the buddies drop. Can we see a second? I thought we were going to see a second
I did
too,
too.
most certainly. No such gift on the kill feed. Looking through the telescope.
Deleted.
The kaleidoscope of death. Dumped. Getting it done. Grabs just the one. Breaks the ice. Very difficult position to be in this moment, though.
This is not good. Look at the double cross contact outside of mid.
Ooh.
Teddy makes first contact, Juka pushes up, finds the op swing, maybe. Or even Marketplace, the same exact thing. It all comes down to Juka and their own rotatability. But the onus is on Itchy now. If he goes down in a trade here, it's all for nothing, and then Teddy has to flank in afterwards.
Itchy. Just covering that steps angle. Pretty in sight, though. That steps angle, not really many use now. The wallbang angle might be, though. Juka hoping for a gift. Someone to strafe through the crosshairs. Nothing's been given for free here in this post plant, though. Paranoia is chucked in. The fragment comes in as well. Great positioning. This could be good here for say. Unlucky. Unlucky. Number advantage being capitalized here for SFU Esports. Black get that retake done. Spikers get down though, so kudos where kudos are due. UTM are going to have a little bit more bank flow for that next round.
I mean, it just goes to show again how strong their post plan can be. They're able to play off the body advantage, and even like, you know, Itchy didn't overextend in Marketplace, gave the info to Teddy about where they expected that push to come in from, and they guessed correctly. Maybe off of audio, maybe even some of utility. Dark Cover went down regardless. UTM thought it was safe to push onto the site, and well, they were baited out again like a fly going to a spider web. But even flies can sometimes retaliate, fight back, and so far it's not too late. Another rifle round coming through from UTM. Their economy, though, is not looking good at all. They have a lot of ults to work with here, so we can stifle it a tiny, tiny bit. But Teddy and company, they're going to take advantage of this fact and try to push up aggressively.
Say, trying to have the first say this round. Does have the blade storm available, so that advanced speed. I like this push up from mid though. Chamber just trying to edge in Itchy, I do believe. Oh, gets a blade to the face though.
Right to the skull.
Grace gets taken out.
Any sort of utility not going to be in play anymore. That trademark now useless. That means free range for UTM to push into mid, all the way into B side. Marketplace now hidden away. Killjoy in B main, unknown of a factor. Does help though, creating that space.
Say, oh no. What a play for 4 seconds. Grabs two, grabs one from the air as well. Denied, but bad news. The plot's on the other side.
Not sure what Lucifer was trying to do there. I mean, obviously it was a fake, but they had full B-side control.
Player standing.
One player has the biggest flank in the world here. This could be so good for Lucifer, like the devil himself. Grabs one, not able to grab two. The turn from Juka. Not being juked on my watch, my friends. 180 up, makes the body drop, and makes it 4-1 as well. SFU Esports definitely looking good on this defender side, and if you could have turned things back to the previous series, if you missed it, this is not at all how that defender side was looking. This is the flick I'm talking about. Look at this, like a pixel gap to grab that. Beautiful.
What a nice spray transfer there. Beautiful to see, like you said, Kappa. And every round, except for the one round UTM won, have been on defuses, have all been post plants. You at SFU are just waiting for UTM to make their move. They're whittling them down with early aggression in the early round, but then mid-round comes by, say like a minute in, or even 30 seconds in, everyone just bows out. Just waits for UTM to do their thing. Let's see what the execution could be. Easy to read later into the rounds when adaptability comes into play. It's a default now from UTM. They smoked off mid. Don't have to worry about that anymore, but they're still going to see the pop shots through and no one can really connect to anything. UTM are playing slow now.
Great insights, and you're right, UTM are reacting off of what exactly you just described. They know they keep playing themselves into the hand as FU Esports Black. They don't want to do that. They will take a second, create a little bit of pressure, and just see what that pressure can yield. A couple of ultimates on the table as well. The likes of UTM, got your lockdown, got your null commands. The shadows available as well.
Ready.
That trademark's still active. Itchy's playing off of it. Destroy or not destroy. Regardless, a great swing. Possibly a guaranteed one, at least, for the chamber. But it all depends on that trademark. It's gone now. No playoff at all. It's a 1v4. Lavish has so much info going onto the site.
Oh, Duka
30 seconds left.
does get out of the way. The fear.
They're blinded with fear.
That is going to be your fate. Spray's coming through. Coverage. The cavalry's here. Does do something to hold him back. But it's pretty much a 2 versus 2. Juka still just trying to hold back sight. Initiates that blaze storm. Trying to get this done. Puts everything, apart from the kitchen sink, into this. The jumping classic to finish things off. Dominance. 5-1 from SFU.
And it's so weird to look at these rounds, right? I mean, when we go for the telestrator, it's going to be hard to find a specific round because a lot of the rounds feel the same, but not in the ways that you expect. A lot of the rounds feel the same because UTM is playing it very weirdly, where they go slow, then they ramp themselves up. But SFU, they read into that from the very first round. There hasn't been any macro-wide changes from UTM. Their general strategy as a team has stayed the same. But where they push has differed, and each time it's been read into well by SFU. And this full push, I'm curious to see what SFU are going to do here. This might be the most explosive one yet, Kappa.
Stu's going to deny that. Stu denies the initial pop. And the biggest issue, no command's been put down as well. The fragment already creates that pressure. This modulates that push, but stay trying to do something about this. Trying to have some kind of word edgeways. Let's bring it to the 3-on-3.
Look at this now. The complete collapse comes by. Spike still into the ground, but every angle now, SFU have it covered. They just need to push in, play off of each other, go for trades.
Wall's broken. Juka makes sure that's done. 1 barrier has been removed. Can 3 more barriers, I'm talking of the UTM players, be removed from the equation? Spray coming in. Lucifer does the devil's work himself furthermore. Down to the 2-on-2. Silent jump coming in. Preska coming down for the drop on hell. Is this stick coming through from Juka? Oh, the stick! The stick gets punished. The fragment definitely reaps a rule. The post-plant initiator coming in from Lucifer. Gonna be honest, bit of a reckless play coming in from Juka there.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're Juka, right, in their perspective, you're 5-1. Like, you've had so many rounds already banked up. They're going for a bit of a cheeky play there. It wouldn't seem
fair
out of the equation. But you got to give it to Lucifer, too. That was a great play, solidifying those 1v3s. We had just talked about that on the telestrator, the lack of tradability. Except there was a 2v2 that time.
Right down to the 1-on-1. Things getting closer here. SFU Esports Black starting to maybe reevaluate. Okay, we've got to be a bit more dynamic. Seems like UTM are getting smart to our plays now. Juka, though, able to outshoot anyone peeking over at B main. I love this peek, but peeking the same angle twice, that's not going to end up so nice. Down to the 4-on-4.
Even just peeking Lucifer is really, really lethal at times, it seems.
Facts.
And now Lucifer's just peeking around for mid, seeing if anyone wants to rotate, overextend towards catwalk. Normally that's reserved for an opping presence in, well, the sole opper for SFU has already been removed. At least until we get to see that tour de force come back into play.
Find you.
That's the hole.
Porska's in the Porska angle. Once again, looking for the sprays. Good into the shadows, helping out Fade once the inevitable push on the site happens.
Spike
Lucifer,
down. B.
what a shot. One and done, though. Traded out.
I have the
To neck
spike.
and neck. The spike
30
is
seconds
recoverable.
left.
I'd expect maybe the rotation. No, don't go for the full sense.
Shot that.
Edging.
Last
Forward
player
shot guards.
standing.
Oh,
Spike
body's
down.
going to drop
B.
down to the 1. One tap comes in here. Can Dom
10 seconds left.
dominate the service left in this 2 versus 1? Time is of the essence. Suppressed as well. It's all going to come down to gunplay. One's backside, one's close left. The
enemy
frame.
remaining.
Grab the 1. Can we see a second? I don't think so.
No one even had the spike. But Dom still won the battle, but not the war. 6-2 now. All things considered, SFU are looking pretty good for the half already. They've been able to play slow. almost out mind game UTM at times, it feels like.
It does. Yeah, there's a lot of psychological warfare going on the server. The gunfights aren't the priority here. You're right. It's all about the psychological battles that happen in the server. And yeah, SFU Esports Black, they're winning it. They're winning almost every damn time. 6-2's the score. Still potential.
Do you think this will be a fake lockdown on B and a push towards A? We saw that a lot back in the day. We haven't seen it as much recently.
You talked of like revitalizing old metas. Maybe that's the way to outplay a team, especially like SFU. Well versed in all these new metas, but is this old meta gonna catch them off guard? Muzzle shot just whispering by. Duke up as they push up Cat as well.
It's so slow right now. Teddy has to make the first contact here. There's no smokes at all. He's playing a dangerous game.
No command has been hanging out UTM's inventory for a hot minute here.
It's fake! They're going towards mid!
It is. It is the fake.
They'll be
Great
identified!
reads.
I'll find you. Mark 4.
Pole just, has the great positioning. All game long has held this defender spot. Prowler coming through, straight into the face of the opponent. Have a couple while we're at it. Great. Grabs the one, grabs the two.
30 seconds left.
Unbeatable at this angle.
Enemy remaining.
Only good for one. Triple from Itchy. Doesn't just need that tour de force to get it done. Vandal, perfect. Perfection, 7-2.
Oh, we could see the gears turning in UTM's head. Originally, bit of a defaulty push. Then it all coagulated outside of Catwalk, and that's where I think we all thought the push would go. It looked like it could have been good, but UTM didn't have all the info that we do in the server, and so maybe rerouting themselves and going towards mid could have been the way to go. After all, they've lost A every time they planted on that site. Didn't quite go that way.
Not this time. Perhaps now. Clean slate. Take it round by round, they said. No command comes in. Finally. Want to see that from Lucifer. This could be a round-changing round. Oh, sorry, round-changing play. Look at this spray, and Itchy doesn't want anyone to cross into sight. They are, though. Site control. Enabled. Engaged by that null command.
Lockdown. Punches Fury to clear space. Maybe a lockdown?
Look at Sneeze. He's been able to cover the cross there. If that dark cover plays nicely, Juka grabbing one. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Two players looking to do something with little time on the clock here. I'd expect to save maybe with that up. Juka still going for picks. Picks for days.
Last player standing.
But the round, it's going to be a bit of a haze now. It's got to run away. Run for your life.
Yeah, but SFU have so much money to play with. They have a strong lead in this half that they can throw away around. Well, not even necessarily throw away, but they can relegate away a round or two, keep their eco. I mean, Juka, even holding on to the op, still have so much money to play with that he's going to opt to buy somebody else up. Not sure who it was, but Itchy now tour de force in hand. That's two ops to worry about now for UTM. Now, we've talked about SFU being very defensive-sided this entire half. This will probably be the one round where we see overextensions, overheating every which lane for SFU. Or maybe not.
Fade. Get some initial info. Over at B main. We've seen you two here over and over again. The lockdown is going to come in as well. That Killjoy turret too. Showed everything just to gain some site entrance, and it looked like an old school play. Yeah, it's not the old school lockdown. The old school lockdown and send. Site control once more. Theirs. They found the hole in the armor.
This is the first post plan with everyone alive. Not anymore.
For one, Bladestorm grabs a second. Slavish too. Down to the 4-on-3. Still the advantage here for UTM. The Bulldog grabs one. Down for the 3-on-3. The wallbang comes through from Stu. Down to the 2-on-2. This is so neck and neck. It's down to the 2-on-1 keg.
It's MSI, last alive here. Hit by the tendrils of Fade. Knives are missing.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, the what? No, the spray? Tal went through, just playing with time. There's gonna be safe.
There's no time. It was a good attempt, though, from SFU. But it's looking like this could be an 8-4 half, depending on what happens next here. And this, again, was the first full post plant we have seen with everybody alive. And for once, UTM, they won a round going into the post plant. It's one of the few rounds we've seen in a situation like that so far. And now this is the final round. This is the chance for UTM to, maybe they can't stop the bleeding completely, but they can put on enough bandages where they don't have to worry and they can heal up into the second half. That being said, I predicted to see that last round be overly aggressive from SFU to prevent what we had just seen, but it looks like they might just opt back into their full defensive style again. But there's no mid control early on. Instead, the turret's there to stifle out that mid-side play. Could allow everyone else to push up from A main.
Such a pesky turret over in top mid. You have to take that gunfight because it's forcing the gunfight to you. Advantage here, 7-4. Definitely looking like a 7-5. How impressed would you be for UTM to come back from being 5-0 down? 5-0 down to start things off. Oh, the timing. Look at Itchy's timing.
Oh, very nice. It's just chaos everywhere.
4-2. I want to say it's through here. Already see yourself in the second half. Shrouded Step just barely gets Teddy away. A battered toy. The flank. The Judge got the weapon, but Juka has to do something, has to try. 3K for sake. And they're going back. They're just going all over the map, all around the world. The map's theirs.
30 seconds left.
Going for the old Nelly Bly strat. And UTM, they're playing together as a team now. They're banded up more. They're playing off those trades. They're doing pretty much everything Coach Keg has been harping on for most of the series today. But Teddy now last alive. He doesn't have any utility, and he's spotted up by the suppressing knife. The 0 point so strong. He's the last alive in Kappa. There's not much he can really do.
No. Not much you could do apart from, well, GG go next. And go next for that next half here for the MGA Dragon Cup.
Switching sides.
Second best of 3. That will be streaming here today. The first map of that best of 3. And SFU Esports Black had a decent start on that defender, but also a decent comeback from UTM to claw their way back into that game. SFU were not giving anything away for free. And this is looking like it's anyone's game at this point.
You know what helps me get amazing comebacks as well?
Go on.
Using my MSI Katana GF76, it's the ultimate gaming notebook and ready to take on the intense battle with its Intel Core i7 11800H processor and the NVIDIA GeForce RTX, guess this one, 3060 graphics card. All in a little laptop. Super nice and super cute. But so are these plays that we're about to see. It's not quite a default, not quite a full push. There's a mid presence there from SFU, but 4 stack up right outside of A, and they could unleash a tidal wave all over Zai in just a few seconds.
Zai. The Ghost ready. Infamous in a Jet Sands, but KO's did all the thunder. Lucifer strikes first. Fights back. Stu. Not quite through yet. Choosing to maybe dabble with a different gunfight. The tempo's changed. Oof, whiff with the headhunts up. Gonna be a bit of a problem. And the defense is crumbling. Off of one player. Still, the pieces are put together in the 4 versus 2. SFU Esports Black, a lot to figure out here. With 2 initiators, might I add.
Man, 36 seconds left. It's going to be a tough sell to go for a full rotate here. There's plenty of time, but they have to go into the belly of Killjoy, the beast. No idea where that util is, and they didn't see Killjoy on A site. You can only assume that her utility must be on B. You're locked into A. You have no choice but to push.
I'll find you.
Paranoia comes through. Perfect Paranoia, might I add. Right to the dope. Breast going over and out. 4 players alive. Looking ready to thrive in this second half for UTM. Locking down pistol, and in they buy.
That's a tough call to make if you're SFU now, because there was that deep lurk in the beginning from mid, and that should have been the ace in the hole. A lot of teams on pistol expect to have a full rush versus a full rush onto the site. Yeah, that's normally what happens. We saw in the last series. But Itchy with that small lurk should have been that winning factor to just disrupt the positions away from UTM, but didn't work that way. Now what could very well be the verge of a tied game once again. Zai can't find much in mid. But look how separated everyone in SFU are. This is a default in round 2. Again, something we don't get to see too often.
Tiles peek here from Juka. Hoping someone can present peek into the tree. Info gains, little jump peek. Cheeky little leg coming in too. So playing with fire is Lucifer.
Keeping us on the edge of our toes. Tippy toes, in fact. But SFU, they're taking this slow prowess from their defensive side, and they're translating it over, at least so far, well into their attack. Playing slower than before. Instead of just one lurking their way in the tree, it's 4 now.
There you go. Juka does get that pick with a Marshall. Patience is a virtue. Patiently prodding and poking over a cat. The rotation's going to be storming in, though. Sneeze. Juke takes out one. What can his flank do, though?
Spike planted.
Juka grabs one. Juka for the reposition, trying to grab the second. Info is prime, and they know what they are.
Juka surrounded. Can't even find one.
That's pretty better than 2-on-2, though. Spec's able to muster up something. Bit of suppression might enable some kind of advantage, but it doesn't matter. Spraying and praying. Spectres prevail. And so will UTN. That looked really good for SFU Esports play. Juka had such a good position. Maybe got a bit greedy after that first pick, and the greed is going to get punished at that.
Yeah, and greed oftentimes in this level of play does get punished a lot. Someone overextends just a tiny bit, strays away from the group. I must sound like a broken record for saying that so much, but it's the core issue for a lot of teams, even the highest of pro plays. They expect to do so much for themselves, and they leave the rest of their team stranded. Luckily, though, even compared to some pro play matches, I think both teams are doing a really good job sticking together and really playing off each other's utility here. But SFU, their big struggle right now is just getting on site.
Suppressing KJ and Sova. Gonna be a good start if they're able to utilize that. No commands. An accessory to potential murder here if they can evade these Sova darts.
Mid appears to be safe. A good entryway. Itchy's holding guard. There's one, though, right outside Catwalk we have to focus on, though. It's going to be Jet. And she could find a lot of impact here if she just wants to move up a tiny bit. It's Zai, though. Spectre in hand. No op, no Marshall, no nothing. Not even a Blade Storm. Just waiting for that fast, wide peak rush into the site, but whether it be a gamma ray coming through SFU's computers or what, so far, they've made that call. They had that intuition not to push into A. Instead, they'd rather challenge Killjoy on the other side of this B main wall. And they only have a Sheriff to do it.
Comes the push. Hope grabs the entry. Itchy to pick up another as well. Look at this pressure. Look at this push from Juka. Not able to grade back sight, but it doesn't matter. The trade is going to be there. Another coming in from Stu. Stewie 1K, Stewie 2. Are we going to see a Stewie 3?
That would be something like an evil genius would do.
Love it. On point. You got me. Read it like a textbook. I don't know if Steve's going to have the same prerogative, the same ability here, though. Yeah, Itchy knows. Itchy knows, and Itchy grabs. One for me, thank you very much. On the lurk. Chamber got it, Berserk picks up and closes out that round.
That was good.
Look at the frags too. Like, really hasn't been anything, I don't want to say individually special. It's just been team plays. And go back to your point about having good trades and dictated by the scoreboard as well. Exactly it. For that first best of 3, that first series, a lot of individual prowess was getting the teams the advantage. Here, it's nothing but team plays for days. And that really does sing praises true to the two teams.
It does, it really does. And the big struggle for SFU was pushing into the site early. It's not quite a factor anymore. They're going to try to opt to go for B again, but it's all a big fake. Itchy goes down, but oh god, mid. There's no protection at all. There's no alarm bot.
Dink coming through here from Juke. Still rocking the Spectre. Has the Tailwind initiate engaged as well. Dangerous place to be. Still picks up another frag. How?
And look at that. They dipped their paws into the honey pot, not once but twice over towards B. They had their fill. They want to go over to A now. And there are some bodies waiting, especially KO. Lucifer here. He's been good about holding down A site.
Good fragment. And a flash drive too. Just keeps him absolutely boxed in the face by this util. They're going to count on live those two. Sprays through. Quick frag from Sneeze. Another trade. Balances out the falls just for now. The 3 versus 2 to commence for the retake.
Only 2 bodies left alive.
Paranoia.
Last player standing.
That will dink, but it doesn't matter. It's not enough. Lavish goes huge. Grabs 2 of the retakers. It's over. And that makes it 8-8. Even Steven.
Yeah, 8-8 again. I mean, we've been having this tango, this dance of maybe evening things up, but it's usually SFU who have been able to just stay that one extra step ahead. And by that one step, I mean the only round they've won on this half. But now that UTM's caught up, I'm really confident in their defensive style. A lot of these teams today have been playing a fantastic defense, but SFU, they're the best team we've seen so far to translate their win conditions of what worked on their defense over to the attacking side. But that's where adaptability comes in. So far, it's been tough for SFU to have a clean entryway onto a site, and the one time they did, they won the round. Besides going to prevent that, possibly.
Tries, does get suppressed, and that's going to knock back that aggressive push. Good idea, though.
I have the spike.
Look at the damage inflicted already. One player might be removed from SFU, but 2 players so hurt. No heals in the server. Big factor and a big pick from Itchy.
Good to see so far. Initiation true. Killjoy, no longer in the server, can't use any of their utility whatsoever except for the Hunter's Fury. It does create space, but it doesn't stop SFU from pushing in.
Double up drop coming in here from site. Tries to see that sort of bird's eye view, what's available. Oh no. Wonder if that Fade util is going to do something special. Not to be. Teddy, all the pressure on this one push here.
Last player standing.
Grabs his and leaves it just down to the one. All down to Sneeze.
That re-wrap around.
Prowler comes through, such a pest, and the pest control not able to remove the problem in time. 9-8, step closer here for SFU. Round for round, pound for pound, we're going back and forth here. Everything in my soul believes that UTM, regardless of bye, are going to make this 9-9. That's how these rounds have been.
It's always been one step ahead from SFU, and if they win the next round, that's going to be 2 steps ahead. That just goes completely against the script that we have. So, UTM, they might do their best to buy up here, but they only have shorties and marshals to work with. Now, there is a bit of a caveat. They do have the null command. I don't think the null command is going to find a lot of use here unless the entire team pushes up against, well, the entire team. Won't be the case, though. They do push up aggressively in the beginning of B main, but inside Wine, it's going to be up to our boy Lucifer with that null command.
Oh my, just can't see, can't hear, can't do anything. Apart from just wait for them to come. The shorty getting dismissed. The push comes through here from Paul. This is that 4 versus 3. Sitting pretty here is SFU, looking to solidify those double figures.
The best weapon they have on UTM is a marshal.
Oh.
Stu?
Stu? Is that you? Nope. Stu's out. DC. Unlucky on the timing, really. Is that going to be the win condition to turn the tide?
Honestly, it might be.
Last player
No
standing.
way.
One enemy remains.
One player left.
Wow. That got much closer than it should
Huh?
have. All because of a DC from Stu. And at the very last second, half a second's worth of defuse time. That was incredibly close. And it was all because of that single disconnect from Stu. Now, it looks like Stu's back in the lobby. I don't think we're going to go for a tech timeout because of that. But, I mean,
Let's
just
see.
that one piece of the puzzle eliminated off the table just allowed so much more entry value for UTM.
To make matters worse, it's your top frag. And I'm not just talking in frags, I'm talking in assists, I'm talking in the kind of plays position Stu's been having. That's devastating. I'd be shocked if Stu isn't a little bit tilted after that one. That could cost you a game, straight up.
It could. It very well could. And they need to reinforce their minds, insulate it with no tilt energy. Itchy doing the same, trying to blow off some steam with a tour de force outside of tiles. No one's pushing tiles. In fact, UTM never push tiles. They always hide inside tree, and they don't overheat and look for that first blood play unless it's inside hell or even B main. And both those avenues, actually I stand corrected, only B main still being watched. Let's look over there. Itchy and company looking to reroute themselves back towards B. Keep in mind, Killjoy needs to stay alive. Every time there's been a full B engagement, Don't has gone down almost immediately. It's up to Lavish, though, to find that first pick.
Advantage. I was about to say disadvantage now. The Tour de Force and the No Commander available. Tour de Force just gone. Just like that. Here's the attempt, the recovery attempt. No Command coming in here from SFU. Lavish needs to do something. Juka does something first. Getting right into the thick of things. Hey, grabs another frag though. That res, so important if they could grab this. Spike
Taking
one,
the res.
Prioritizing the spike one.
Yikes.
Frags we need. Teddy needs to pick up a frag to do something, but no res. Ult's blown out. And UTM, they know what it's all about. They know how to win those rounds.
And now there's always going to be that thought in the back of our minds. Is there some connection issues from SFU that are preventing some of these rounds going in their favor? I mean, that's something entirely out of the control of anybody in this server, or anybody really at all, except for the internet providers, but it's something to keep in the back of your mind just to kind of give yourself a new angle about how these rounds are going, especially in the late game. Now, I don't think Stu DC'd all that last round, but again, like, the SFU, they're starting to struggle under the same common issues. They're struggling to find that potential to get onto a site. And we highlighted Domed and we highlighted Lavish that last round in order to stop that. And for the most part, they kind of did, but they died in that early entrance. We'll have to see now, though, what the next plan will be. Domed is essentially by himself at the back of B site. There is a marketplace presence from Lavish. He pushes himself back from the last round prior. But Juka and company, they're taking their time. And it looks like Itchy on the other side of the map might try to make first contact to be all the main draw to rotate everyone from the defense outside of B. Or maybe not. It's just a giant wounding clock right now. Early contact made outside of A. Everyone rotates back over. SFU, they're playing into their own trap.
Trying for the big brain play, but that might have been outthought. Sai knows. Here's that chamber. Goes for the swing. Itchy punishes it though. That could be the turning factor they needed to get this entry going. Straight, explosive into sight. Oh my goodness, the players are right next to him though. Juka finally gets that frag. Keeps the edge of the seat in the 5 versus 3.
Spike planted.
A lot of bodies left alive for SFU in this post flank here. Their positions are set. Dom has to break the door open. No utility to work with at all. There's a mid presence too. Stu can just push up at any moment.
Paranoia. Itchy. Second in the round as well. Can Stu connect the dots for this round. Lavish already made the choice of the exit.
Dom can leave 2 safely.
Dom does get out of there. Just about. I say that though, Stu's in the hunt. Stu wants one of these frags at least. Lavish says, get your bullets away from my teammate. Op and a Phantom mustered up.
1 step ahead, huh? 10-10.
Around for you, around for me, around for you. That's literally the pattern we've seen.
That's what it feels like.
I think it's been that way since 7-7. It's literally been round for round for round for round for round. Keeping both of these teams just guessing. What's the next play I've got to make? How do I outplay this team? There's no one size fits all.
Yeah, it really comes down to how much can we wear down the eco first of one team or another. Keep in mind too, at least the benefit of SFU, if their eco does get worn down, there is the tour de force. Chamber's so good for that eco. But we're not ready to talk about that yet. We have another round before that will become a major issue, possibly for one team or next. Early Prowler does connect against Lavish. Look at this push though, it's 2-pronged.
Lavish getting pushed right off the ankle, getting just swarmed, spanned with util. Needs to grab one, grabs a cola instead. That's exactly to see, and that's what to come for Jenny too. That's disgusting, and that brings it to the 2-on-2. Make it the 2-on-1. That could be round changing. That could be game changing. Once more.
Enemy remaining.
1. Oh, he doesn't know about the second.
1 frag.
And use the nightfall. Unfortunate.
The timing from Dom. Just wait for the other team to make the play and just play off that.
Unfortunate there. I mean, I was really hoping to see a little bit more off the nightfall, but it came out so late in a 1v4. You would do the same thing, I feel like 9 times out of 10. But you're completely right. That timing, just so pivotal right at the very end. And now, UTM, they're only 1 point off from match point and 2 over from bringing things to map number 2.
So much credit to Lavish there, Keg. Like, the way that played off of that. You get pushed off an angle, that's fine. Reposition. A 3k to be yielded from hell. Like,
yeah. No, you're completely right. Early Prowler doesn't find much inside of Hell or even into A main. The dark cover's down, but everybody on UTM are playing off site. They're looking to play on the extendages of the map and just waiting for anyone to entry in and just kind of plow from the sides.
You're right, and this isn't really a play that they've made just yet. They've been playing up close and personal. Lucifer trying to check if someone's up close and personal by Switch. Lucifer with a swing. Lucifer not checking Switch as well.
Spike down A.
Hunter's Fury, I think, just saved his life.
And all that, only 3 bodies have gone down in the engagement. Sai does have the Blade Storm. Owl Drone for info's gone.
Go. Sai trying to get that upper right. Any players hiding the nooks and crannies. Itchy just holding Hell here. So hurt though. They're sitting at about 20 HP removed. All down to the 3-on-1. Sai needs to take this out. Juka gets one. The Blade Storm is going to be triumphant. And that is going to be match points. Achieved by UTM.
UTM's ace up.
This is nothing.
UTM's ace in the hole. It was all about playing defensively and just waiting for the retakes. And now UTM are doing the same exact thing. SFU, they have to think of a new strategy change here. They can't just keep running for the same strats over and over and expecting it to work. They've only won 3 rounds for their attacking side. And while the 3 of them were explosive and really cool to see, it's just been inconsistent. And there hasn't been any tack timeouts either to see like, okay, well, what's going on? How can we fix this? And in this last round, looking very much like a broken bye, I think it's time to relegate away map number 1 and maybe start eyeing out what they can do for the second map.
UTM's pick, by the way, if you're wondering. And they came back from 5 rounds at the half and have looked nothing but confident going into this second. Juka trying to roost with that confident shock dart from Lavish. Balances things once more. 4 versus 3. Make it a 4 versus 2. You're right. Map 2. Looking like the destination. We're going on a one-way ticket here.
I don't know about that just yet. There is the body advantage though for SFU. but Lavish has been
Last player standing.
explosive.
I take it back.
Spike planted.
I take it all back.
And Don has to save. I didn't get to quite see what the eco looks like going into the next round for UTM, but we know SFU, they needed this round. It was an incredibly broken buy. From what we had seen at the end of the buy round, there was only one Phantom, one full rifle for SFU in this round. And being able to use that, the Tour de Force, a different ultimates, possibly the Helm as well, like the Blade Storm, really good. But just being able to fast take a site, get that plant money into the ground, it all adds up. And now UTM, their battle is away from eyeing map number 2. It's more about seeing what they can do to prevent overtime, because that can get really dangerous if SFU can get access back to their defensive plays.
Yeah, that's where the equation changes. I was hopeful, and maybe even call it copium, that UTM's superior individualistic plays that have started to bleed through and the later portion of this game would be enough to have that triumphant moment for them, but not at all. An op is going to be in the hands of Lavish, though. We know what Lavish can do with that. I'm nervous for UTM on one factor, though, and not just the buy. It's like two factors, the buy and the 2 ultimates there. You've got From the Shadows, you've got Null Command. Is that going to be enough to combat the lockdown?
Definitely the Into the Shadows is enough. I think both can definitely stifle out Killjoy's plays, and I think that's why we're seeing a heavy B presence. Both of them can stuff away Killjoy, make sure it's not possible to push in, and use that utility.
All
and
2 off the rip.
Exactly. Now lockdown has to be played off of the post plant.
Teddy, holding steady at logs. You can feel that pressure just building and building. From the Shadows is used. There's the From the Shadows. It's going to get shot straight away, though. That fragment's going to destroy over at logs. Forces the pressure. Forces the player out. All down to the 5-on-1. It's over. Over and out. A flawless to close things out here in map number 1 for UTM. In the first of this best of 3 series. 13-11. Moving forward to Breeze.
Oh yes, going from one very small condensed map where utility is important to a much wider map where things might get a little bit more gunfight heavy. We talked about how gunfights weren't really the big priority when it came to both these teams, especially in the first half. It was a game where utility had the maximum importance. And while we got to see that kind of devolve a little bit as we continued on into the second half, it still remained a huge importance in the team-wide plays rather than just individual peek and snap and they're dead. Look at that, no utility needed, just a dry can be swing. And that really goes to show like how the differences for both sides could be, but I feel like the most differences were how each attacking half was played per team. We had seen SFU go for the same strat over and over again. There was less adaptability, and that really bit them towards the end. UTM though, I think their attacking side was really dynamic. They played around the round, they saw where all the pieces laid, and they were able to use their information to push the site that would have the least resistance.
I enjoyed their defensive side there from UTM, just sort of waiting for SFU to kind of think themselves out the round after one pick, and that's a sign of a team that have practiced this map in and out, and they know how to work that mid control. They know how to work the psychological warfare, and been and gone we will be. SFU's pick for Breeze is giving out number 2, as I did mention, here for the MGA Dragon Cup. Hopefully enjoy yourself. We do have some giveaways and some fancy stuff for you, so make sure you keep your eyes and ears peeled for all of that business as we get to it throughout the next couple of days. But what a great start we've had so far. All of the games that you've seen so far on stream have been so damn close to going to OT. It's scary. These teams look scary.
They are, and so far, all these teams have looked really good as well. You know, sometimes a bit of a caster's secret. There's some teams where we can be like, oh yeah, that team's gonna win. Or, oh yeah, that team's gonna win. Like, it's that intuition we gain after a while, but honestly speaking, any of these teams we've seen today, at the very least in these first 2 series, anybody can win this.
100%. And that's what makes this tournament so competitive and why it's made it so fun here for us at the casting and analyst desk. There's so much to talk about. There's so much goodness to talk about. The takeaways are going to be a plethora of, and hopefully some takeaways and some plays for you to put into your next games as well. I do believe we'll be taking a short little timeout for us, so grab a drink, grab a snack, and we'll be back with plenty more Valorant for you in just a sec.
All around us, every story has an origin. Just like how the tallest mountain once started at ground level, we too started at zero. We struggled, we adapted, and we rose higher and higher. A future is being written upon decades of determination and dedication. A new origin that doesn't yield to failure, but strives to be faster, cooler, and even more phenomenal. A giant leap is made, and an incredible achievement is realized. Change the game. Supreme.
take a seat and put up your feet. Welcome back to the MGA Dragon Cup here. Cup of Frag, I'm joined by the lovely, the one and only Mr. Keg. Like, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. How about you, Kappa?
Doing fantastic. I'm ready to bring a breakdown, bring some analysis to the table, and explain a little bit about what was so fantastic about the plays we saw in that first game. And specifically, I want to talk about UTM here. So forgive my my doodles if you're confused. Let me explain it to you. The blue portion is going to be SFU, and UTM are in red there. So for position 1, as you're seeing, the aggro play, Lavish got suppressed, got just bamboozled by so much utility, and from there, just move back to position 2. This isn't a complicated play. This is a simple play. If you're not confident of getting the pick, just fall back. It's exactly what we saw from Lavish. Held hell, got the operator plays, got actually 3 separate frags. In fact, sorry, 1, and then the collateral to grab for the second, and the site was theirs just off of that. So just one of those things, if whatever agent selection you're going to go for, whatever level of play you're going to go for, there is no shame of falling off of an angle. You don't have to be the hero, and not being the hero enabled UTM and Lavish to be the heroes as a team, as a collective for the latter portions. And I want to say a round that kind of turned the game in UTM's favour. That is my breakdown, and that is why UTM did take map number 1. We're going forward to map number 2, which is going to be Breeze. I think the first Breeze we've seen on the stream today as well.
Yeah, I feel like we've just kind of bounced back and forth between Ascent so many different times. This is going to be a very... Yeah, you know, a little bit of this, a little bit of that when it comes to Ascend. But I mean, overall, we have to see what the dynamic change can be from a map that's relatively small like Ascend to one that's very large, big, wide open, grandiose, rotates, and there is a lot of flexibility with the different lanes of it as well. But
yeah,
the biggest thing I want to look out for are just the gunfights. Usually I like to see how utilities played and how it affects the large and small game alike, but when it comes to Breeze, it's more like, hey, can you shoot your shots at long range? That's really about it at times.
And can you rotate? Those are the 2 big questions. Can you hit the long distance shots and pretend every gun is a sniper rifle? Option A. Or option B, can you rotate quick enough to get to the other side before the team have it on lock? I think those are the 2 main factors of Breeze.
It's one or the other here, but we're in Agent Select now, and this is going to be an interesting Agent Select. We've seen a lot of KO. It's been really worked upon. It's been pioneered since about November of last year. We also see the double initiation coming back from the attacking side of things, but I'm curious to see maybe if we see a double controller for the defense. I don't know.
I'd love that. I'd love to see that on Breeze. The double controller factor is definitely something that takes a lot of finesse, but the power you can have on retakes, the power you can have on holds as an attacker when the other team are trying to come back in the defender side is just, it's out of this world. But for this one, it's going to be Viper. Viper being that controller presence. And you said you wanted to see a Viper earlier on. Here's your Viper.
It's really splitting me up, though, that you said that.
You know, the fact I had to think about that one proves I need more caffeine. And there's 2 Vipers on the table now. There's 2 KOs and Chambers. Are we going to see something close to a match? We're not. The Sova is going to be initiated swap out for the Sky. But the heal diff on Breeze, I think, is really undervalued. I really, really do. Love seeing a Sky on here.
But you're sacrificing one set of flashes for more wall hacky kind of like info, and this is such a big map that Sova's recon dart can't even fill out the entirety of the area of, say, A or B site. So I'm curious to see what the decision was for Sova. I'm assuming it's going to be more for like owl drones and shock dart lineups and even post plants than like straight up utility and information. So in my mind, I'm expecting to see maybe more aggression from UTM regardless of the side they're on. But there's also the double sets of flashes coming out from SFU that could just shut all that down immediately. So it's a give or take battle. I don't think there's one comp that's inherently stronger than the other. But we're going to have to find out, Kappa.
Who's going to be walking away with a smile on their face as the sunshine beats down on them over on Breeze. Could we be seeing a map 3 for the first time on the stream today? Big questions. All the pressure really is on SFU. What can they say? And more importantly, what can they do as we start things off for this pistol round? A lot of posturing over towards A.
Wall goes down. Poison orb goes up. Nobody immediately on UTM on A site until the first few seconds. But there's no contact at all. You do see that? Slow crawl. It's lavish. He's looking to find that opening pick. It was taken down. The rush comes through. Everyone's in the back of yellow, but there's actually some stairs presence above. They're surrounded. UTM already caught into a trap. It's Itchy, forced to rendezvous off. Everybody else now on the defense, they have to pick and choose. Where are they going to go? And Spike's already gone down. They're on a time limit. Itchy pushes up, though. He might be good for one, but the door closes. He's not able to find that contact immediately. Teddy on the other side, though. He's good to find some shots. Attacker so far looking good, but one left alive. It's Dumped. He falls and Sneeze. Not much longer to survive. SFU with a strong opening.
Very strong opening, and I think you're seeing exactly why this is their map pick. They had a plan, they stuck to it, they executed on it. I want to say pitch perfect, really. Sure, you lost one player, but trades are going to have to happen, and the full buy is most certainly going to happen right here, right now. Start that momentum nice and early, get yourself back into the game, get yourself back into the series, in fact.
I mean, SFU, they had a dominant lead at the beginning of Ascent, but they lost it really quickly when they were on their own defense.
5-0 at a point. Would you believe that?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel realistic now after seeing that last game. Oh, Juka already finding some opposition. They weren't expecting the fast push from a cave. That's a suicide mission at times. But look at this. Everybody on SFU, they're making this play that barges their way into B. They've already taken down 2 bodies, but from here, this is going to be tough.
Regrowth diff as well. I'm going to say it right now. Might just be an eco, but just a principle. Just a principle. Take a few shots. Doesn't matter. We got the heals, baby. Heals on tap.
Yeah, this is going to be tough here. A 4v3. Pushing into the site. There's no real immediate info just yet. Everyone's hiding their positions way far and away from each other. Stu, though, has a great chance for opening contact here. Already trying to clear those corners. Stu's good for one, but he runs out of ammo. It's up to Itchy in this micro flank, but he can't dodge and weave past a Marshall. A 1v1. Yeah, it is a 1v1. It's a mirror mode now. Diverting things away. That updraft, I'm sorry, the Cloudburst, so important. Posker really throwing Zion for a loop. I love that play.
I love that play too. There's so much to talk about, isn't there, for that play? Like, I want to say kudos. Massive pat on the back for UTM. How expensive was that? They can hardly buy over on the side of SFU. And they got the plant. Like, their economy's almost booed bar one player. And that's surely because of frags from Porska. But aside from that, that was a very effective round from UTM.
Look at Sai. He's going to buy all the way up to an op in round 3. No armor. Probably no utilities either, but no problem. And there we go. He finds that opening pick. Mitchie already goes down, but that was deep inside halls.
So, got an inkling. Are they going A? What are they doing? And that's that Breeze conundrum, isn't it? We talked to big rotations. Another one. Make that 2.
And look at this push up here. Sai still watching towards elbow. Doesn't know about Juka. Silently pushing up. But there it is. The headshot comes through. Juka takes down Sai. Picks up the op for themselves. And now B is looking mighty appetizing. Dumped in KO. Stuck. They can't move at all. But they're good to alleviate some of the pressure. Teddy falls. No more flashes to worry about. But Stu, he emerges his way through. No one checks B main through the Viper's orb whatsoever. Flashbang comes by to create some space, but on the other side, he doesn't check his corners. He gets killed the same way he took down the other KO. And UTM find their first round.
Spicy plays coming in from UTM. Real assertive on that first round. The first buy for them, I should say. I really decide for SFU. Looked a bit stale mid-round, if you know what I mean, Keg. They sort of got towards site, and they froze when they had a bit of contest there from YTM. Or UTM, I should say.
Well, it felt like they were looking for info to see, like, you know, the opening pick had already happened from Sai. Where's Sai going to go next? Can we play off of that? Oh, well, forget about Sai. That's old news. We have Ravage here, who's going through all the trials and tribulations to find something, but, you know, somehow, off of a miracle, backing away, still finds a pick against Poe. Now Dom is going to try to ride to the rescue, help Lavish, who already rendezvous out, but still being the front runner of holding the site. 2 bodies have already gone down on UTM, and now with Lavish holding behind, the rendezvous no longer present. If there is some sort of rotate though, it's going to be up to KO on the other side to catch them out, but I think this is a dedicated play.
Lavish. The footsteps are heard, but the classic, it's a free gun,
geez.
and it's going to get a free frag. Puts it to the 3-on-2. Vandal acquired for Juka.
Lavish took out the straggler though, but there's still a rotate presence from Domed. That means each member of UTM left alive can't play off of each other. Behind an elbow, that's a wealth of info already, just off of sound alone. The rotate's been called. Domed has to play patient here. There's only 2 left alive. Spawning out at least 1.
It's over, Keg.
It is. Oh, but the Viper's Pit was dedicated, and a spray transfer shuts it down.
Love it. Absolutely love it. If that's how you're going to do it, UTM, keep doing that every round, please, because that is big brain antics in the works. Timing, knows they're there, doesn't get too aggro, just lets them have that sort of full sense of security. Don't mind if I do. Is that 2 players? Oh, it is.
30 seconds left.
There it is. Look at that spray transfer again. You can even see the hesitation slightly from Dom, waiting for the gun to reset. There's a very angry person outside.
I can hear. They definitely are sponsoring SFU, or supporting SFU, I should say. Upset at that one.
Sneeze overextends. Juka's good for that opening pick. Oh, wow! How does Sai find that? That wasn't even a pixel. That was a vector angle. And there might be one more.
Peaks at their finest. About to say, elbow. Look at you bashing elbows if they're not careful. They keep going that trajectory.
And this has been the play that SFU have been running for a while, haven't they? They've just been playing mid and looking for the opening pick and then hoping for the best and rotate out.
I think this is what I was talking sort of about. Getting a bit stale in the mid round, right? Like, if you keep defaulting to the same strategy, it's going to be red. And as it is, the suppression's coming through from the 0 point. The toxical, blocking all vision. Teddy just hoping someone's going to give that gift wrapped in the boat.
Oh no, Sai has to out-aim here, and they do. Itchy falls, a great angle, but can't beat out the op.
30 seconds left.
Chaos ensues. Lucifer behind the site tries to nullify the null command, but he gets nullified himself in the process. So many back and forths again. The wall goes down, and suddenly it's just an emergence of a 2v2. Sure, there could be 4 seconds for KO to be healed, but he's being guarded heavily. Through the side, Sai relegates the op away, picks up this Vandal. 1v1, 8 seconds left. That Spike still needs to go into the ground, but Chamber versus Sky. We know who comes out on top. And SFU, the honking guy, was right. Seems like he knew what the answer was going to be for the next round.
I gave him flack for a bit of mid-round stale. But you know what? Doesn't matter, because they converted that stale bread into a fresh loaf straight up the oven. Precise gunplay there from Teddy. Good movement. And the bait of the KO, that all played into the plan perfectly. Love it. Absolutely love it. And that's SFU back on the scoreboard. Hopefully for many to come is what they'll be singing their praises to. But it comes down to one thing and one thing alone. Just get creative.
Speaking of creative here, this is about to be a bloodbath, and an eco bloodbath at that. Everyone, every way, every which one you want to look at. Sai, good to get rid of that Blade Storm on the other team, but 3 left alive for SFU. It's not too late just yet. They could make the mad dash back over to A, and it seems like that's what they're trying to do, but Itchy needs to take one for the road.
Forest run. Little tag coming in from the Marshal. Does bring Sky down really, really low. That's 2 players low. I've not even got to sight yet.
Oh, but the heal. Sky can't heal herself. It's poetic, really. But now it's still in that 3v3. The Blade Storm still range true. We have to keep an eye on that as Sai goes for an aggressive flank. It looks like, no, I thought those are Seekers for a second. I apologize, but she's been identified regardless. Sai's got to take her time. The guiding light dedicated towards Sai, now with a Vandal in hand. Everybody else coming in from 3 different angles. No tradability again. UTM, they have to play this coordinated and strong and well. But no, the super up. The tour de force, good to find one. Dom falls out of a trade. The attackers find yet another. Sneeze now, just a Marshall in hand. The last alive, trying to find a way to defuse that spike, but they're surrounded by all angles. There's only 2 left alive, but it's the tour de force from the back. Now they've doubled the score.
SFU coming through. UTM need to find a response now. They've got to adapt and overcome the adaptation from SFU. I love the rotation that we saw there. Like the play that you read for the call through mid, go through elbow, get round. And they took damage for a Marshall twice. 2 players wounded. The heal diff comes in from Sky. 7 assists for Teddy. 7.
That's a lot of assists.
It's first half.
I mean, a lot of those have to come out from like heals and guiding light plays as well. Oh, this Viper Pit could be lethal against UTM. They don't have any double doors protection whatsoever.
Lavish. Trying to see if it's something gun just holding that mid angle. Toxic screen. Absolutely sensational to get him sight access. Talk. Hunter's Fury trying to do something as well. Straight into sight. Pro's gonna go.
Where's Domed? That's the big question. Domed falls, Viper's Pit no longer an issue, and the map control gained by SFU in a single play with the Viper's wall. Now all over sight. Side's gonna go for that flank again. Poking and prodding, no info to work off of, but the rogue head of Poe you think would be blown away. No sir, not today. That's gonna leave only 1 left now. Lucifer rejoining the Angels down under again. SFU, they're making Breeze their field day.
Yeah, they are. As I said, what team's going to be walking away with some sunscreen, the sunglasses, and feeling good? It's definitely not UTM right now. It seemed as though maybe that would have been how things have started, but not at all. Tactical timeout called by Say. What's the play?
I don't know, Coach Cuppa, what's the play?
I think we've got to work around the Chamber some more. Chamber's such a imperative agent to use well on the likes of Breeze, and you think of any Breeze game, any level where you see a team come together, rally back the troops and get a game in their hands, it's how that Chamber rotation is going to be working. Out of all the agents they have as well, between Chamber and Jet to do something spicy, and I think that's going to be the play. Maybe even switch sides. It doesn't need to be complicated. It's just playing off the utility you have. And talking of Sentinel utility, that's as good as it gets when it comes to Chamber. Also, using your Viper a bit more. I like the play with the Viper's Pit, but playing perhaps a little bit more passive, less towards Cave would be something to consider. And all those thoughts considered, where to? What's going to be their round play here?
I mean, if I'm SFU, I've been playing mid every round, and I haven't really been contested at all outside of, say, Psy in those opening picks. I want to see Chamber playing mid more. Having the tour de force potential, op potential, the rendezvous being a quicker escape now than Jet's dash, that's the perfect concoction to control mid. And then SFU would be forced to push an A or B main into instant death. We haven't seen that yet.
No,
I'd like to see it.
I'd love to see it. Let's get that mid contest coming up here.
Looks like we do have a tech pause, though.
Short pause indeed.
Oh,
spilt beverage.
I've had that.
We've all done that. You've done that before, right? Where you're playing a game and you're like, oh, and you just spill the glass of water. Oh, it's a tough time.
Yeah, I mean, usually for me it's like coffee. Like I'll spill it everywhere, and I'm like, oh no.
I did it with the coffee actually last week. It was in the middle of a Valorant game. It was not a good time where you're trying to clutch and clean up a spill at the same time. The benefit of being a tournament, you do have some tech timeouts, and we'll give those players a little bit of time to not crow over the spilt milk, get it cleaned up.
Oh, spilling milk mid-game must be the worst. You gotta clean all that up or it's gonna like ferment and smell.
Nasty.
Ugh.
That's nasty. You don't want that. No one wants that.
No, never.
Not even for your worst enemy.
That's why I like coffee. It's just black coffee. You know, even instead of cleaning it up, you just be like, all right, 1 second, guys. All right. Drink it off my mouse pad.
Get the straw out. It's fine.
I was thinking more barbaric, just face to the table. I need my coffee, man.
Don't waste any of those coffee beans, bro.
You kidding me? That's tough gold to me.
Absolute gold. Do you know what also is gold? Let me tell you. It's going to be the MSI Summer Sale. It's now live. If you're wondering, how can I get some sweet swag? How can I get better peripherals, better stuff for my computer? Exclamation mark Summer Sale in the chat to check out the exclusive deals and save big on selected products. Back to the action though. The tech timeout for some frags, and that's technically a first blood coming in from Lavish. What a great way to come out of a timeout.
But look at this. B is completely open. The wall goes down. These defenders suddenly have to play the role of the attackers if that spike goes down in time. Speaking of which, it's being planted. All inside tunnel, though. This is a weird dynamic change we don't get to see too often. Teddy and company are going to hide away. There is a Splinter Cell group pushing inside of Elbow, trying to go around the B main to re-pinch the rest of the site. Now keep in mind the buys aren't great for UTM. Say the Sheriff goes down, but Lavish is the first to go. Instead, back and forth again. So many different trades. Stu hiding around the pillar is good to find one, but nearly collapses against another. But no, he shoots the head off of Sneeze. And now Psy finding themselves 1 of 2 left alive. Takes down the counter jet of 3K, but there's still one more. It's up to Sky. The Cloudburst is down to change the positions away. Still enough time to go through. Beautiful from Psy. A beautiful 4K. How many times can I say that word? What a beautiful round. Off a tech timeout, no less.
Was it beautiful?
I think it was pretty beautiful.
It was. It really was. 14-7, 2.0 KDR stamped into the round by Say. And what did we say in that tactical timeout? We need to see some more regression. We need to see some more proactive plays coming in from UTM.
And mid plays.
Yes, sir. The mid plays as well. All happening in one round.
But SFU aren't dummies either. They recognized that was a big mid play, and that's what their bread and butter's been. So they have to make an adjustment themselves.
They've got the ultis to support that as well. No commands. You've got your Viper's Pit.
That's losing Psy.
Jet too.
That's a lot of entry potential gone. Oh, no.
That's horrible for them.
That's the null command. Again, entry on site for SFU has looked pretty good as of now. Almost every round they've been able to push their way onto a site. Last 2 alive coming from double doors. It's going to be our contestant number 1. It's Sneeze to push their way in. But the recon bolt in 5 seconds. They're going to wait to play off the utility or save.
I think they're saving. Yeah, It looks like they're cowering. They're running for the shadows of B-Hall. I mean, soaking some rays.
Their ego wasn't looking great, but I'm a little surprised about the save, or at the very least, not even looking for exits. I was expecting to see these last 2 maybe not win the round, but at least some eco damage to stifle out SFU in their aggressive plays. But maybe it ups to more time for the team to talk to each other.
If in doubt, save it out.
Yeah, I guess.
There's a lot of doubt in a 5 versus 2, given respect to SFU. I hear what you're saying, though. I hear what you're saying. At least one player to go sort of for one exit and move on their bike, but not even contesting any of the players kind of gives a free path of exit for SFU. And the economy, look how good the economy is now off of that. Great point, actually.
Yeah, removing those guns would be so powerful, but ultimately I don't really think it would make much of a difference. And I think the double save was a good play, because look at the weapons now for the rest of the team. Being able to use their money to buy up instead of, taking the chance and sacrificing their own life. For the most part, you have the Blade Storm and just the Spectre. It's a forced buy still, but not the worst in the world.
Could be better, could be worse. Itchy makes Sneeze feel a lot worse. Gets the first blood. Rendezvous out.
Oh, jeez.
Trade, though. Look at the aggression at mid.
This is up to Psy now. Psy has to make a move here. Especially before Viper can put her utility down. If Viper goes down, this entire push could be lost. But Itchy's got to watch out, too. Try to be the secondary defense now. Itchy isn't aware, but he's about to scroll up, possibly in the Doom. He's got to use that up close. But dodging away, the perfect read. Up close and personal, a knife to the head, and up now gain from Psy. That's a win in their book already. Upgrades. But this is all during the entry at the same time, and now Psy had to dive themselves away from the attention of the rest of the site. And now, bringing themselves back.
Felt like Dragon Ball Z for a moment there, Seeker. Oh, powering up. Who's going to power up? Is
it's the
Jack
Blade
going to
Storm
be
into
that
the
power
air.
up?
You're right. I'm not sure. Blade storm into the air. Above Brick. No one's aware. Teddy goes down. And they're not behind Brick either. Sai's just up into the air. They can't identify where it is. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? Is it Sai? It might be Sai, but he's got to make a move. A 2v2. Good with the Blade storm again. It is Sai. Wasn't a plane.
No shot.
The last alive.
No shot.
A good 4K into the defuse again. This seems to be the Sai bread and butter play. We've said it so many times, we'll be saying it even more. A 4K into a defuse at the last second. You may think it's a clutch. I think it's just an everyday thing for Sai.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Sai. More frags. Just all over the place. From high, down to low, to the lows by pyramids. Just trenching through the water. The footsteps sloshing everywhere. Just still getting trade after trade after trade with that Blade Storm. That is not easy. That's anything but easy.
18 and 8 because of that. Woo! Holy Moses. Wow. Incredible plays there.
Let's play.
Nasty. Nasty plays. Love it. What a sick game this has turned out. Oh, sees the leg. Sees the booty of Viper. Gonna clap the cheeks potentially.
Yo?
Not gonna be given any more though.
Oh, tunnel's the way to go, though. Directly into the grasp of that Viper, who is watching down, avoiding Chamber. 12 HP now. Sai takes down Itchy. That's the tour de force now gone. Not to worry about that in B main anymore. But as they continue through, Sai again's on just his own lone adventure, doing his own thing. And while the spike hasn't gone down yet, it's going on its own adventure towards A side, towards the back of the enemy team spawn.
What is
the spike
going on?
is in a place it's never seen before, ever in professional Valorant. Last one alive, Sai. He's just as confused as the rest of us. I mean, it's a unique play. We like unique plays, but look at how much now site control SFU have over UTM, or I guess the Sai Guild.
Spike planted.
Sai Guild. Yeah, let's go with the Sai Guild for now on. I think it's a post plant. The plant looked like it was calculated, preemptive to what else is to come.
No op. This is Sai, fully willing to die here.
Is Sai gonna go for the long flank?
He's gonna go for the... Oh, you know what he's gonna do? No! He's not gonna try to take down the lineups. Both agents left alive for SFU have lineup potential for the spike. They don't need to aggress or initiate at all until they hear that spike sound.
Flash
but the push
right
comes
into
by.
the face. Like, what do you do?
Nothing.
Do you do?
You can't do much. Juka found the 4K
Last
again. So many
round before the
4Ks.
switch.
I won't do my count impression again, but 20 and 9, man. Like, Sai, we talked
Say no more.
about before going into this game, how important is the gunplay going to be? Yes, utility is important, but on a map like Breeze, it again comes down to those long-range gunfights and how much you can control the area off of just the prowess of bullets alone. And Sai's proving that point exactly, just going for so many off angles, so many different things, just a beautiful network of just shutting things down.
You want to see a solo carry? I think we're seeing an attempt right now here from Sai. See if Dom can challenge these push.
Dom can't go for the strafe anymore because of the fragment grenade. Buys more time for SFU to push up against Dom's position. Been playing the same round for the most part. They know exactly where Viper's going to play, but even then, doesn't matter when Itchy still goes down. Spike's in the ground though. It's up to Poe here. Tries to do what Itchy couldn't. Go for the strafe shot, but he has to bide his time. He's got to stay safe, but Dom takes advantage of that. And now the bodies are falling for the attackers. From behind, Dom was never removed. A 3K could turn into 4, but it's everyone versus the world. Juka can't go up against two opposite at once. 5-7 doesn't sound too bad for a half.
Massive double high five there for Dom.
Switching
Holding
sides.
against like the biggest test I think Dom's seen in the entirety of the half there. Picks up a triple. Takes it nice and slowly, gets suppressed by no command, gets blinded, gets cross-fired. So many factors to overcome, and Dom definitely did it.
Oh man,
2 rounds UTM are at before they turn that round. Pretty nice, really nice.
That crosshair placement was so nice. But you know what else is nice about crosshairs?
Talk to me, man.
The Crosshair 15 comes in multi-color gradient designs with accented WASD for immersive gaming experiences. So you should be ready. You should be like Sai and be ready and aim and shoot away at your opponents. But the Crosshair 15 seems really cool, but I'm curious to see how the second half goes. Already very fast.
Wasting no time. Who's going to that third map? Who isn't?
Here we go.
Sight. Little luck there from Lavish too.
Oh my god, it's just chaos everywhere. Sai still holding the ground towards the back, and Poe can't quite find the strafes and the dodges in between. But Lavish is good up to 3 now. Juka's the last alive. Classic that far away might be good to take down Dumped, but there's actually not a single person left alive on UMT with full HP. This is entirely doable for Juka. In fact, that's 1. Could be good for up to 4 here. Juka just needs to find that next one. Gonna slice the pie. Look for that next point of initial entry. Snakebite and wall could be so paramount here. Could eliminate 1 by 1 everybody. But needs to find time. There's so little left now. That defuse still needs to come underway. It's faked out. Looking for the push. There's 2 footsteps. That's 1 right click. Make it another. 1 from each way. But no, they come at once. A 3 game. Make that 4 into the defuse. Is there enough time? It's up to Juka, but there's so little time. A victory for Juka, but a loss for another round. It seems for SFU.
Juka shooting that classic like it's a bazooka. Taking out so many players there. The burst of that classic. Don't sleep on it. Ever. Ever. Especially with this pistol rounds. Might not have got the defuse, but yeah, just drawing out those players, that takes talent itself.
I mean, just the thought processes here was so smart. Even ignoring that shot from the back, identifying Viper pushing through the wall.
Love that.
It speaks volumes again. I apologize for chat. The trade ability, and speaking of which, oh my god, it is a massacre inside of Cave. Everybody's going down at once. 2 defenders already lost. SFU, it's really up to the onus of Teddy. Spotted out by the recon bow, going for the Trailblazer, just trying to delay the inevitable, awaiting the rest of the defenders to push up. But Teddy's sacrifice, it's in vain. Yellow now the way to go. Immediate takedown from Stu. Last alive now on the defense. It's gonna be that strafe. I'm sorry, not a strafe, the flank from Juka. Already identified, excuse me. Can't really save the Spectre here. There's no point on a map like Breeze. The Marshal can't do the job either. Juka could try to recreate magic again, but it seems so much less likely with so much better weapons on the board, and Lavish proves us right. 7-7. Always 1 step ahead, they say, Kappa. It's an even 7-7 again, 2 maps in a row.
Could see the cusp of OT in our future. I don't have a crystal ball, though. None of these players, round by round, they're going to have to duke it out instead. And the buy right now, if you're looking over to UTM, a bit light. And going for that next bonus. And the full buy, which is cooperated with the Bulldog coming in for SFU as well. So that tells the tale. Maybe some difficulties farming frags here for the likes of SFU.
Hey, this mid play looks familiar.
Deja vu?
You want to play? Let's play.
I want to play. Let's see what this tour de force can do at the bottom end of Cave. Spike inevitably going to end itself on A site, or so it seems. Off that kill from Poe, everyone from Double Door stops pushing up. In fact, now they're waiting out the fragment grenade, and at the same time, the spike goes down. It just buys more time.
Juka.
This is all part of their plan. Juka's good for 2, just waiting, having everyone stuck outside, waiting for a bust stop of a bust that will never come. It's up to Lavish now, separated out from their teammates. What's left to do? Lavish has nothing except the tour de force.
That's everything, man. 1-tap rifle, and talking of 1-taps, there's a 1-tap wallbang coming in from Teddy, just avoiding with the head glitch over at stairs. I see your tour de force, and I'm definitely not peeking it yet.
Always 1 step ahead, said us last map against SFU. And so far, that seems to be going the way it is, but I mean, now that Juka has really woken up, 21-8, a scoreline not too similar from Sai, this could still be a pendulum swing either way.
Controller, just locked horns of a duelist right now, and that reinforces the theory craft we made of, is the duelist meta still a thing? This game could tell you otherwise. Blaze Storm active here for Sai.
Poe's holding for that initial contact. The sprays don't amount to much, but the Owl Drone does spot out Poe. Goes for the active dash. Spike goes down. And yet, there's been very little contact except for Teddy. Sure, Lucifer falls, but that's okay. It's just a KO, right? Right? Just a KO? No, it's everybody! Stu's good for a double kill. Sneeze by themselves. Do have shock darts for the post plant. Can't really quite push up that much. Sai on the other side, though. Needs to make that first initial contact. Play off, help the Sova. But look at this. The shock dart already goes down, and it's useless against the 2v5. Just the rogue sprays. Has to be the way to go, but it's nothing.
Absolute full stick. Get it done quick. Rip the band-aid off. Don't rip it off slow. Rip it off quick. Flawless. The gap is starting to be widened a little bit. SFU Black back in business here. Over on their map pick. And a save being teased the idea of here by UTM. But what's their choice going to be? I think a save would be a good idea, to be honest. Like, inevitability of double figures is right there, and going for a bit of a half buy. So a bit of column A, a bit of column B. One Vandal, a Bulldog, couple of Marshals.
Sai feels comfortable though, going for the Vandal, an expensive choice, unlike anybody else on his team. And Tenny, they know about how strong mid can be, poking and prodding a little bit, just peering over the ledge of the door. Thought maybe they could see something, but Teddy's actually used this to their advantage. Take that control of orb on A side cave. Maybe go for a gigantic flank. Keep in mind, double chamber is abound, but there are no trademarks for the anti-flank from UTM. That means this push through could be super strong from those in the back. Sure, they could take over B site, but what does it matter? So many trades outside of tunnels. Itchy needs to drop. But look at this, right into the eyes of another side, takes down Itchy. Both chambers now gone, no post plan flanks at all.
B. One enemy remaining.
More go down. 2 of the 3 left alive for SFU are the ones on the flank. Stu, he's the third. He's the most aggressive so far. He's just looking to see where those pushes might come in from. And there it is, robot to robot. They talk to each other. It looks like Lucifer was shut down. Double digits now for SFU, and UTM, well, they won their first 2 rounds of this half, but they haven't been able to convert it once actual rivals came into play.
They haven't. They have not. Now's the full bite. And I think this is the last real opportunity they're going to have here to prevent the jaws of defeat just swallowing them up. Up in the hands there of Lavish. If you saw map number 1, you know that Lavish can hit a nice shot or 2 with that up. But over on Breeze, on attacking side, that's a different equation.
It just seems like everything UTM are trying to throw at the wall, none of it's sticking. Null Command comes out. Into the Viper wall, bypassing the Cloudburst completely. Sai just takes full control of the most important part of the site. That's the actual spike plant zone itself. And Poe, yellow control, make sure that these attackers can't get too far. Spike goes down. Dom just trying to create that space. Waiting to see which of these defenders will push up first, but it's actually a rogue Trailblazer. Where'd you come from, little guy? But he's gone now.
I'm just getting taken out with the mid-door control, so that cross is uncovered now.
Oh, it's getting so rough, though. Look at that lineup from Sneeze. He blew his boogers all over them, and he does it again. What a powerful Sneeze. Soon tight to you, too, Sova. That's a round you need to win.
What a spray. It was all down to like a 4-on-2, I think, in those last moments. The 4K, every single frag being snagged by Steve. Watch this one more time. Forgive me, a 4 versus 3, but regardless, it was 4 versus 2. Look at this. All headshots too, I think.
One more.
Great positioning, great off angle too.
Oh, the slow-mo makes it better. We can see each individual germ particle going through into them. Oh my. It's like an allergy sneeze.
That's definitely, someone didn't take their Claritin today, so it was not
You want to play? Let's play.
I did. Hopefully the rest of the team did too. Try and fight back against those allergens, against the germs of Sneeze. Lots of ultimates available here for SFU.
Oh, Viper's put on B is a good choice. Aggressive A is not going to work. Then maybe aggressive B would work, right? Juke is in their heads right now. Do you remember, Kappa? The last time we had seen that Viper's Pit come out, Sai had Blade Storm. It just flew over the entire thing. It still eliminated everybody without even going in the Viper's Pit.
Look at Teddy, look at Teddy!
I know, Teddy's in a good spot. He's in a good spot. He's got to bypass the op, though, and he's good to shut them down. That being said, though, Viper's Pit still the thing to consider, but through the box. Now there's multiple angles to worry about. The Seekers provide a good body shield. The Guiding Light could be the escape option that he needs. But no matter which way he goes, the null command, the suppress comes through. Itchy helps save the day. Teddy's still alive. But there's another tour de force to worry about. It's the battle of two snipers. A snowy field turned tropical, both missing their shots, but the Guiding Light is the extra leverage on top that the defense has, and it forces Lavish to push off. Can't quite contest that anymore. Mid, the B is not going to work at all. 16 seconds left.
That is such good delays from Teddy. Delays every effort at mid. Not even leaving the same angle over at single box at middle. I can't believe it. I genuinely can't believe that worked.
And all because of that op play into the double chamber battle was the entire reason why SFU won that round.
Trebia. Great stuff from Teddy. 11 assists now. 10 assists for Stu. Initiators doing exactly what they need to do. Just setting up your teammates for success. And that's what Teddy did there. It wasn't rocket science. It was just good utility use. Uses the Tiger, the Trailblazer. Uses the Guided Light. Gets right in there with the flashes and prevents any productivity coming through from the likes of Lavish.
Deploying drone.
That's a good opening pick.
Lavish. There they go.
Oh, but what's going to happen here? Space being created by the Hunter's Fury all throughout the pyramids. These again. Finds a little bit of action towards the back of the side, but it just promotes the rest of their team to push forwards and get that spike into the ground. Itchy, though, with an up in hand, could be the biggest single factor here to stop the attackers, especially as Dom falls. But there's still two left to worry about. UTM fighting for match point. They don't want to have that happen with SFU. If not, they might have to look towards map number 3. That being Icebox, far away from the tropical atmosphere. They have to get their winter coats, but they're holding it back. A 1v2. If they can find one more, and they do, but the trade's too strong. It's Juka to save the day. As long as they get that defuse. And there's plenty of time.
Celebrating. Victory dance. It's all good. Champion tunes, man. They don't get old, do they?
I'm just bobbing my head right now listening to it. It's been a while. Too many cool skins have come out since then.
Match point.
Yeah, there's so many options, isn't there? It's like a kid in a candy store. You're going like, I want everything. I don't just want one thing. Gonna have all of them. That's my next request from Riot. When are we gonna get the rotation of skins coming through?
But what, the champion skins?
Rotation of Vandal skins, so you can have. Sorry, I didn't explain it. It was a brainchild. So you can have 3 different Vandals in one game. So you can have champions. You could have your prime. Yeah, you know,
that'd be cool.
Outside the box.
I'd be down for that.
We're thinking outside the box, Keg, but UTM, everything on them to prevent this going to this third map here. And their buy is a little bit sketchy. No commands, looking like a good prominent factor to get this round in their favor.
Oh, it's explosive. And there we go. More opening shots come by. Look at this. KO already down into his little revive position. These defenders are going down like flies one by one. And all that's left of them, those on B-side proper have gone down. Everyone else on the outer edges looking to opt their way through. Itchy at the very least for one. There's Teddy, not quite with an op, but still a headshot machine. Forced to drop down, does have utility to work with. 36 seconds though to the next Guiding Light. You have to be choosy about when that flash comes through. And they're waiting.
Down yet? There it is. I was gonna say.
At the same time though, more trades come through. 2 left alive for the defense. Again, a battle for match point. This is either going 9-12 or we're going to map 3. Itchy snuck his way through. He's got to be extra careful here. He's at a body disadvantage. As long as he can maybe find some shots on the one, he can't. It's Sai who's already pushed in. It's Teddy, the last alive. And it looks like, though, 13's not quite the lucky number just yet, but rather the opposite. 9-12.
Great tenacity coming in from UTM. I talked to their buy being a bit light. I think one player didn't even have armor. Like, it was looking that sketchy. Thin ice, they skated across it. They skated across it with assertive dominance. And what I particularly liked is how explosive that execution was. They didn't delay regardless of being at the disadvantage. And the trades came through in the flurry behind that too. So beautiful stuff, and we need to see a lot more of that. A lot more of that if we're still going to be in this. Bladestorm is available here for UTM in sight.
Opening owl drone does find a wealth of information. That's at least 2 backside that's been identified. Viper wall goes down. Sai can use the relative approximate location about where they found those 2 and could maybe push through. Rogue bullets in the air. Gotta watch out for the head. No helmets are on whatsoever. And Teddy's up above on stairs. Fragment grenade will divert away that spacing. Everyone on yellow forced to hide behind the gigantic box, but still good for 1. Rogue flashes in a 4v4. Looking for those upper positions, elevated positions no less too. The guiding light, the trailblazers trying to help out. It's just creating space, creating divergence, and Lucifer's caught out in the process. Dom though, hiding, going for the sprays with the Phantom no less behind the wall. Forced to catch off their positioning. It's up to 1 left. It's Sai. And that's it, 13-9. Looks like we're going to map 3 for the first time today and the first time for the MGA MSI Dragon Cup.
Defenders
we come back there from SFU, taking their map pick as we go through to map number 3. That is going to be Icebox here. And I do believe that is going to be it for that best of 3, particularly on the stream as well. So, what a game. And SFU's definitely still in that.
Absolutely, I thought it was fantastic to see, and I mean, both teams, again, we look to see from Ascent over to Breeze, hey, is that going to be enough of a change of a map that maybe changed the results a little bit? And I would say yes, it was. A lot of firepower came through, and yeah, there were abilities. Of course, there would be in Valorant, but the abilities definitely took a big backseat in this game compared to Ascent.
Yeah, they did. There was a lot of ability crutches in Ascent, and Ascent, as you mentioned, being a lot more tight-knit and tight-fit, you have to be on point with those abilities. But it was all about the gunfire, the gunpower, and Sai, a player definitely worth highlighting, regardless of the scoreline, regardless of the outcome of the game. Some sensational plays. This one too from Dom, just good trigger discipline, enables some other plays to come through too. But yeah, it's strange going from an ability-centric map, and another obviously fantastic play coming from Sky too, to a gun prominence map over here on Breeze. I wonder how Icebox is going to pan out.
Yeah, Icebox will be an interesting map to see. The cold, frigid depths. Unfortunately, though, looks like we won't be covering that one. It'll be off stream, but I really hope, you know, I wish the best to the winner.
Indeed, and if you keep track of things, we'll be giving you some updates on the stream. It's going to give you an idea of where things are. But yeah, Sai, just really sick plays of Jet. Getting hyper-aggressive there. And back and forth, yeah, another clutch. As you were saying about the 4K. So many big plays from the Jet here.
Yeah, I mean, Sai just popped off heavily in this game. I mean, look, at the same thing we saw on the replay too. Juka also doing the same. Just 2 titans that felt like going up against each other in the server. And I absolutely love to see the brains versus brawn between both teams. And at times it felt like kind of both teams are swapping those 2 different philosophies. Do you want to play smart, or do you just want to brute force your way in? And I just loved on a map like Breeze, we got to see a little bit of dipping and diving in both.
I've heard there's some sales available, Keg.
Oh, yeah.
When would you go for a sale?
You know, I think I would go for a sale. I think there's a lot of cool things happening here. I mean, MSI has a great summer sale going on right now. You can definitely check out their website, but I mean, there is just so much going on here that I'm really excited to see.
Teddy too. Gotta love this. Just teamwork. Teamwork makes the dream work, and that's exactly what SFU had fitting for you on this map. Chose it correctly and able to get themselves back in to what is going to be an exciting affair. But I do believe there are 2 other phenomenal casters and some amazing teams coming your way with regards to the top 8. Ash is going to be one of them, and I think Epitomes is going to be for the number 2 as well. So 2 phenomenal casters, and hopefully some exciting games for them. If they've anything from what we saw today from our first couple of games, it's going to be a great cast.
Absolutely. And of course, that's not the end of us either. We will be around for tomorrow as well in the morning block before, you know, the amazing other set of casters come back in, you know, kind of finish the job for us. But I'm really excited. I'm really excited for Spicy and for Epi as well. They're amazing casters, and I think that's the end for us today, Kappa.
That will be end for us, and we'll catch you around the corner, and hopefully catch you in the chat for the rest of the games here today. Have a great rest of your Saturday, and stay tuned. Play more Valorant coming up for the MGA Dragon Cup.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the MSI MGA Dragon Cup. I'm Spicy Pyro and on the desk with me I have Epitomes. How are you doing today? We're gearing up for quarterfinals with SENAKREWCOLGUAP versus Cosmic Divide.
I mean, what a team name, but I mean, Cosmic Divide, they've basically just been blazing through the entire bracket, right? And I'm really excited to see how they're going to be played today, but okay, I'm not sure if I can pronounce this name properly. SENAKREWCOLGUAP. They've also been doing incredibly well, and it's quite a stacked roster. If you couldn't tell from the name, it's the players of SENAKREWCOLGUAP.
Yeah, that one's a mouthful. We're gonna shorten down. We're shortening that one down to Senna, but yes, so that's gonna be the best of 3 that we have coming up. The last one of the day. It's round of 8, so the quarterfinals, like I already mentioned, and I mean, Tala, we do have the map picks and bans if you did want to take us through those.
So yeah, we do have Cosmic Divide banning Breeze for that first map, and then Senna does decide to ban Bind, and as a result they pick Split, and you know, Split being recently removed from competitive is pretty exciting to see some more Split. And then Sen will be starting defense on that map, and then Senna on the next map are going to be picking Icebox while Cosmic Divide start defense. And if we do go to map 3 after banning Ascent and Fracture, the only map that we have left is Haven.
Yep, so a lot of actually not really necessarily favorites. I guess 2 of the OG maps, when it comes down to Split, people are trying to they're squeezing in those last few games before it does get taken out of the competitive role, and we have Pearl doling in afterwards, which I'm sure everybody's working on as far as scrims, but Split is, you know, the most similar map to Pearl within the map pool presently in Valorant, but I'm always excited to see Split for map number 1 because that's something that you very rarely see. It only really comes out as like map 2 or map 3. It's very rarely the first pickup.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those maps that is harder to set the pace on because even though I feel like they have tried to change it to make it less defender-sided. It is very defender-sided, and it's one of those maps that just has a lot of corners and a lot of different angles that you can play in as a defender, and it's really easy to bully these attackers in mid, especially if you do have that Sage, which we do see Kempeki locking in.
What I'm actually finding interesting is that we're not seeing a Fade come out quite yet between either of these teams, and I mean, she is the newest agent, so it hasn't been worked into every single team's composition quite yet, but I feel like Fade alongside a Breach is just a really potent combination when you have that Raze in the mix, because there are so many setup plays and combinations that you can pull off.
I definitely think that Fade is an agent that not a lot of people are that comfortable on. I feel like, especially on an older map like Split, because it's easier to bring her into like newer maps, especially if you might be practicing Fade on something like Pearl, like just those big open spaces. But I think Split would be a great map for Fade, considering the pick rate of Raze on Split, and the fact that Raze and Fade's util being comboed together so well, and Raze just being that main duelist pickup on this map. I think it would be really interesting to be able to see her being played in tandem with that agent.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we're not going to see that coming out this time around, but we are going to see the double controller here on the side of Cosmic Divide. So you do have actually Terms playing the Chamber, which is interesting because we usually see Terms on the initiator picks, being the IGL here for Cosmic Divide. And then Icy playing that Viper alongside of the Omen. So Viper plays a bit more like a pseudo Sentinel here on Split, and I really like having her incorporated into compositions because it allows for a lot of lurk pressure.
I definitely think having that double controller is really nice for this team, but now it's just an aggression towards B main, and Guapo just backing off a little bit, throwing that dark cover, but they're pushing right on through. The paranoia is thrown, but TCAS unaffected, swings for the kill, throws those paint shells into heaven, taking control of that site, and now ushering the teammates quickly in behind. Lear, though, pushing up through mid, finding a little bit of pressure, but we've got a lurk as well from the Viper, and it's 2 kills going towards Cosmic Divide in tandem as that spike goes down.
Cosmic Divide definitely looking with the advantage here. Time's on their side now, since the spike has been planted, and only 2 left here on Senna for this retake. AGM is going to be making some money moves through, but the crossfire is not going to allow him, and now it's just Governor alone, 25 HP in a dream.
Governor can't really find anything just with the Headhunter, and Sherms is able to take him down. Cosmic Divide a near flawless for their first round, allowing them a lot of guns in this second round as well with the buy-up. So, I mean, pretty standard, but like you said, that lurk pressure from having a double controller, Icy just staying in mid around sewers, working towards the A site a little bit with the help of the toxic screen, but then just a late lurk through mid, so the rotations coming in from vents, or just trying to get a flank out from market were a lot less possible because of Icy. So that was really nicely done by Cosmic Divide here.
Look at this heavy mid presence that we're seeing here from Senna. Lear with a very aggressive angle, a follow-up from their teammate, but gonna fall back ultimately. And Cosmic Divide's actually not really looking to contest mid this time around. They're playing very quiet, making some noise towards A, but now a full rotation back to B garage, where we're likely to see a blitz.
Oh, they're just making their way on through. It's a dink onto Sherms, which is not able to confirm the kill. Just a kill trade back and forth, though. Kenpeki is able to find one, and actually a kill with the snake bite as well. It's all left up to Governor again. 7 bullets in the Headhunter, 2 off the Rendezvous. The guiding light actually does miss, but even though they're unaware, the shots start firing, and they do miss. Icy for the last kill confirmed of this round.
First 2 rounds into the hands of Cosmic Divide, and now Senna's going to be able to buy up. That's Valorant. Nothing too surprising there. When you win out on that pistol, you're expected to win the next one as well. Even though Sen couldn't steal away that buy-up round from Cosmic Divide, it wasn't too bad of an eco. They did take 2 guns out of their hands, and now we're looking at actually a 5-stack here from Cosmic Divide over towards the A site. They haven't shown heavy presence there previously.
And they actually have changed up the wall as well. Kenpeki putting down the barrier orb early. Mina, what was that? Stinger just running right across to take down Kenpeki. And they have control of main. It's not even a quick rotation to come in from Senna. They're not in yet. And the dark covers as well as guiding light. Lots of utility being thrown to just delay this retake. Even though they do have guns, they are at 1 player disadvantage. It's the fault line to try and start things off. Sherms gets hit, is connected, but unfortunately Rendezvous can't get him out of this situation. Lear takes down 1, but still it's a 1v3 now as TGS swings out onto rafters, and what in the world? I think TGS just took down his teammate. It's all left to Mina now, and Lear is able to find a 3K. Unlucky. I was like, wait, what just happened?
Yeah, Lear and TCAS clutching up the round. Ray's working in tandem with each other, but unfortunate there for Cosmic Divide. However, despite the fact that SENAKREWCOLGUAP, I can't believe I'm still saying that full name. I just I see it on my screen and I feel like the need to say it. Yeah. But back to what I was saying. Despite the fact that Cosmic Divide didn't secure that round, they still did so much damage over towards SENAKREWCOLGUAP's economy, taking down all of those guns meaning that this buy-up in this next round is going to be quite weak up against the full buy of Cosmic Divide.
I really like what Cosmic did in that last round, though. Just very good aggression in the beginning, and now we have Lear just trying to get out of this position. Whoa, that spam through the smoke to take down Guapo, who only had a Spectre in hand. AGM now has to work through mid. Here's the shots being spammed. A flashpoint through the wall, just try and delay a push through B main, but AGM is pretty pinched. Kenpeki has come to back him up, but the B site players are looking like they're in a little bit of a sticky situation between a rock and a hard place, and Nerve just takes down AGM. Kenpeki last on site now. Paranoia connects completely, and Kenpeki unable to back off before Sherms swings for that last kill, and it's all up to Governor once again with a judge.
Yeah, it's the 3rd time now here, 4 rounds in. Governor gonna pull out the Headhunter, but it doesn't matter because Terms is around the corner. And a flawless round to go towards Cosmic Divide, taking them 3-1. Whew, and now on the side of Senna, they are going to be pushed onto an eco round here. The only ultimate in their hands will be that Resurrection. Very unlikely to see that coming through. And when you think about it here for Senna, they just want to be able to do as much damage as they can over to the economy of Cosmic Divide. Try to take guns out of their hands, maybe force ultimates if possible as well. So Senna, I'm hoping to see them fighting for these ult orbs, except we're going to see here towards the A site, Kempeki playing so far back, and TCAS actually opening things up with the showstopper, completely clearing out the A site, and Kempeki still hiding down towards elbow, good for one, but the retrade to come through from Terms.
Well, I mean, good timing on the part of Kempeki, but Spike has gone down barely a few seconds into the round, and the gamble stack for Senna just did not make the right gamble. But Governor, finally this kill with the Headhunter, and now taking out the Tour de Force, but it's not going to mean anything as Terms just gets the clone kill almost immediately. Mina also swinging through elbow. Terms just complete control of ramp, but it's all left up to Lear, and Lear in this situation before. So has Mina, and Mina swings just as the reload comes through, and Cosmic Divide, they take it up to 4.
Ooh, for an eco though, that was a good one on the side of Senna. So you're seeing a lot of impactful eco rounds despite them not converting into round wins from both sides here, keeping that, not necessarily the scoreline, but the line between their economy is a little bit tighter. Obviously, with so many rounds under the belts of Cosmic Divide compared to Senna, they are still going to have that edge up. And now going into this next buy here, Kempeki is going to be the only one with the ultimate online, playing safe here, trying to get the Resurrection through. Early peek to come out from TCAS, and Pate Shell to slow things down, or from Lear to slow things down, and actually not going to expend the Boombot there because a deep smoke goes in its place.
They're playing a lot slower from Cosmic Divide and not just moving as confidently across the map, but the work up on the A side as TCAS works through mid with the help of a teammate, and Governor is the first to fall. Terms, though, no value once again with that Tour de Force on both sides, just not finding any picks for either team.
Look at this position.
Now it's re-rotation.
Icy's all the way in spawn.
Oh, wait.
I mean, TCAS 3k here, but Icy's all the way in spawn already. Kempeki's just about to be cut off. Yeah, that's a free pick there for Icy. Now it's going to be all left up to the Omen here. Guapo on the side of Senna in a 4v1 situation. And we're talking about how SENAKREWCOLGUAP, they had a stack roster, you know, pro players across the board, but you're up against Cosmic Divide. They're one of the top free agent teams in the tier 2 scene right now. So what are you gonna do? I mean, there's individual prowess, you know, you're gelling, you're pugging it out with your friends, but ultimately you're playing up against a team that has set plays, gels together all the time, and you can see the cohesion.
Yeah, it's definitely the difference between you have these individual star players and a roster that's just been playing together. They have strategies, they are used to one another, they know each other's habits, and that last kill from TCAS for the 4K, finally killing someone who isn't a teammate with those paint shells, and now I had to point it out. But I mean, the lurking power of Icy on that last round cannot be understated. Even though Terms was taken down, Kempeki probably thought it was the only lurker here. But stunning Governor really quick, even though the rendezvous does allow him an escape with his life, it might not be for long, especially after all of the utility being thrown. AGM with the Sheriff is able to take down Terms. A lot of Sheriff kills swinging towards the side of Senna in these past few rounds. But now it's up to Kempeki to make its way through main, and is able to find one and pick up that rifle as well. Icy not on the late lurk anymore here either, so they don't have much control over that front site. They're going to try to make their way through heaven, but they've made last player standing into I Love Mina, and with the resurrection, it's a 1v3 situation. Time is ticking down, and hopefully he's able to whittle it to just a very small number, but oh my god, Mina, what was that? The spray transfer onto those two, just looking sight, and a clutch from I Love Mina. Oh my goodness.
They all dropped off in like the same kind of linear positioning. That definitely helped. I mean, okay, no, we're gonna see the replay. I'm waiting.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. It wasn't even a lineup. It was I mean, it kind of was.
It was a lineup for the first two.
It was also a spray transfer, yeah.
It was a lineup for the first two. Whew, that's tough though. I mean, you gotta keep your eye on CT just in case. But we're going into the next round here. Kempeki putting up a barrier orb for the first time towards mid. But it's gonna be broken down right off the bat. That's why you don't really see those walls being used too frequently anymore, because they tend to just be shot down and don't get too much value out of it. And Kempeki still fighting for his life here, and now that's going to be the showstopper expended here by TCAS. Some raise on raise violence, and let's go. Let's see the Rolling Thunder as AGM tries to retake the Heaven.
Last player standing.
Icy though, just so good on the shots, and it's 2 headshots for Icy to make Guapo that last player standing. Knows that there's a rotation coming through, but the sprayed shots from Mina, just too powerful, and even through that paranoia blind. Did he somehow blind himself, or were they just 2 paranoias coming out?
I think it was too paranoid. Honestly, that everything going down in like mid there was a little bit messy on both sides, so it's kind of hard to tell when you have util flying around everywhere. Going into this next round, we're going to see Senna in this really tough position, considering the fact that they've only gotten 1 round here under their belt. Cosmic Divide just very easily kind of keeping them in that uncomfortable position with their economy. And that's going to be quite a bit of information given from both teams here towards B main. The guiding light to go out towards mid, but not going to find anything yet.
This toxic screen, I feel like, has this team wasting so much utility. Oh, Churms being the first inside mid, though, taking down that Sentinel. I mean, I'm not sure how much utility Chamber offers here on the attacking side, but Lear, no, not the judge. But finding 2, making headway, picking up a rifle as well. But TCAS with the nade, the paint shells, raise on raise violence once again, and TCAS just better on the util here. But still, Cosmic Divide, they are down 2 players. TCAS maybe can make something happen. Double blast packs are available, spots out 1, but the flash point through, and AGM does find that kill. So Senna, they are not at a complete loss, 7-2 scoreline.
That's an important round for Senna to win as well. They would have been pushed onto another eco otherwise, and they also managed to save 4 guns going into this next round. So they're looking a little bit better as far as that economy goes here at Tala. Cosmic Divide, I mean, their attacking side isn't over quite yet. We have about 3 more rounds to go here. And 1 pretty important ultimate here in the hands of Icy. That's going to be the Viper's Pit, and Mina's only 1 away from those Seekers once again.
I think the ultimate economy on the side of Cosmic Divide just has been managed really well. They've been picking up the orbs very consistently on either side, and now they are breaking this barrier orb in mid, which I think is incredibly important. Kempeki, I'm actually surprised that he hasn't been playing towards mid more often, since this is just one of the most common walls, but oh, Kempeki is not going to matter. TCAS just hopping on through, finding 2 kills with some help with the teammates, and it's Governor in Heaven. Churm spamming down the shots in the rendezvous back into his own spawning market. Lear, though, on the ropes, and also the blast packs to get away. Some quick escapes, a little bit of damage from the paint shells, but it's nothing too bad on the sides of damage. However, quick rotation has come on through, Spicy.
Quick rotation, but stalled out for a little bit. We're going to see the Seekers come out here as Mina tries to make his way towards the A site to get that spike initiated, and Guapo is in danger, not able to get that from that shrouded step off. Now stuck in a 4v1 situation. Doesn't matter because the paranoia is through. Icy gets that pick, and now that's an 8th round here on the board for Cosmic Divide.
Cosmic Divide, they just have so much economy to spare as well. They're really not hesitant about using these ultimates. And on the side of Senna, they do have 2 ultimates available. They have that Showstopper and the From the Shadows. They are also very close to the Tour de Force, but they don't really seem to fight for these ult orbs most of the time. I think the reason we've seen Campeki staying away from mid is because he's been farming up some ult points with the help of the Berry Orb over in the A site. But this time, he's rotated towards mid. There's been some conditioning from Cosmic Divide that they are going to work up mid quite often here.
Shadows traveling.
Ooh. Dark cover to come through. A Paranoia for Guapo to reposition up 2 rafters now. Could have been heard, and we're going to see Governor now trying to fight for his life up in A. Heaven, paint shells to push him off the angle. Now isolated. That's A. Heaven control here for Cosmic Divide.
Showstopper has come in to try to go for the retake, but ooh.
They fell into ropes.
Oh, wait. What? Icy, how did you get there? But I mean, it's just a scuffle in this vents area. Mina is giving a heal onto these teammates. The regrowth just bringing the team back up to full. Kempeki's still on site. They need expected. Spots out the barrel. Kempeki, it's 2. And TKaz has to find that third dink onto Kempeki. And TKaz does confirm the kill. But now, knocking under Heaven, trying to spot someone out in rafters. Already looping towards Heaven. Now, AGM, not sure if he does expect it. He's turned around to try and look towards Heaven, and TKaz can't get the drop onto AGM. It's 3-8 for Senna.
Last round in the half.
Whew, I think what happened there was, we saw the paint shells come out. It pushed Governor off the angle in A Heaven, all the way back towards CT, but then they heard the Showstopper come out from Lear, and they were just like, yeah, let's go into ropes. They snuck in there, and nobody had a clue. Had the Showstopper actually been thrown down there, that would have been 2 down on the side of Cosmic Divide. And now we're sitting at a 3rd round on the board here for Senna. But this is tough. I mean, it's such a defender-sided map that you'd expect the scoreline to be flipped.
I mean, the leg shot just right through that wall onto Governor to get him down to very low health, and there is no healer on the side of Senna, so they can't really bring him back up, but it's not going to matter. Governor having that tour de force. The Paranoia actually is going to connect with almost all the players. Oh my gosh, that was incredibly close with that Boom Buddy, but Guapo is able to just save himself from the damage of that little raise bot, and the dark cover now expiring. There was a poison orb to just get them into better positioning on ramps, but they don't have control of sight either. Now they're just spamming down through that smoke, and Cosmic Divide, while they do have a little bit of gun advantage here, Governor's got the ultimate gun advantage with that tour de force and takes down another controller, but they still have that Viper to fall back on.
Look at all the space that was taken towards Garage, though, on the side of Senna. Lear's pushed all the way out now, looking to clear towards mid. So Cosmic Divide, they're stuck here towards A Heaven, and it's known. Kempeki good for the pick, but the Showstopper is going to come out anyways. Now, equalized in this round, we're at a 2v2 situation. Spike to be initiated here backside, and that's the Viper's pit to be popped as well. So this retake's going to be tough because you don't have info gathering utility with a breach.
And they do have the sky with the guiding light, so that's definitely going to give them a lot of info. Mina swinging out after the guiding light does connect. It's all left up to Lear now. No ultimate, 1 blast pack, and the Boom Buddy would have been so crucial here in order to gather some info, but it's just not in the cards, and Mina just jumping out of the shadows with a shorty. That's a terrifying sight to see.
Switching sides.
Yeah, we're 9-3 here, swapping sides, and as I have a second to talk to you guys for a little bit, I just want to remind you all that you guys could power through your favorite games just like Valorant with the MSI Vector GP66 gaming notebook. You should definitely check that powerhouse of a laptop out. And this has been a heated match so far coming out from Cosmic Divide. They were so dominant on the attacking side. I'm excited to see how they play out on the defense, and I think a lot of that plays into the fact that they do have the double controller. Icy with that toxic screen, that lurk 1 round which was massive coming out. It just put so much pressure and forced SENAKREW to play very default in the fear of another lurk.
They really didn't want to rotate off those sites as quickly, but it's a quick take towards this A site now. They've already made their way up into heaven, but there's really no control over the site, which is something these teams have really enjoyed doing, especially if there was a dark cover thrown in that A main choke point. Governor is able to find one onto Terms, though, at least the player advantage and also control of mid as well. They could possibly try and go for a rotation, but Lear, their main duelist, taken down now. AGM finds Icy for the trade, but Mina finds trade right back. The second guiding light is not going to find any info, however, and now Guapo going through vents and trying to head back towards that B site. Rotations have been made into B heaven, though. Nerve in a corner with the frenzy finds one. It's a 1-for-1 trade once again. Governor picking up the spike and now heading back towards a teammate in A main.
Ooh, A site free for the taking here for Senna.
30 seconds
That's going to be the overgrowth now expended here on the side of Cosmic Divide. Just your standard default plant at that. A barrier orb to come through towards CT. And that's such a cheeky one because even if you break it, you do come towards CT. It's that one way. So this is Raptors that Cosmic Divide are looking to take.
Ooh, Governor, some really nice shots, really clean shots from Governor in this round to try and win it. I think Cosmic Divide, they didn't put as much focus towards mid in this last round because of how fast the site was being taken on A. They really tried to fight for that heaven control and neglected vents a little bit. They had this one player, and that was Terms, who was just playing through mid along with, I believe it was a trademark, but in the end, you had a player who was able to get the drop on him and take him down.
Now it's going to be the buy-up here for Senna. That pistol round is pretty crucial for them to win because you want some of that early momentum in the second half to take your way through because, you know, it's an uphill climb here as Cosmic Divide does have a lead of 5 rounds now. Very slow buy-up round here for Senna. They're playing the anti-eco really patiently, seeing if Cosmic Divide's looking to get aggressive. It's not going to be the case here. As Cosmic Divide, they're playing with patience of their own.
Impeki getting that kill onto Terms. It really cracks mid wide open. I think losing this chamber, your Soul Sentinel, and now TCAS in the smoke. The barrier orb comes through, and TCAS, even though he's able to sneak past, oh, Impeki, I really like how this is being played. Just hopping back around that barrier orb. Mina does expect someone in their spawn, but there's nowhere for Impeki to go. Mina, however, on the other hand, is also isolated. Impeki swings out, and Senna do find 5 as expected, but it is a flawless on top of that.
It being a flawless is also massive because on Split, these Spectres are so potent with all the close quartered guns fights that you can be taking, and we're actually seeing Governor forcing up to the operator here. So that's very well supported by the bonus on the side of Senna, and on top of that, despite the fact that Governor, his eco is off from the rest of the team, also just 1 away from that tool to fall, so it'll be up for the next buy regardless.
Senna working up mid this time. They're playing a 1-3-1 split actually with that spike still down in market. They've made their way all the way up to vents, and Cosmic Divide is playing heavy site control. There is that trademark outside vents, so they can't really get the drop on them from heaven, but it's still a little scary because they don't really have any direct control of them just running up on ropes here.
Definitely not. There is the trademark to slow though. That's going to be taken down right off the bat. That forces a snake bite out of the hands of Icy as well. There's a minute left on the clock here. Terms with the first blood up on Guapo, and unfortunately for SENAKREW, they are only running the 1 controller, so that's no smokes for them on this attack.
Yeah, I mean, now TCAS finding that first pick. SENAKREW, they are at a little bit of player deficit. Lear is able to make a little bit of headway onto Nerve, and now Mina
30 seconds left.
Finding 1. Governor, last player standing, having bought up into this operator in the 3rd round. maybe best call here is to save it, since it was a huge buy, huge investment, especially only for the third round, trying to pick up the spike. TCAS won't allow it, and now it's a free operator for the defense of Cosmic Divide.
Yeah, that's the trade-off for that. It was a huge buy, but it didn't really matter considering the fact that the tool de force was going to be online anyways. Governor obviously favoring that headhunter in certain situations as well, just because of that pinpoint accuracy you get with that ability. But the biggest issue is the fact that now that's a 4,700 credit value gun now going over towards Cosmic Divide.
You want to
Especially
play?
on the
Let's
defense, this
play.
can be such a powerful tool. You have that chamber as well. You do have Governor now deciding to pop that tour de force to try and even out the odds, but the rest of the team on SENAKREW is also going to have full guns. So this is a nice round for Sena right now.
At a standstill though. The same blast pack to go out to try and take down that trademark. And they're just waiting, hoping someone's going to maybe rotate towards ropes. No one's taking the bait though, you're just going to see that crossfire. Meanwhile, it's a push towards the heaven. Kempeki not going to succumb to that judge, so TCAS will be the first to fall here on Cosmic Divide, and it's a re-rotate towards the A site where we are going to see Governor lurking. It doesn't matter, he's taking down my terms.
Now one player down on either side. It's a standstill in vents as well. There are players in heaven just waiting for Kempeki to be able to swing that angle. And even though there is no trademark, still going to be a tough call here. It forces the rendezvous out from Churms, though that heaven hold just a little weaker. Mina's able to take down Kempeki and also pick up a gun of his own. Now a full rifle on the side of Cosmic Divide. Very low time, but the spike does get planted. They're able to sneak their way all the way in. Lear is playing a cheeky position just right next to the flower pot. And Mina, though, connects the headshot. It's all left up to AGM all of a sudden. And the paranoia does not connect, just trying to swing and dance around this corner, but Churms from the behind with the right click on that. Classic for a 3K, and Cosmic Divide for 11.
Cosmic Divide, they do like to favor those kind of pinch retake vibes, you know, sandwich in, go from as many angles as you can instead of just funneling in towards CT. So that's going to be 11 here for Cosmic Divide. Like you mentioned, just one away from match point now, and Sena are in the hot seat. They're buying up this round, Tala. And if they lose this one, they're going to be facing that match point on an eco, essentially. I mean, obviously they'd buy with whatever they have, but it wouldn't be much.
Yeah, all of them down to very, very few credits here, and probably sacrificing some utility as well if they do decide to just go for these full guns. And Lear now going for this fast take once again, walking right through the Viper's orb and just does not care. Icy definitely didn't expect that one, and Icy does get taken down. Churms blocked out by the dark cover. Rotations coming in from Cosmic Divide. It's a good position for SENAKREW so far. And as well as the Barrier Orb is going to delay for some time as well. They really don't have any choice except to break this, because even if one goes in, no one can follow. Kempeki, playing right beside his wall, is able to find two. Nerve and Churms, they're going to try and equalize, bring the numbers back in their favor, but still 2v3 situation, one player down. Churms now turning the wrong way, but trying to head right through. Oh my gosh, what was that? AGM does swing for the kill into elbow, but Churms full blind finds one, and it's 1v2 now. Nerve has the from the shadows, but what good is it gonna do? Just going for the exits now. Governor's behind him. He's not gonna make it out alive, and Nerve goes down. SENAKREW, they just hold on by the skin of their teeth.
It's no big deal if no one on Cosmic Divide can survive there. It's not a huge loss. If you take a look at their economy, they should. I mean, they're kind of pushed onto a half by eco round, but regardless, it's going to be a very similar situation for both sides. And Cosmic Divide, they're the ones that have the rounds to play with. Obviously, saving that gun into the next one would have been nice, but Term still does have that Tool of False available, which we will be seeing coming out right off the bat. So it's essentially a full buy here for Cosmic Divide. Meanwhile, SENAKREW are stuck on that kind of like as much as we can buy, but it's still not everything.
Force buy every single round like it's unrated, basically. But now the Rolling Thunder to try and get themselves into heaven. The Showstopper is going to be forced for them to respect it, though. They actually can't follow up on the Rolling Thunder just because they gave so much respect to that Showstopper. Nerve, even full stun, full blind, is able to take down AGM. Guapo gets the trade on TCAS in heaven, and now the site players are pinched. Nerve taken down, and the resurrection coming through on the side of Senna. Term still back site, missing the shots with the tour de force, and Kembeki just running it in on him. And here is the Showstopper just preemptively popped by Lear, hopefully to secure that round. But unfortunately, a little bit too late. All the kills have been found.
7-11 now, and SENAKREW, they're looking to make a comeback. They've slowly been stealing away this momentum into their favor, staving off match point for 2 rounds in a row now, and pushing Cosmic Divide onto an eco/half buy round of their own. The only ultimates online for both teams are going to be that From the Shadows, so nothing too impactful, nothing too flashy for this one to come. And SENAKREW, they're running a very slow default at the moment. Kembeki has already pushed all the way up, but could be punished, and that's what's going to happen. TCAS with a clean shot to the head. Fortunately not able to recover that gun, though, and Guapo is pushing up towards Mail.
There are a lot of players in mid right now, and they just need to isolate Nerve taken down, and there's no way for TCAS to help from heaven. But now with the flashpoint on through, they're trying to take control. The dark cover has blocked out Defender spawn, and From the Shadows now trying to get himself onto the site. Spots one just right by that box, and Sherms knows that he's in danger. An execute's about to happen on him, but no, a full rotation in through the vents, and Mina now on his own, trying the flashpoint, finds 2 with a frenzy, and now trying to swing for the 3rd. Mina, what is this? A 3K to bring Cosmic Divide to match point.
That was just really mechanically well done by Mina Weeb. I mean, you see the guiding lights that come out to stall that push back so that you could actually get the reload in, because that's the thing with the frenzy. Such a potent eco pistol up front. When you're up close and personal, it acts almost like a little baby Spectre in a way, but the clip is so small, you run out of bullets so fast that you have to somehow stall time, and damn, that drive-by to end that one's gotta hurt, and that's match point here for Cosmic Divide.
And SENAKREW, they do have some money to buy back into the rifles, so they're not at a complete loss in terms of gunpowder, but I'm sure they'd have no clue where they went wrong. Mina just not completely cleared out of the corner, played it to a T. Now it's the paranoia. The guiding lights try to delay, but Governor does take down TCAS, and it's the kills all swinging towards the side of SENAKREW, taking down both of those fraggers on the side of Cosmic Divide. Nerve, though, just trading it right on back with his own. Oh, yeah, that one does hurt a little bit, though. And Nerve, they know exactly where he is. Just running around in B main, making as much noise as he wants. Spots out a Guapo, and he just swings for the kill as well. So now it's all up to Sherms in a 1v3 situation for match point.
Spike initiated here on default on B. Terms trying to isolate some players, but it doesn't matter. Lear's playing up close and personal on an off angle, so that's an 8th round here for SENAKREW, and they live just for another round longer. 4 more left to take things to overtime here on Cosmic Divide's map pick.
I'm wondering, though, do they go for the operator? Because we did see Mina sort of pull it out for a second. Yeah, I think that they are going to try and bring an operator into play. And I don't think the operators have been that impactful on either side so far this match. Split not being one of the strongest operator maps, even with that chamber here.
Ooh, it depends on how you use it. Terms gonna have the rendezvous, so could get out of jail for free, but actually gonna re-peek instead right before popping it. And it's gonna be a mid Viper's Pit to come out from Cosmic Divide, but 2 players on the team already punished, and 1 snuck through towards ropes. And the fact that Churms is down means that they don't know. They have no... You saw the re-clear too on the map.
Yeah.
But the trademark is down. They have no idea. Governor's just chilling.
Oh my gosh. Oh. The first shot, it doesn't hit. And now he's lost the element of surprise as well, Ash. Mina is pinched on the site, though. Can't really get back up without the team, and whiffs the shot on Lear as well. And now it's all left up to TCAS. They know exactly where he is, but is able to take down at least the threat of Governor. Does potentially have Heaven control, but it's not in the cards. Lear swinging out of the dark cover on Hill, and they are keeping themselves alive and trying to find the first map in their favor and getting that pacing.
Yeah, this is going to be the first time out that we're seeing called in this game, because Senna has just slowly climbed back up, and it's 3 more rounds here dividing these 2 teams. So Cosmic Divide on their map pick, or they're feeling the heat. You know, they want to slow the roll of SENAKREWCOLGUAP just a little bit so that they can end this one out. And I mean, I think it's crazy that both of these teams, their more dominant half was on the attacking side.
I definitely think that and it's weird because at the beginning of this map I did talk about how it was a defender-sided map because of how the sheer scale of Split. I think a lot of these Valorant maps, they keep getting bigger and bigger, and it helps equalize the defender-sidedness and the attacker-sidedness of each of the maps. But now on the side of Split, it is just such a small map. One piece of utility from any defender can basically block out an entire lane of the map. So it's kind of funny that when you switch onto the other side, they just feel more coordinated. And I think as a pug team, though, SENAKREW, they really do thrive on the attack because you don't really need as many strategies when you are going for these attacks, since all you need to do is know how to trade well and execute.
What I do like is on the side of Cosmic Divide, Icy has been switching up those toxic screens, and as I say that, Lear with the 180, spotting a nerve, Shrouded stepping to the other side, securing the show-stopping kill regardless. Now Cosmic Divide are at the deficit while the spike initiated and planted on the B site. Time now in the favor of SENAKREW.
Cosmic Divide, they're only down 1 player. Can the Guardian make things work? No, but the Headhunter can, but still it's just trades back and forth. Ash, I mean, Mina now picking up this Guardian, has connected the headshot, made it a 1v2 situation. The Guiding Light is good and connects, but Kempeki still is able to find the head of Mina. And SENAKREW, they do find themselves at 10.
They do. To be fair, though, that was also like an eco round coming out from Cosmic Divide, so this is the round where they're really gonna have to bring it. You know, Cosmic Divide is gonna have to close this map right now, or else we're going to overtime. I mean, and that's not me not being a Cosmic Divide believer, it's just if you look at the economy, that's the story that it paints. If they lose here, they're gonna be on a scuffed one for that last round. And SENAKREW, we're seeing a very, very heavy lean towards mid. Kempeki showing that presence towards B main. AGM's ready with the fault line. But it's interesting. You see, SENAKREW actually really respects this toxic screen that Cosmic Divide's been putting up towards mid round for round.
And I feel like it doesn't give them as much control as they would like with this toxic screen, because they just get past that one box at the bottom of mid, then they already can just see straight into both male as well as vents. And oh, TGS, how does he escape with his life there? Only 2 HP and a dream. Now looking for the Seekers to come out and hopefully a rotation around from Mina to bring the regrowth in, but Governor making his way into heaven. Churms, the gun peeking out. TCAS in a good position, but just a breath of air could take him down, and Kempeki is just plowing onto the site. It's all left up to Mina, and I think the call has just been made to save.
I think that is part of the issue here for Cosmic Divide right now, though. They lack a lot of that mid info. You know, we've seen some aggressive peeks towards mid, but ever since this toxic screen has gone up, it's largely just been leaving it playing for the heavens instead. And right now, SENAKREW, they're going hunting, and Mina's just trying to save this gun into the next round, but they're just gonna feed him the 1v1s. And that's 3 picks. But so far from the bomb, not gonna get that defuse off. The SENAKREW, they're still looking for him.
Here. And Becky, now it's his turn to swing, and he does connect the shots. No gun saved for Cosmic Divide. But I mean, they are now still on match point. Mina actually is able to buy back into rifle. Just that little bit of a bonus from having to kill all of those players in that save. Yep. But the rest of the team not going so well. And I think maybe the move here might just be to buy judges, because I don't know actually know if that's the move, but Split is one of those maps, and I think a large reason that they took it out of rotation was because it was so powerful with these shotguns. But yeah, you see that same toxic screen being thrown up. It's really a play for bottom mid, but it hasn't gone up at all just yet, and it just doesn't seem to be getting them as much value as they need it to be. Now, they have already made their way up mid once again. It's a dark cover to block out vents, and it's a trade of utility through mailroom and be heaven, but Icy quick flank, and Governor is also flanking the flanker, but Icy is able to find one before that happens. Oh, really nicely done from Cosmic Divide. They've brought it down to 2 players on SENAKREW. Lear does find 2 and trade it back, and they have to recover some guns to try and match the firepower that Lear has, but the paranoia, and now the swing up onto the ropes. They're trying to find control of mid. Lear just swings right around Kempeki, brings Governor back into play, and the tour de force is also in the cards now for both of these teams. 42 seconds left. They're running towards that B site. Nerve knows exactly what's happening. Only has a Spectre. Is the barrier orb through just to protect that cross, and spots the head of one of the players as well. Nerve just gonna play on the site, wait for the wraparound, wait for backup. Ash, this is intense.
Yeah, the reposition towards site was necessary, though, because Nerve only has a Spectre in hand, and it's very dichotomous play here coming out from Cosmic Divide, because the difference in their weaponry is massive, and Governor's holding it down. Terms has to go for this defuse, because otherwise we're looking at overtime. Doesn't really have an option, and time's ticking here. You're gonna see an up-close battle of these tour de forces. Oh, and there's just not enough time to clear these angles. This is gonna be a round into the hands of SENAKREW. We're equalized. We're going to OT here.
Now switching onto the side that Cosmic Divide probably prefers. They're going to be on that side where they get to just go for the attacks. They have lurkers positioned where you can catch off the rotations, cut them off at the knees, and it seems to be where they're really well practiced. But once they switch onto the defensive side, I really want to see them adjust their mid play. Have Viper, I mean, Icy did really well in that last round, especially being able to lurk all the way up past Governor somehow and take one out through mid, and then also Governor, who was flanking the flanker, which I just find to be incredibly wild how that happened at all. But maybe a poison orb thrown through mid, so you don't have to have Nerve wasting dark covers and instead just focusing on sight and retakes here.
Possibly. Both of these teams, what they've done so well on the attacking side, though, is just like isolating 1vx situations, isolating players from the rest of the team to ensure the picks do come through. And heavy mid presence here once again by Cosmic Divide. They've got 4 leaning while Nerve is on the flank towards B main, lurking a little bit. But look at how heavily contested this is by SENAKREW. It doesn't matter though, because Icy's gonna get 2 right off the bat in mail. And now SENAKREW, they no longer have a trademark to rely on. No dark covers available for the retake.
Pecky still on the site. The movement from TKAZ going strong here, and this is basically what we expected. The attacking half of Cosmic Divide being so strong, so oppressive. AGM, though, just sneaking past Terms. The timing was just horrible for that chamber. AGM, what was that flick onto Mina as well? But Nerve is able to shut down that clutch before it happens. Viper's Pit also going out just to pad the stats a little bit here. And now match point for Cosmic Divide. They need to close it out, and they need to do it now.
Ooh. That's true, but the attacking side was the dominant one for both teams. I'm just going to take a second. I'm taking it in. Terms is actually going to go for that glass cannon operator. Tala, how are you feeling about that?
I just don't think the operator has found the value that it wanted to in the defensive half, and it's a huge risk for them to take here. But then again, they are up around. They do have a little bit of room to take these kinds of risks, but the longer this game goes on, the worse their odds get. Now the toxic screen has been put up through mid, so they're giving a lot of respect to it, actually. And this is where it really finds most of its value, is when they do respect it. But other than that, they just don't have a sight line into mid at all after that dark cover goes into mailroom. And now the chamber is all the way lurked up into vents, and the rotation has been called, though, from SENAKREW to go back towards the A site. Finally, the operator finds this value, though, and Lear is going to be the one to go down. That duelist Mina playing a cheeky angle on top of the boxes, knows that there's another one in vents, but being followed up by Kempeki here. They destroy the trademark. Mina just trapped in ramps with utility being thrown either which way, but after AGM is taken down by the operator, it's up to Kempeki. Needs the ace to win it out, and there's the first, potentially a second, but doesn't have Spike in his control. Needs to find it somehow. The Seekers are also going out. The Overgrowth to bring Cosmic Divide back to full health as well. Kempeki, no choice but to fight his way through. Oh my god! And he's met with the Avengers. So it's defeat for SENAKREW, but victory for Cosmic Divide on this very first map of Split.
Pull up in the whole squad's there. You know, I mean, Cosmic Divide, they weren't gonna throw that. They wanted to close things out. It was a tight match already, that being on their map pick as well. But we can, oh yeah, we do have the replays coming up first. But I mean, Tala, what do you think it was about? Was it just like that the attack was so strong for both sides? Or was the defense just weak on both sides, and that's why we saw dominant attacking sides from both?
I feel like the defense did feel really weak on both sides. Like, there was a lot of isolation that was happening, and there were just so many cracks in their defense a lot of the time, and most of the time that crack was in mid, because as soon as they were able to find the picks in the Heaven players, then it just opened the sights wide open for both of these teams.
Ooh, that's true. I feel like the mid plays also just got a little bit stale at one point. You know, you had the trademark that Charms was investing very frequently towards ropes, and time again, you just have Lear last pack breaking it, and then its value was out within usually the first 30 seconds of the round because they get to walk into ropes for free.
Yeah, it's especially Sentinels. I feel like Raze is just the bane of most Sentinels' existence because her utility does so much damage. It destroys so many of like the trips, the alarm bots, the smallies, anything you can imagine for a Sentinel, and it just, there was not a lot of value when you have someone like Raze on the enemy team there as well. You're completely right that it just seemed really stale in mid. I think this Viper's Pit is actually probably one of the most interesting plays that we saw come out of this match in terms of mid control, because they never really attempted to fight for mid. They kind of just let them walk all the way up into the heavens and played heavy on the sites, but it also wasn't the most reliable play, especially on the defense.
I will say, though, on the side of Cosmic Divide, I gotta give it to Mina for the fact that he maintained ramps control and contested it so heavily time and time again. You could barely ever take that space away from him. But in the end, again, this is just map 1, you guys, and we are just about ready to go towards a break. We have map 2 coming up shortly. That's going to be on Icebox, where we're going to be cooling it down because right now it's summer, things are hot, and this MSI summer sale is now live. You guys can use !summer sale in chat to check out the exclusive deals and save on select products. Do some shopping while we're on break, and we'll see you on the other side. Welcome back, everybody. We just saw a 14-12 win for Cosmic Divide over on Split, that being map 1. Welcome back, Tala. Hope you guys had a great break, but we're just going to have a little bit of a breakdown of how that Split map went through, if you want to take us through that, Epitomes.
So on the attacking side for Cosmic Divide, a lot of the time they were doing a wall like this, and Icy would start on this side. They would sometimes have like 3 players, I think, here, and then they would have someone working through the garage. So they were kind of forcing the members of Cosmic Divide to play these defaults, which would usually end up with Peki, I think, would be playing on this A site, and a lot of the time, or sometimes, he would do this barrier orb right here just to collect up this ultimate point. But when he didn't do that, and you would have, I believe it was Governor who was playing Heaven and Vents, and then you would have the rest of the players, 2 Heaven and 1 on the B site. And there was this one round where they were playing this exact setup, and they had these 3 players on the side of Cosmic Divide just working through mid. But if you see the way that this wall is set up, this is not exact, but it cuts off vision from sight, and Peki was playing right here, but because there was no barrier orb, it allowed Icy to kind of weave in through here, and because there was so much presence of these 3 players, Governor had already rotated over to Vents to try and help these 2 players fight in mid. But it allowed Icy to just creep up, go through here, and because he's able to sneak through, Peki, when he started making the rotation around, Toxic Screen did block off, and then all of a sudden Icy was all the way here and cutting off the rotations as they were flooding in onto this B site. And I think that's ultimately what helped. This kind of conditioning really helped Cosmic Divide win a lot of rounds on that offense.
Yeah, and it wasn't even, I mean, Icy gets information while in the CT spawn as well, but what's interesting is that Peki stopped, like, immediately respected Cosmic Divide that one round where they came around on, like, I think it was like a half buy because they're on Spectres there, and they just shot it down. And since that point on, we stopped seeing that barrier orb come through. But that's enough about the last map, because I guess we're swinging right into the next one here. That's going to be Icebox. This time around, we are on SENAKREWCOLGUAP's Playground. And how are you feeling about these team comps so far? It's going to be a mirror matchup.
Well, I mean,
this is like old Icebox.
Yeah, this is it. This is like literally old Icebox's Icebox team comps. I think actually the
well, minus the chamber, but
yeah,
it's basically old Icebox.
It is basically. Who would they replace and who would they put in instead of chamber on old Icebox? I think a lot of the time they, instead of the Sage, they would use the KO on new Icebox, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, it depends. Some teams have definitely stayed tried and true with the Sage pick just because of how powerful she can be in both in post-plant situations, whether you're retaking or you're the attackers. But otherwise, like, you don't usually see her barrier or being used too frequently in the early rounds anymore because it doesn't provide as much value And with Chambers slotting into most team compositions, this time on both the teams that we're seeing here today, you're going to see that trademark being placed up in kitchen. So that's space that you don't really have to keep your eye on anymore. Don't have to worry about it. Can play towards boiler / that top mid area. Yeah. It's interesting to see this mirror composition come through. I'm surprised that we're actually not seeing like a Raze being pulled out by TCAS or something like that, because I know that is his main agent that he plays on.
I think Jett, people do prefer Jett just because of how consistently you can op on the defense, even though you already have that chamber. So that role can be given to the chamber pick instead of the pick of the Jett. I think it's nice to have that stability on both of these sites. And at the same time, Jett also very consistently is able to make space, and the Bladestorm is just one of those really good eco ultimates. So both of these teams can have a stronger economy management. But ooh, TCAS, right as we were talking about him, Lear in one shot of the Headhunter takes him down.
Ooh, Nerves tagged up now, gonna have to fall back to back site, and site's being held down here by Churms. We're almost nearly equalized at the moment. It's a 3v3. No one is healthy on the side of Cosmic Divide. It's just going to be Nerve. And they're fighting for backside here. Barrier orb to come through. Spike not yet planted, and Senna, they're in a pinch.
One dead. One enemy remaining.
Oh, I mean, AGM and Governor, they're getting themselves out of that pinch real efficiently. Icy now last player standing as this Sage. 15 seconds on the heel as well. Does not get pinged out by the recon, but spamming shots gives away his position. And now he's trying to swing around these boxes. It's a double hold. Governor with the Sheriff now taking him down for 3. And SENAKREW, they do find themselves with the leg up in the first round.
Ooh, taking things off with a little bit of early momentum, but definitely not a clean round by any means from either side. It was a hard-fought pistol round to win there for Senna. And now they're going to have this buy up. Going to be mostly Spectres across the board. Kempeki going to be pulling out that Marshall. I'm like... The name of that gun slipped my mind for 2 seconds, and it's my favorite one, so that's pretty upsetting for me. But yeah, this cheeky spot from Icy is just going to be found out right away with that recon bolt.
Oh. They also got a dink there with the Spectre. Mina's the only one who's able to secure a frag. Actually, as I say that, Icy taking out that shorty and finding the pick onto a spike carrier, but vulnerable, decayed. There's not much Icy can do. Lear does take him down. Mina, however, trying to round the corner with only a classic. What is this? It's looking like an almost thrifty for Cosmic Divide in just the blink of an eye. Lear picking up the spike now. Possibly going for a rotation around. 2 very unhealthy players on Cosmic Divide, and 1 player at full health, and that's Churms.
I can't imagine.
Out of range.
Okay, Rendezvous now set up here. So could TP back towards Hill if necessary. Knows that one is pretty close. The other one upper. Churms gonna go for that jiggle peek, and it's gonna be the TP back through. 30 seconds left. We're actually going to see Lear making a mad dash towards the A site. Just about ready to be cut off because Mina's already met him there. That's a risky decision because this gives Cosmic Divide the opportunity to pick up SMGs that were left down on B.
Oh, Mina, they
don't even need it.
Yep, just in position so quickly. I mean, what in the world? But that's not really surprising. I mean, it is surprising. That's not usually what you see from a second round, but they were playing around the slows, around all the vision denial, and they also had shorties in their control. And I think that's also a huge power of Chamber, having that Headhunter. And now they do get to full buy. Some of the players saving up the Spectres from the last round, but Senna's economy is incredibly unhealthy and are forced onto the save.
Yeah, losing out that buy up, no longer having a bonus is going to be rough, and just patting the pockets of Cosmic Divide here. Wapo's already snuck his way through, but it doesn't matter. Icy's ready for the drop, and mean, it's not surprising though whatsoever, considering the advantage that Cosmic Divide has. Just weaponry alone, you automatically kind of assume this round's going to go into their favor. And that's just going to be how it plays out. 2-1 here for Cosmic Divide.
Cosmic Divide, they have already bought themselves an operator as well in this next round. They're trying to be oppressive and put SENAKREW back into the depths of the with a clean 2-0. They're trying to get themselves as far ahead as possible. On the side of SENAKREW, they are actually struggling on economy. Even though they saved the last round, they don't have full shields across the board. No ultimates available for anyone yet though, Ash.
Definitely not. Very deep barrier orb to cut off that B main angle. Bullets expended to try and break that down. But it doesn't really matter because SENAKREW, they walked up towards mid. But right off the bat, we're going to see Cosmic Divide shutting things down. And the post plant that you expected SENAKREW to have is just going to be a ninja defuse. They can't get to the bomb in time. Yeah. I mean, it's a positioning. That's so unlucky there. Yeah, I don't think SENAKREW really expected Cosmic Divide to be so quick to the trigger and to the drop with those 3 players mid who just took that space and initiated that spike right off the bat.
I think they definitely expected to have a much stronger post plant, and the push through B main was a lot more sluggish than they wanted it to be if their players were going to go down that quickly, and they just could not find the control with the poison orb that was still lingering around B main and one way. They just did not feel safe. But now they take out that dirt really early. They have the Torch Force coming out. TCAS going to find the first kick here and just hop off that Pike's position as quickly as possible. No controller now in the cards for SENAKREW, but this is Icebox to the A site, and Icy does get taken down. Governor swinging right through. TCAS still trying to find more value though, taking one down with the operator again, and now has to take out the shorty. Oh my god, actually is somehow able to escape the crosshairs and get a 4K with the shorty. What in the world? TCAS, what was that?
Illegal. Just illegal. I can also say that my shorty doesn't work that way. But, you know, TCAS stealing away those kills. Maybe the chat wants to steal away some prizes. Because as a reminder, you guys can plug in !! giveaway in chat. Check out to see what cool prizes that we are giving away today. Thanks to our wonderful partners. And, whew, I like the slow-mo replay. That was enjoyable, for sure.
Oh my gosh, I have no clue how they were able to find those picks, but now, once again, they're just playing right into TCAS's hands. They know that someone is there. TCAS playing this close angle, but they're being a lot more careful about this time, and instead they're going to clear things out with the Owl Drone, force TCAS off position, and also takes out the Blade Storm, but still just repeaks it with the operator. This is so oppressive from TCAS. As soon as he picked up this gun, a lot more impact. Oh my gosh, speaking of impact, TCAS, a 3K with the Blade Storm now, and they are just having no choice but to run almost the ace on the board. Mina's going to steal it away, but still, Cosmic Divide, they just look so powerful.
Oh, a flawless round. But I'm pretty sure I heard sheriffs across the board. I believe that was a bit of an eco there for SENAKREW, but still, I mean, those were clean kills regardless. Some eco frags to pad those stats here for TCAS. Now a 2.0 KDA, that being 10 and 2 for him. And on the side of SENAKREW, oh my god. I don't know why, I was just like, yes, 2 times 5. We're not going to talk about it anymore. Anyways, it's okay.
Oh!
But Kampeki's looking to pull some cool moves of his own, taking a play out of the book, but will be shut down. And now we're going to see mid control here for SENAKREW. They've pushed up all the way towards screens, and they're just about to get pinched here on the A site.
Spike down A.
Well, they've equalized, however, and now the resurrection coming out, bringing terms back into play, means that they've equalize once again since Governor is quick to find that pick onto Mina, who was the shot with the tour de force. Icy, though, just taking out that barrier orb. They know they have to break it as quickly as possible. It prompts that instant pop of the Hunter's Fury. Churms tries to push it just to try and find, but Lear now peeking the corner. It's a wallbang kill for him, and Icy does fall. But SENAKREW, they finally stop that bleeding of 5 rounds lost in a row, and also pick up 2 operators for themselves as well. Said 2 can play at that game.
Oh my god, we're seeing double ops across the board.
It's a little bit cringe.
Yeah, call them out. Call them out live. It's a little bit cringe.
Okay.
I'm just surprised to see the double op on the attacking side.
Take flight.
Definitely is a little bit surprising, and this is a new wall coming out from Icy, usually one that's used to farm that alt orb over on the B site, but they break it almost immediately, but also means it gives them a lot of info about where they are, and also about the fact that someone's got a shorty in their hands. So just going to back off a little bit further to yellow, and try to make sure they put some safe difference between anyone and a shotgun player. Good tag with the owl drone, though. Icy's gonna find 2, not enough bullets for the 3rd, but Churms is there to avenge. Kempeki, however, wants to make some plays of his own. Mina is going to ring right back with an operator and AGM on his own, and doesn't suspect the flank from Nerve either. Now Cosmic Divide just going to allow 1 round to escape them, but not another.
6-2 here, and we are on SENAKREWCOLGUAP's map pick on Icebox. Cosmic Divide, they already have the first map under their belt. It went to OT where they won it out 14-12. But, I mean, I'm curious to see if it's going to be another rendition of Split where the first half was so favored towards Cosmic Divide. You flip sides, and SENAKREWCOLGUAP flipped the script, brought it so close, taking it to overtime. But this time, SENAKREW, they're buying up here. Lear gonna have that tool to fall, so it's gonna be a full buy across the board, and Pipes, a more aggressive angle this time around from Nerve.
Oh, Lear also popping that tour de force. We're going to have to figure out if that's going to win out over just a regular operator. It's the owl drone to once again force the operators out of position. Just try and get them a little bit more of an advantage. And wow, this is a lot of utility that's just crossing this map. So much vision denial from both sides, but eventually they're going to run out of fuel, and they do. Nerve, however, doesn't run out of fuel. Finding 2. Kempeki can't even find the refrag. Guapo is going to be the one to get it done, and has that Viper's Pit to back them up, trying to get that spike down. Ekaz now has to pull out that Sheriff. Operator not going to do him much good inside of Viper's world, but they're pushing really far in. Ekaz saw the... Just saw the gun peek out of the Viper's Pit, and it's 2 clean headshots to close out that round. Ash, what am I watching?
TGS has just been a beast so far with these pistols. We're going to see a quick replay here. Just going to see the barrel of the gun pop out. The unfortunate part is that it was Guapo who suffered from that. I mean, Lear close to follow, but damn, talking about paying for your teammates' mistakes. And that's now SENAKREW, Viper's Pit expended, and on an eco.
Oh, Mina being a little bit greedy here, just still staying on top of this angle after being spotted out. At least they got dart shooters on their team, so they don't really have to worry about that being pinged by the recon. But I mean, Icy also securing a frag as well. This is a really solid B-site hold so far. And oh, was that another operator? Oh, Mina just re-peeking as well, and it's a 3K for Mina. Everyone on this team just wants the frag.
Whew, flawless round, an 8-2 here. Another tall climb and steep hill for SENAKREW, but I also said that on the last map, so we'll see. But once I mean, that was kind of... This was like an eco round here on the side of Sena, yet at the same time, they didn't manage their economy so they could full buy properly going to this round? Like, forced up to that kind of half buy and unfortunately just didn't have enough juice left over.
Now they're trying to go for the A site once again. I feel like they really haven't explored mid at all just yet.
Those were their successful rounds. When they took mid control, I'm surprised, like you said, not to go for that aggressively. They had like that pinch through mid towards screens and instead. But again, I guess it's an eco round, so they're playing quite differently. Look how far back they're playing, waiting for a flank to even come through from B. Playing so passive, just waiting for Cosmic Divide to expend their utility, searching for them.
Actually seems like they are dedicating a few players towards mid, waiting for Icy to overextend. Doesn't look like it's going to happen just yet. They are just like looking for a peek, but there isn't one coming through. Governor going to try and start the initiation with the help of an owl drone tagging one player. It's the operator back screens, but still a lot of utility that they need to contend with. The call has been made to rotate, especially after Kempeki is able to sneak through, as well as Lear just in through kitchen. Becky's waiting for the rotation, definitely knows that there's someone coming in through, but no one's actually aggressing through kitchen, just headed towards Snowman. AGM has this spike going down with the help of a barrier orb, only 13 seconds left to spare, but Icy just takes one down quickly. Lear for the refrag, Nerve's going to try and avenge, but not going to be another peek. Kempeki as well in kitchen. It's a 1-for-1 trade just across the board, Ash.
Yeah, we're stuck in a 3. Oh, make that a 3v2 because Nerve's gonna secure one with the Viper's snake bite, and that's just AGM spraying with the Sheriff, not able to find anything. A bit of a Hail Mary kind of move here as Cosmic Divide secure their 9th round on the board.
Yo, why did Mina just stop shooting and go to defuse the spike, even though he was still being shot at by AGM? I feel like that's just a little bit.
It's a little disrespectful.
It's a little disrespectful, yeah. I mean, I already said that it was a little cringe for them to have double ops, so I guess let's just go all the way, you know? But I think
how we see it.
Yeah, I think they did kind of bring this onto themselves by not having a flash initiator on either side, because KO is a popular pick on Icebox and neither of these teams have decided to pick him up. So maybe when Cosmic Divide switch over the sides, they will also find themselves the victim of some operator players. But Kempeki now popping this Blade Storm. They also have a Resurrection that has yet to be used on both sides. But Mina, ooh, after that one shot, it's the rendezvous, and Kempeki just dashes right on in. Churms, however, is going to take down one. Resurrection possibly can come into play here. AGM takes down PCAS. Kempeki has picked up an operator from the fallen body of Mina, which then takes down the Viper's pit, and now it's all left up to one. Churms in a 1v2 situation. It was looking so good for Cosmic Divide, and all of a sudden it wasn't. Kempeki and AGM, they just bring it back so quickly, and it's another 9-3. This is actually a mirror of what happened on Split.
Oh, it's also just like every single round that SENAKREWCOLGUAP took mid control, they won it. But then when they were defaulting heavy A, defaulting heavy B, just got really stuck in those choke points, had a hard time breaking through the defense of Cosmic Divide, but we're swapping sides now. It's going to be Cosmic Divide on the attack, SENAKREWCOLGUAP on the defense. And because this is a mirror matchup, I'm interested to see how Cosmic Divide's tempo and pacing will fare differently from what we saw from Senna in the last half.
I think that it did seem like both of these teams were more comfortable on attack on Split, and it's just completely been reversed here. But right off the bat, they are using a lot of utility to clear these corners. Not that one though, but Lear still does not find a kill as a result. So here they are trying to find some space onto this B site. They have that barrier orb going up so they can find themselves a safe plant as well, but plant hasn't started it yet. There it is. It's initiating now, and oh my gosh, with the help of the Viper's orb, just one shock dart is enough to take down that spike carrier, tapping the defuse already so soon after it has been planted. Nerve now peeking around yellow, finds the headshot, finds another, oh my gosh, and the Cosmic Divide, they do find their first round.
Finds that second one lit up too by the recon bolt, and that's double digits here for Cosmic Divide. Last time we saw SENAKREW take the pistol round, which is what they really needed to slowly close that gap over on Split. When you have such a heavy lead like the one that Cosmic Divide has at the moment, securing pistol that allows you to buy up in round 2 and just makes that run just a little bit easier. But now it's in the favor of Cosmic Divide. We're likely looking at an 11th round here for them, and that just takes you one away from match point epitomes.
Now they're trying to head onto the B site once again, but this time TGS does have the Marshall. It's not the best gun in terms of going and trying to go aggressive, but for the long angles on B from main to Snowman, it can be pretty effective. But it's the shorties here, and we saw shorties before from Cosmic Divide, and a Guapo going to make it work. How does he get out alive? Just dancing around the orb and around the barrier orb as well, and taking down one player already at a player disadvantage. Nerve, however, is going to trade back. TCAS does spot a lot of players. Mina finds one. Kempeki with the Marshall of his own, and Lear, what in the world? No one is winning their bonuses this map, and Churms just taking down the wall as quickly as possible. Forced to reload, just walking straight through. What in the world? Churms is able to clutch it out with the quick 3K with a Spectre.
Can only pull that off with the Spectre, to be honest. It's the drive-by, the spray, and pray, they all lined up perfectly too. Just having to stay right around. Yeah, that's tough. I mean, Lear was trying to body block there, but what are you gonna do? A massive clutch for Cosmic Divide, considering the fact that they were in danger in that round. Almost lost that buy-up, but it will be their bonus. And SENAKREWCOLGUAP, they bought up as well here, so it's kind of like a half-buy situation as far as the guns that we're seeing on both sides.
This is really tough for SENAKREW too, because they're on the verge of match point. This is their buy-up because that's just how the pacing of the maps work out, but it also means they are forced to win this map without too many this round without too many players losing. But Guapo has already gone down. They somehow made their way through kitchen. Where was the comms that there was someone there? They even destroyed the trademark. Kempeki is going to be able to trade one back, but even then, oh my gosh, this is devastating so far for SENAKREW, especially that late lurk from Churms as well, and it just looks like a lost cause, Ash.
Ooh, it's that Viper's Pit up in kitchen as well. The plant to go down, and I love Mina closing things out with 3K here to take Cosmic Divide to match point on SENAKREWCOLGUAP's map pick here, Tala. They took this momentum and they are running with it full force.
And it doesn't seem like there is going to be any stopping point to that momentum either. I mean, they're not just like full forcing all of their rifles this round. They're recognizing that it is possible that they might lose this round. SENAKREW might be able to pull something out here, but Lear is able to find that first pick, and that might be what they need to get things started. Kempeki also finding Churms. Yep, this is exactly what always happens in Valorant. They are only able to just get those picks once it's the last round, once it's almost too late on match point. 12-3. They're wrapping around. Icy actually is able to find that pick. Oh my gosh, threw that rifle at the exact wrong time. And Lear takes him down.
SENAKREWCOLGUAP, they live another day, and they're gonna have a full buy going into this next round. We're likely gonna see Cosmic Divide trying to feed Mina an ult orb here, get that Tool de False online. Actually, oh no, okay, the buy is gonna come through. I am curious to see if they will try to get that online regardless. I mean, Mina could definitely get it down with a kill. Has been popping off this game, absolutely. And now here on Cosmic Divide, they're not looking at this mid control this time around. It's just going to be a blitz towards B main. They're going to walk into the Tool de False here on the side of Lear, who's hiding behind yellow, not pushed off the angle by the Owl drone.
Oh, Lear, with that tour de force though, they wanted that ult orb, it's not in the cards. Icy though, after this spike plant, is going to have a resurrection on the board though, and these shock darts aren't actually going to connect enough. TCAS comes back into play, is being brought back with the resurrection, and the Blade Storm has been popped on the defending side. Barrier orb as well, broken easily, but Campeki just firing the shots. What a headshot onto TCAS as well, but there is the Hunter's Fury that is available, just waiting. Oh, he could have fired one more shot. It was lined up, but he just has to go for the shock darts instead, and the defuse comes through. Cosmic Divide, they are barely holding, they're just trying to close it out, but Senna, they're barely holding on.
Imagine if Terms shot that last one instead of putting it away. Whew. But, I mean, unfortunately, it doesn't have the same kind of vision as we do. We get to see through the walls. And now, we're going to see SENAKREWCOLGUAP. They do live once more. Also able to buy up here, and an operator in the hands of Campeki. Meanwhile, we're going to see the Tool de False online here on the side of Cosmic Divide this time around. An aggressive mid control here from TCAS right off the bat, taking this upper tube angle. Once again, almost certainly good for one pick every single time he's played up on top of walls.
He's dropping off now though, and instead just going straight through Kitchen. And I'm not sure if they do expect it. They have that trademark there, just to signal if there is someone, but it seems like they're just waiting for a rotation to come through. TCAS, oh my gosh, right through the wall. Governor does take him down, and Icy is forced to back off now, but there's someone coming from under tube. They're about to meet each other in mid. Terms and Icy, though, they do both find their picks instead, and they're able to get that spike safely over to the B site, but they still have to worry about the snowman angle, and Mina's not looking. Tour de Force goes down. There's one danger, and the dash on through from Campeki. Some damage found with that. Wait, what? What in the world with the shorty? But instead, Icy going up the rope, caught out by the operator. Now a 1v1 situation. Lots of damage done by the shock darts, down to 80 health, but not yet red. It is possible for Campeki.
It is possible, and you spoke it to fruition here, Tala, because that's round 6 now going to SENAKREWCOLGUAP. A clutch that felt like it shouldn't have even happened here. But I do want to point out, despite the fact that Cosmic Divide didn't even win that round, they're constantly putting this pressure towards mid and shooting at that trademark and tube, which is something that, on the side of SENAKREWCOLGUAP, you didn't see them doing that too frequently. And that just kind of gave, like, information over towards Cosmic Divide on the other side, allowing them to kind of accumulate this greater lead now. Meanwhile, when you flip the script, it's the same kind of composition, but Cosmic Divide, they have a bit more explosiveness. They have more of that pressure because SENAKREWCOLGUAP, they feel the need to play more of a defaulty way, keep an eye down on Kitchen, and can invest less into the extremities of the map.
Now they're trying to go for the B blitz once again that they've tried so many times before, and I'm honestly really shocked they keep going for it. But this time, TCAS just is dragging his heart out, is able to find 3 as that heal comes in as well, bringing him back up to full. Lear now past the peak and go for a retake with only an operator and the headhunter in his hands, and the Viper screen going up. It actually is just allowing them a safe cross towards that be yellow. Lear, though, does have a pick. And one of the players of Cosmic Divide is incredibly unhealthy, Ash.
And is this going to be what we saw last time? Campeki being able to pull off the same thing, but it doesn't matter. TCAS around the corner from yellow, a 4K to close things out. 13-6 here for Cosmic Divide, taking this series 2-0.
Well, Cosmic Divide, they are a team that has been, like you said before, at the top of Tier 2 for a little while. They're considered one of the really strong teams, and they have been playing together. Meanwhile, even though SENAKREWCOLGUAP does have a lot of really strong individuals, it just seems like they didn't really gel together, and you could see it in this match. Cosmic Divide do come out on top.
Yeah, they definitely played a little bit more individualistic, but GG's, that wraps up our quarterfinals. You guys should definitely tune back in tomorrow to catch up semis and grands, where we'll be seeing if Cosmic Divide can take it all the way. So, this was, Tala, definitely give her a follow if you enjoyed her commentating. Thank you so much for having us on the desk. And once again, I just want to give a huge thanks over to all of our great partners and sponsors for their support in sponsoring fantastic prizes, including Intel Canada, Memory Express, Canada Computers, and Newegg. A special thanks to the school esports teams who joined the tournament and partnered with us to support the MGA Dragon Cup as well, that being Durham College, the University of Alberta, Seneca College, University of Montreal, Keano College, Georgian College, and Norquest College. Thank you as well to all the players who signed up and participated this weekend. We're looking forward to seeing who has made it over towards tomorrow and how those matches are going to play out. So stay tuned, and we will see you guys on Sunday.
All around us, every story has an origin. Just like how the tallest mountain once started at ground level, we too started at zero. We struggled, we adapted, and we rose higher and higher. A future is being written upon decades of determination and dedication. A new origin that doesn't yield to failure, but strives to be faster, cooler, and even more phenomenal. A giant leap is made, and an incredible achievement is realized. Change the game. supreme.